This is the part that I fell out. Mhm, 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 woke up, woke up in the neighborhood.
What up?
What's up, man?
How's my volume? What up?
What's up, man?
How's my volume? How's my background noise?
No, you're good, actually.
Oh, cool. I never know because, like, when I'm getting chauffeured around, I never know like how much is coming through.
Ooh, I'm Mr. Important, man.
Well,
Can't do it like
that's one way to look at it.
this. Oh yeah, that works.
Yeah, let me know if it gets like too loud. I'll try to mute more.
Yeah,
But
I'm listening. Sounds fine to me, though.
And
Hello, how are you doing?
back. Hello, so hi.
hey, Serena, how you doing?
I'm doing good, and you?
Pretty good. Just heading up to Tennessee.
Oh, you're from Tennessee?
I'm in Georgia. I'm going up to Tennessee.
Oh, dang.
This is
Eh,
for a tournament.
should be fun. Yeah, yeah. So it's supposed to be 3 days, but we didn't have anything scheduled for last night, so I'm driving up in the morning. I mean, I'm
Gotcha.
being
Yeah,
driven up.
I've heard that Tennessee is like a really, really like conservative state, so I'd be scared to go there.
Yeah, I have a pass.
Oh my days.
I have a pass in conservative areas. So yeah, fortunately, I guess for me, unfortunate for society as a whole, that's not really a
Definitely.
concern for me.
He's sticky back. And you don't have to worry about it too hard. It's like those we'll see of people being like, "This is a sundown town," and there'll be a white person and they'll be like, "I've never seen racism here ever." Like,
This is the friendliest town
really?
I know.
Right. Everyone's
Oh,
so
that
nice
is
to me here.
so.
I don't know what they're talking about.
No, it's so funny because like you know when you're like an LGBT person and then you see like people being like so like welcoming and stuff online and you're like, oh, this is really great. And then you just like remember that people don't actually like you in real life and you're like, oh.
Yeah, you have to go to like specific areas, right? Where like there's safety there, like as far as like IRL, right? Like if you go to like in Atlanta, like if you go to like Midtown, like that's gonna be like stepping into warm water, right? But then if you go to anywhere outside of the perimeter, yeah, that's more the thing what you're what you're describing.
I'm an openly bisexual Indian woman, bro. I get cooked on this app on the daily. People are confused which aspect of me that they want to insult. They're like, so should I call her a racial slur? Do I call her a bitch? Do I call her like an LGBT slur? What do I call her?
That's crazy.
Oh, and I'm a witch too, so they have that option as well.
So
Damn, you gave
many,
him a buffet, didn't you?
like so many to play with.
I got nerfed 4 times.
Yeah, I didn't. I was trying to place your accent. I couldn't quite because like it's very like it's not. There's like there's overlaps with other accents I've heard. I know that you were Indian.
Like my accent is like a hodgepodge of accents cause like
Yeah.
I'm South Asian, but I'm also married to a British man, and also I went to like a private British school growing up, so it's like I don't even know what my accent is at this point.
Yeah, I was getting tones of Scandinavian and Greek. I think that's what I was getting.
A lot of
Yeah.
people say that. A lot of people are like, "Are you like Dutch or like from Belgium? Are you like German?" And I'm like, "Oh, oh no,
Well,
I'm not."
Yeah. Do you know who Insilica is?
Yeah, it's a silico
Yeah.
biology.
Yeah, she's a biologist. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of similarity there that I hear, and but it's also like the vocal. It's not just an accent thing. It's like also like vocally, you guys sound similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like a deep voice.
Nothing wrong with your voice. I think it's like no, you have a nice voice. It's not that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Apparently, if I say someone has a nice voice, I'm in love with them. That happened the other day.
Oh my date, bro. If that's the case, I've cheated on my
Since you
husband
started
with like
flashing
50 different
yeah,
people.
you done with me? You done with me? Mac Lusty is actually a little thing.
Mac Lusty
I
is
like one
crazy.
better, but
Dude, I was over on Daniel's live.
like one
Crazy.
better, but
Dude, I was over on Daniel's live, and he had
yeah,
this. He was talking to this lady, and he's talking about like the story of the Daniel's live, and he had
yeah,
this. He was talking to this lady, and he's talking about like the story of the Amalekites and everything, right? Like was that Second Samuel, First Samuel, and she's like, I
Yeah.
don't know, I'd have to like look into this or whatever. And then he's asking her about the garden, and she's just saying like the typical like apologist stuff, like they were walking with God, they were learning with Him every day. It's like, where do you get this? But he didn't even press
Right.
her on it. But he asked her, he's like, you said you were a pastor? She said, yeah. He said 17 years. 17 years, and she just like, I mean, I'm definitely not doing it justice, but it was blowing my mind how like just how green she was, and then to hear that, like I was writing in all caps in the comments like this. She said she's a pastor. I was losing my shit.
Just
That's
very
insane.
quickly, I did want to say that like Daniel is like so nice. He's like one of the nicest
Yeah,
people on this app.
yeah. That's why I can't watch too much of it. No,
I get
he's
it.
good. I think he
I get it.
presents really well. He knows his shit and everything, and like I do like his demeanor, but like I don't know. Sometimes you just have to like stop people like with get it to like stop in their bullshit and like tell you why they're saying what they're saying. So I don't know. For me, it's
Sometimes
like
you gotta get a little
frustrating because
nasty.
I get like sideline fever where I'm like, ah, no,
Can I just get in there and
shoot,
yell at him real quick? Just let me get in there and
you
just
tag me in, bro.
right.
Yeah.
I get that. DG.
Good. Morning, G.
Good morning, panel.
Morning. Hey everybody. So we getting started. So yeah,
Hey,
to
Matt.
everything,
Hey,
does
G.
everything happen according to God's will? Yeah, because it's in his will, but we have free will. Sorry. I was trying to be a Christian for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
You
What up,
tried.
everybody?
Hey, hey,
Yeah.
I
hey.
tried. It
I
failed.
I'll
know.
do my I'll do my mod duties. If you're a Christian or a believer in the Christian Bible, come up and ask us what the topic is.
Right. That I think that's the best way to get them up here. Like just come and ask what we want to talk about with Christians, even though it's in yellow
Just
and
ignore
blue.
all the black and yellow.
Yeah, we don't know what those words say. We know you got the spiritual eyes, so we'll tell you.
And they got the Holy Spirit too, so that it should be guided.
Exactly, got it. It guided them to the live, so and it guided them on the panel.
Hmm.
I saw that the
How long you been on
little
the side?
AI G or that um was going. Yeah, maybe say
Hello, all.
hello, Denny. Can I get your age, your
F-
TikTok, please?
50. 50.
Wonderful. And are you a Christian or believer in the God of the Christian Bible?
No.
Okay. Well, I've got a lot of non-believers up here, so I'd love to talk to some actual Christian. But
All right.
okay, come. Yeah, if you're, come on. I know what my problem was last night. I went to the garden and I was like, you know what? Let me take just a small little nap while Mezzo's doing his stuff. There, so I'll wake up in like an hour. Step straight to my alarm.
It's like, yeah, I was gonna go on my live, and then I got, the song.
Right.
You remember that song?
Right. So,
And something man in the name, wasn't it?
Nothing, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Something
from
man.
not long ago.
Was it Afro Man?
Elephant? Oh, I
Was it
thought it was
was
Elephant
it
Man.
was it Afro Man?
man. It Afro.
I think
It's
it's Afro Man.
Afro.
Yeah.
He's from the South Dakota. You know. He's damn.
He had a video a few
He
years
wasn't new.
ago of like an interaction he had with cops, and like they were. And it was like basically like he was like they were like doing like warrantless search or some shit like that. That was his little like flare up thing recently. But yeah, he's got to be in his 50s at least. Like,
He's 50.
He's 50 exactly. Yeah. I'll turn
Yeah.
51 in July.
Kevin, why don't you come up and have a chat with us since God loves us all? Tell us why. One of the topics.
Yeah. Look, we've got enough non-believers up here, guys. If you want to come up, be a Christian or believer in the God, just struggle. Have a and or talk about it or for you.
yeah, I'm probably only going to be on for like an hour max. Get that
Okay.
softball shit starts. So
Gino, are you a believer in the God of the Christian Bible? 'Cause that's what I'm talking about. What's up, friend? How you doing? Either way, Kevin, I know you're a Christian. I know your age. Go ahead and pick a topic for us.
Oh, I thought I said my topic. I said God loves you. That's the topic.
Topic on the board.
Oh no, I don't like that. I said. Okay. I don't know. I don't like none of those. I like the one I was talking about. I want to talk about
Okay, well, if that's the case, you have a
God's love.
wonderful rest of your night. We'll go ahead and talk to somebody else that cares to engage in the
Oh,
conversation. How about
you
that?
want to go with scripted stuff?
I want to talk about the things on the background that I created for the live that I'm hosting. So if you
Because
don't, that's fine.
you have a scripted
Is that
thing you want to go through. I
so you
wanted
don't
to
want to
talk
engage with
about
the
something
topic? Is that
great.
what you're saying?
I wanted to talk about something great.
Kevin came up to play jazz. He's gonna riff on us.
I think the Holy Spirit led him to talk
Okay.
about this topic.
Oh
Yes,
man,
you did.
I was gonna refute his topic and say no, God doesn't love us, and then boom, checkmate. Would have been all
I want to have a
over.
Yep.
conversation. Who wants to do
Wait, can y'all hear me?
right?
Yeah,
Does it sound like I'm
You
far
said you're
away?
a Christian.
sounds alright to me. I don't know about anybody
Okay.
else.
Yeah. And I don't. Well, let me see the topic. Everything happens according to God's will.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you speak backwards, please?
Backwards. Anyway,
Yeah, it's just like into a mirror. It's fine.
no, God is definitely real, and I think that they're actually looking for God right now, trying to find him. The chips that they have, basically trying to solve these mathematical calculations. They're looking for. I think they're personally looking for God to find him.
Is that based on something they've
Well,
said,
because
or like do they know they're
I
looking
mean,
for
what?
God?
Why else do you need a computer chip that could do 20 trillion million years calculations in 5 minutes?
Math have to do with God, though?
I mean, if
What's that?
What does math have to do with God?
It has everything to do with God. So if you're science based, which if you're are you atheist or what? Are you if you're science based, then if the universe is based off of math, then you got to do the mathematical calculation to figure out the universe. And now they're trying to find God. All I'm saying is, while you try to argue God's not real, they know He's real, and they're trying to find Him.
Who told you this? Like,
Can y'all hear
who
me?
said that?
But wait a
I
minute,
can
what part
now.
of the prompt does it say is God real?
No, so everything happens according to God's will. I'm saying I don't think it's God's will that we always try to destroy God. Number two, everything.
Gino, what
No,
topic
you
are you
had
thinking?
a thing. You had a thing you wanted to talk. You had a thing you wanted to talk about, and now you're trying to
No,
shoehorn it into
everything
one of the
happened to God's
questions.
will. I don't think it's God's will that we always want to try to destroy God, just like we did in Jesus,
Everything
just like
doesn't
we
have
did
That's not
with
the
God.
Trying to
question.
destroy God.
That's not the question. Does everything happen according to God's will? That's the question.
Right, and I said no.
Who's trying to destroy God is what I'm trying to ask.
We always try to destroy God, just like we did with crucifixion, just like we did the Tower of Babel. We always try to,
How do you destroy God? They were trying to destroy God in the Tower of Babel.
yes, to create a tower to heaven. That you, I don't know if you know the story. I mean, you wouldn't if you're not
Yeah,
Christian.
we do.
I do. That's why I'm asking you, do you think that?
It says why they did it. It says in the story why they were
Right,
Exactly.
doing it.
and God destroyed the tower, right, and separate all the people
Why were they doing it?
to compete.
You thought he was afraid of being
Why?
killed?
No, it
It
doesn't
doesn't say
say
it like
that.
that, no.
Right. It says why. To make a name for
To be
themselves.
more powerful than God.
No. It says to make a name for themselves. It
Anyway,
says
just something
that.
random, weird, different. Wanted to drop for you all.
Right.
Uh,
Anyway.
yeah,
Yeah. Anyway.
yeah.
And whatever I said was
Yeah.
bullshit. But anyway.
Just wanted to drop that. That's all. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's God, the rule of it.
Now, whole earth had one language and the same words as they migrated from the
You're real choppy. Is it him or me?
Also, it's been choppy for me. I thought it was my phone. Also, you going in and out.
I thought it was my Wi-Fi. I went to go and reset it.
You got a bad delay. Also,
I'm still on that last guest. He just came up and said a bunch of nonsense and then left. What? I'm still on that last guest. He just came up and said a bunch of nonsense and then left. What?
He made no sense. He just wanted to talk.
Yeah.
I was actually going to try to
Well, he
engage
realized.
because he
Yeah.
He just wanted to talk.
Yeah.
I was actually going to try to
Well, he
engage
realized.
because he
Yeah.
but
I was thought. Have you heard me talk about when I was watching Daniel's live? And like he's so kind and patient. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And like, be kind and patient, but like, don't let people just say bullshit. Like, I don't know. So I was maybe had a little pent up frustration from that.
It was frustrating hearing it because
I don't know. So I was maybe had a little pent up frustration from that.
it was frustrating hearing it because he said they're not linked. And if you knew the story, you'll know that they thought they were going to bring glory to God by doing so. That's why they built the tower. So yeah, allegedly, G, allegedly.
What I want to know is, where is the tower?
I don't think
Like,
it
there's,
happened.
well, right, but that's the question, right?
hmm
Because like a tower of that stature would still be there'd still be remnants of it at least, right? Because it wasn't destroyed. He just scattered everyone building it, but everybody, all the Christians think it was destroyed. They think he knocked it down. He didn't. Well, no, they were scattered. Yeah. Well, I think he just You think he scattered them, and then because they weren't together, they started. But I could be. I'm kind of spitballing on that one. I don't know if it
It's
says
just
like. I don't know if it says like he made them speak in different tongues or languages, or if that was the result of him scattering them. Because I know he scattered them. I just don't know. Okay. Yeah, live is
yeah.
paused. He's 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 resetting the router, I think. Maybe a goat chewed through his Wi-Fi internet cable. That's true.
It just seems no matter what God tries to do, scatter languages, floods, still not working. People are still peopling. I'm just reading into this now. It's quite interesting. I'm just trying to see if they scattered. Where did they go? I've heard theories like when people do not like in the UK we have this thing called Speaker's Corner where people come and debate, right? And I've heard people say when God scattered them and scattered the language, changed their language, that this is how religion came about. And I side-eyed that because it still doesn't make sense. That's how Islam started. I'm like, no, you need to go back to Genesis for that.
It's like chapter 11 and 12.
Yeah, it's after. The flood happened
Yeah, but
around Genesis 9, right?
yeah, somewhere in there. Yeah, they were. Oh yeah, the flood is over in 8, so it'd be like after the flood. I mean, yeah, they had they got from 8 people to cities pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know the geographics of that. Like as far as I get what you're saying, I don't really know like how. Also, what kind of like time frame was there between those? Between the end of the flood and Babel, like how many years that was supposed to be. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh,
I wasn't sure what happened there.
And
yeah,
then nuke
I had
the
to.
whole panel.
Yeah, I had to reset my router because it was like my router was being weird. I don't know. It
You
kept
were
giving
all
me like
good.
the poor connection thing. It's weird, but we're back.
We're back, baby. And since we're back, can everyone bop that screen for our favorite bear because he is the bear that we care about. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And also, can you share the live? Tap that heart right next to El Oso Ray's name so the algorithm knows that he's alive and well and thriving and striving for the blood of Jesus. Okay. Anyway,
So our dad said it
go
was
ahead and
1 to 300 years.
Yeah, that's what I just found just now.
How in the fuck do you get from 8 people to enough to have cities in 300 years?
Right.
It's
Right.
crazy.
Right. And so this is what I'm saying. So they have like that they have cities, they have like, established nations with Canaan and whatnot. So were they all in this one place? Like, what was the purpose of the Tower of Babel to scatter and to make new and to make languages when they were already scattered? It doesn't make sense.
It was like I remember there's this YouTuber who talks about like biblical history and stuff. What his name is the Holy Kool-Aid, and he did bring up this point because he was saying even if you were like super generous and said that no babies passed away after birth, which was common at that time, unfortunately. No women passed away during childbirth. None of that stuff. Even if you had to like be super generous, there's no way that they would be able to repopulate the earth in that amount of time. It's literally
Oh
impossible.
yeah. No. Are you talking about like today's population, like going back 4,500 years?
No. I mean, like, you know how after the flood there was like only 8 people alive, and then
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
literally a few verses later, it's like, oh, entire nations of people. What? Where did they come from? You know?
Yeah.
Literally.
Right. And
I
like
guess
In
my,
two
my
chapters as well.
question would be like, what's the number? Right. Obviously, it's impossible if it's over like I don't know 1,000. Like being really
Yeah.
generous, you know.
and it's crazy because like even after the flood and we have Noah and it said that Noah and his sons did the vineyard or whatever, then Noah got drunk, like Ham already had children because he said
Yeah.
that
He cursed his grandson.
he cursed his so he already had kids. When did that happen? Were they boinking on the ark with all the animal feces? Like,
I mean, look. Maybe you
Ew.
go up to the observation deck.
I mean, it was a nice cruise, like lovely views and
Like it.
everything.
Well, that's so. They were in the rain for 40 days, which means for 330 days after that, they're just sitting in this like musty ass boat that doesn't have a deck. It just has a window. Like they're just sitting in there stewing in that methane.
right.
That's
and
true.
and
I've heard that
that's
it's an aphrodisiac.
That must be
That's
farm
crazy.
talk. That's farmer talk.
You being around enough
I
shit,
feel
you start
like
to feel a little something.
I feel like if that event actually happened, maybe some of the people would be like, "I wish I was one of the people who drowned."
I can't.
I do want to know who was on shovel duty for the duty, and where did they put it?
They
Like,
just
where
threw
did
it
they
over
put
water.
the lion and the tiger and the elephant feces?
That's weird. That is a contradiction because it says earlier in Genesis that the Nephilim survived the flood, or at least some of them did. But
Yeah, it
then
does.
at the end of the flood chapter, it says only Noah was left and those with him in the ark. So how did the
Well,
Nephilim
you
come
know
back?
what? It doesn't necessarily say the Nephilim survived the flood. I'm kind of thinking about this right now. Because how did the Nephilim get there?
Fucking
Exactly.
What's
They
that?
were they were hybrids of the angel human mating.
Right.
I've heard that before, and I've heard that
Right. So what's to
that
say they didn't
Noah.
do that again?
I heard like the
Yeah.
weirdest
True.
explanation. I heard like the weirdest explanation for like all the G sides in the Bible. So like I was told, oh, these people that, the men were commanded to unalive, they were not like normal people. They were like Nephilim, and they were going around hurting humans. And I was like, well, what about the babies and stuff? I mean,
You're
the babies
breaking
couldn't
up.
have been doing anything. Oh, sorry. Can everyone
I've
hear
heard
me?
the Nephilim thing as an excuse for the flood. I've never heard it as an excuse for the G sides.
Yeah, I heard that. And I was like, well, what about the babies? And they were like, well, they were Nephilim babies, so like unaliving them is okay. And I'm like, what?
And it sounds like they're playing fast and loose with the apologetics, and just like
Yeah.
they got this
100%.
this one like this, what do you call it, like one size fits all apologetic, and just apply it wherever.
It
Yeah.
Yeah,
sounds like when they say that they're picking up a little from the Book of Enoch, because like the Book of Enoch kind of goes into detail what was going on before the flood.
Yeah, it does. In the first 3 chapters, yeah.
Yeah, so and it was saying like how the Nephilims were like crazed and they were eating everything, and even eating humans. If I only read, I read it so long ago. It's been a while, but it's something like that. And like the angels that came down and messed with the women, they also brought like fire. They brought weaponry. They brought things that God didn't want humans to have, knowledge, witchcraft, and things like that. And then when they made it with the women, their children like became crazed and like was like just fucking up the earth and eating people and stuff like that.
Someone said
No,
that
no,
it's a
no.
Trying to
different
figure
group.
out. Because if that's the case, then that just means that God took a back seat and didn't talk to anybody until Abraham, and was just like, or I guess Noah, um,
Also,
but just didn't talk to anybody.
why did God design women's bodies to be even capable of being able to like procreate with these Nephilim, or sorry, not these Nephilim, these angels in the first place?
right.
Well, why
Right.
give angels genitalia at all?
Why do they need
Well,
it?
you know why. So he can collect their questions. You already know the answer to that.
I
Not the
mean,
foreskin collector.
I mean,
also
my
the foreskin
theory,
thing is weird.
it is. It's really weird. Like it's so weird how the Bible
Because
loves men
why not just
genitalia.
make you foreskinless, and when you become a heathen, you grow a foreskin? That'd be more evidence for a God, I think.
Yeah, what is the obsession with foreskin in the Bible?
They had a lot. They have a big obsession with the man genitalia.
Flesh and blood, isn't it? That's their
Yeah,
currency.
I feel bad because it was actually really painful.
yeah.
No anesthetic back
Tell
then.
me about
Just
it.
I think
because it's
maybe they weren't cleaning it well, so the people were getting like stinky dick disease, and so they came up with circumcision, and that became like a godsend.
Mm.
yeah, their
Could be the
hygiene would have been
case.
different
But
back
then
then, so
why
they
go
probably
and cut
had.
off Philistine penises?
Well, David just like it rough.
Wasn't that a
Painful.
sign of the covenant? Was David saving those Philistines?
No, he unalived them first, though. He unalived them because that's why Saul sent him to the Philistines to collect 100 foreskins. And it does say that he unalived them and then he got them. So they were
Yeah,
dead.
he
They were
killed
dead
he
skin.
killed 200 of them.
Right. It was dead skin.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
brought back
but
200
you know how
foreskins
some
instead of
people
100.
in some, yeah, but you know how like some people in like other denominations will like exhume bodies and baptize them so they can go to heaven?
Yeah,
That's crazy work.
Oh, Mormons baptized
I'm
dead
just
people.
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I,
Like
Oh
maybe
yeah,
that
that's
was what
true.
in his mind. Maybe that's what he was doing.
no, I don't know because like it was clear Saul sent him for his lover's sister to collect the foreskins, and I don't know. It doesn't really say that David wanted to sanctify him. He just, I mean, David was bloodthirsty anyway. He just like unalive and shit.
Well, it's interesting because circumcision was like a sacred sign of covenant of God, right? So maybe it was an insult to show how superior they were at the same time.
That makes sense because David did not like the Philistines. That does make sense.
Yeah, because that's found in 1 Samuel 18:25-27. That talks about the whole dowry and everything.
It was also used as like
How do you
I don't know how to say this, like a manipulation thing in the story of Dinah.
What do you mean?
Okay, so there's a part of the Bible where it's unclear if it was like consensual or if it was rape, but Dinah, she either sleeps with or gets raped by a guy of a neighboring tribe, and then
The story header, the story header in that one is the grape of Dinah. Like I know that's not scripture per se, but I think it's and the words used because I was just this is Genesis 34, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So because I was looking into this because there were some great apologists I was dealing with like last week, and yeah, it uses the exact same language that she was laid hold of, had the smacks, and that she was defiled. So
Yeah.
it clearly sounds like grape to me.
So that's actually where it gets confusing because when I was like looking into that passage, they said defiled could also mean that he was a guy of a different race because they were like super racist back then.
Right. But the
it could
word
mean
The Hivites,
Yeah.
right?
but the lay hold of is like forcibly taking her.
Oh, okay. So she gets
He
raped
seized her and lay
by
with her by
that
force.
guy.
Yeah. Yeah. So the by force in some translations is defiled. The word is anah in Hebrew.
Yeah, so she gets raped by this guy, and then her brothers are obviously super angry about this. So they say, okay, now you two are going to get married, and all
Simeon
of
and
the
Levi.
men in the city are going to be they're going to be circumcised, and after the circumcision they were like obviously like very very weak and stuff because I mean it was basically an operation without anesthetic, and when they were like all weak and stuff, the brothers came and just like unalived all of them.
Yep.
I hate this app. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am. But
And then what's your age
my
for TikTok?
conception. What's up?
What's your age for TikTok? Appreciate you subscribing. Thank you very much.
29.
All right.
29.
And then could you go ahead and pick a topic for us? Start from there.
Yeah. So I don't know if I can pick any one of the three. If that's all right. I will say I'm a Christian.
Yeah, one of the three is fine.
So I believe that all different religions have different human conceptions of the same God. And I feel like a lot of this like religion, it's all about a human that's writing it down. With Muslims, Jews, everything, the differences between those religions. I do believe there's a creator, and I believe that like whenever they're writing things.
I mean, that's cool.
Right.
I'm not going to take that from you, but I do want you to pick a topic.
I got you. Christians have a hard time defending their beliefs because I believe, like I said, I think it's a human conception of what they think God is, and I think I mean that's not really like a firm stance, but I feel like it's why some of the things you can't really defend everything.
I got a quick
You're saying
question.
the path to
I'm
God
sorry.
is unreliable?
What's up?
Are you saying the path to God is unreliable because of
No,
you?
I'm just saying that everything that's written down in the book, in the Bible, the Quran, all this different things, it's written by a human. And I feel like they have a hard time defending their beliefs because there's human, it's a human writing it down. And I feel like, the creator I choose to believe in is all loving, all giving,
All loving.
loving. Yeah.
Wow.
But I do have a really quick question. I hate this app. Did you say you were a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
So why are you othering yourself? Why are you saying they? Shouldn't it be we? Because you're a part of it. Or
See,
I?
I grew
Why
up
would
being
you
a
censor
Christian.
yourself?
I grew up being a Christian. And I feel like it mostly aligns with what I think, the creator is. That's my opinion. Compared to like other religions and such.
And so as a Christian, why do you have a hard time defending your belief?
I mean, there's certain things like, people that are homosexual. I don't feel like my God.
Wow, pivot. I'm sorry.
That
Wait,
was a
no,
wow.
I'm not pivoting. No, I'm not pivoting. I'm saying like people that are homosexual.
I think he's saying there's things he disagrees with in the text. I think.
Yeah, and I can't. I don't think God makes mistakes. I feel like those people, they are who they are, and the Christian faith really condemns them. So that's what I was getting at. I wasn't pivoting. I was tying it back in.
Well, just so you're clear, I get what you're saying. I also get the reaction because you're just like, well, there's people that are homosexual.
Yeah,
Like
it's a
when you say it like that, it raises people's ears
Little
perk up.
eyebrows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why. It's no problem. I mean, it's just it's what you're saying. But yeah, but like what you said something that's interesting to me. You said like you were raised in Christianity, so like that aligns with and sorry, you didn't say so. You said and that you think that the Christian doctrine aligns with what you believe God to be, and like to me that's extremely obvious because I think if you were born, in India, you'd probably be most likely be a Hindu, if not a Muslim, right? If you were born in Saudi Arabia, you would almost
Yeah.
assuredly be a Muslim, right? But
Yeah.
does that make those true?
No, see,
Does it give any credence to any of that?
I don't think they're condemned to hell just because they grew up in another country. I don't. The creator I choose to believe in wouldn't do that. Just because of geographical location they're born in. I don't
So,
think
do you reject that part of the Bible?
that part of the Bible. Yeah, I mean, I just I can't get on board with people being born in India. They're born up in Hinduism. They don't know anything about Christianity. I don't believe that they're just going to hell. I can't get on board with that.
But even if they know enough about it to reject it, right? Because people
Right.
get presented with Christianity all the time, as this idea, right? You come on here, you see it like there are like Christian Muslim debates like all over the place, right? So it's not necessarily like that the kind of the escape clause of like they never even heard about Jesus. We could take that off the table,
Right.
and the Bible would say that if they've heard and they don't accept it, they would be going to eternal punishment. And it sounds like you just don't agree with that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I've been indoctrinated to be a Christian, and they've been indoctrinated to be a Hindu or a Muslim and everything else.
But you clearly don't see what they believe. I know you said like you think of that like you said something at the beginning of the call that
So-
like all all religions kind of have the same God, but they see it in a different way, right? Is that a fair assessment of what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. But then you just listed 2 other Abrahamic religions, right? And one of them is absolutely tiny on a global scale. Judaism is tiny. It's like 3% maybe. I think that's being really generous.
So I didn't say Judaism. I said Hinduism and,
Oh, I thought you said Islam and Judaism.
No, I said Hinduism.
No, he said
Yeah. Which is,
Islam and Hinduism.
Yeah, he said Hinduism.
Oh, okay. But I mean, they're not similar at all.
yeah.
Like how could it even be the
Hinduism
same
has
God?
many gods.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm getting at is like every single religion was written by a human, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
So
Fair.
it's a human conception of a creator, and you know, that's I think that's the difference.
Wait, I have a question. I hit this up. Are you like, do you believe that Jesus actually existed and that he was crucified and rose from the dead?
Yeah, I believe
Sorry.
he existed, and I do believe he was crucified.
Could I
No,
join into the conversation too?
yeah,
I don't know if the panelists.
Hold on,
how's
Jake, are
the
you a
host doing?
Christian?
Would you like my age or something like that first, or?
Are you a Christian?
I'm actually what's called an agent of creation. It doesn't take a long time to explain that. Agent of creation. I want to answer her question really quickly. That
I mean, that's cool, but what are you? What does that mean?
an agent of creation. I just believe that we have a creator, and he is outside of our understanding, beyond our
Oh, that's
understanding.
just a
even.
deist.
So
That's just a deist.
not the God of the Christian Bible?
Say that again. You mean the Abrahamic Bible? Like the Abrahamic God?
The Christian Bible?
No, the Christian Bible,
Right, the
which
Abrahamic.
includes the Old Testament. It's
Right,
not the
that's the
Abrahamic
Abrahamic
Bible.
God.
There is no Abrahamic Bible.
We have Abrahamic religions.
What I'm saying is factual.
Okay, so let's
Okay,
break
wait,
this.
wait,
Hold
wait.
on. The
You said
host
what you're
asked
saying
you,
is
are you a
factual?
Yeah, so I just so we're clear, I'm not actually being rude. I have a minor in theology from Oregon Health State University.
And there's an Abrahamic Bible?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not speaking about an Abrahamic Bible. I said Abrahamic God. I didn't say Bible. I never would have said Bible. I'm sorry about the misconception.
So
So we're speaking about
You were,
Abrahamic
you were
religions of
asked.
Christianity.
You were
correct?
asked. You were asked if you believe in the God of the Christian Bible.
That's the
For some
Abrahamic
reason-
God is what I'm
for some
asking
reason
for
felt like-
clarification.
You seemed like you needed to correct the Christian Bible to the Abrahamic Bible.
No, not the Abrahamic Bible, the Abrahamic God. The God of
Sir,
Abraham.
it's a
You
yes
fucking
or a
said
no.
Abrahamic
You just said
Bible.
Sir, the God of Abraham.
You said what
correct?
you said.
You said
it's,
you did say
it's the
Abrahamic
God
Bible.
of Abraham, correct? I did not say Bible. That's not
You
true.
fucking did.
You did.
It's
Hey,
not
So why are
true.
we talking about
You did. I don't know why
What
you're
you're saying
gaslighting,
is
bro.
infactual.
You're
I
lying.
did not say Bible. Thank you.
Hey, chat, what the
You
fuck did he
definitely
say?
said that.
I didn't.
You
Chad,
said
what
Bible
did he say?
Abrahamic
because we're
religion.
mentioning
I'm
it.
very clear that I'm very clear about it.
No, I wouldn't fucking question it if you didn't say it. I wouldn't have a reaction to it if you didn't fucking
Here's
say it.
the
It's a
real
good
question,
point.
though. Why are you not correcting and going?
Mac tried to
Move
clarify
forward.
your question when you said that's why he said Abrahamic Bible. He clarified.
Yeah, look
to
at the
see.
chat. Fucking gaslighter.
Like, I understand
Okay.
that you
Not
need
correcting and then
attention.
move-
Like, I understand that you need attention, but it is the host panel, and he asked you a direct question, and you have not directly answered him. It's a
You're being
yes
yelled at
or
by
a
Matt.
no. It's a yes or a no. And if it's a no, also, and he said that he wants to talk to Christians. If it's a yes, then talk. If it's a no, then drop and go somewhere else. Like, it's just that simple. I don't know why this is so hard. If you want to talk, click off.
Actually, we don't
and
even really
talk
have to worry
yourself
about it.
in the comments.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, man.
I'm waiting.
Have a good trip.
Like, I'm waiting.
Oh my god! Like,
Because I mean, what's
What
the
the hell
point of
is
that? Was just
that?
such a dumb thing to lie about. And if you'll lie about the little
It's
shit,
so
you'll lie about
fucking weird.
anything.
Like,
And then you try to
Actually,
gaslight
you said
everybody like we didn't hear what we heard. Like you basically said the Abrahamic Bible. Mac then said there's no such thing as the Abrahamic Bible, and then he's saying, I didn't say that. I've got
Well,
theology education.
first he said yes, there is.
Mm-hmm.
First he said yes, there is.
So I've got a question. What do you guys believe in? If I can, because I'm still like fairly new to the panel, so
I don't have any supernatural beliefs.
okay.
Life after love. But let's get back to the topic because I don't.
I got you.
That was just a dumbass sidebar.
I think I'm the only person who likes to answer that question.
I'm
Well,
Wiccan.
it's just because it's like
No,
it
because
doesn't
I know
really-
I get
it
that
doesn't
I
really
get that
you
it's
anywhere.
irrelevant. I get that it's not germane to the
You know?
subject. But I'm just like I don't give a shit. Like whatever. But yeah, I get it.
All right, Jake. Since you don't have such a weird ass
Mm.
time, like
I would call
obviously I
myself
dropped you
an
'cause I don't
God,
think
what
it's
a
atheist.
thirsty little baby.
You're gonna have to block
Go find
me.
a titty,
Elon-
man.
I mean, I
Right,
keep
dude.
talking
Go find
Elon
a
must
titty,
be
Jake.
his fucking
Oh, he got
idol or
he
some
got a
shit.
buddy.
I keep talking about
Well,
your
no,
eyes.
just
also.
because.
They love your eyes.
What happened? Huh?
Keep talking about your eyes. Also, they love your eyes. He just wanted to get up here and stare at you.
Oh, he wanted a better look.
Yeah, he wanted a better look.
Oh, I guess. Shit. Want to hear me better. 313 Assassin. Are you a Christian?
I'm a follower of Christ.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Give us a second. I'll let you pick a new topic. I hate this app. Did you have anything else to contribute to topic one?
I just asked like what other people believed in the panel.
Well, that wouldn't have anything to do with Christian belief.
Yeah, but I just want to know who like I'm talking to. Like Mac, he said that he doesn't believe in the supernatural stuff.
Alright, so you're talking to me, G-Spot.
So you don't believe in supernatural stuff?
I just don't think that's relevant to the conversation.
I know.
I have a internal critique of the Bible.
Do I have an internal critique of the Bible?
No, we're
Well,
trying to have an
have the
internal critique
belief.
about the
Yeah,
Bible.
we're trying to discuss the text.
So if you're asking me like specific, scripture and everything, I can't really give you that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like basically you feel like religion is just a facade to get to one deity through that the several different religions worship. Although some of them have multiple deities that they worship for separate reasons.
Yeah. Like I said, like
Which is
different
not
human
textual, but I
of
mean, I
a
get you. But
creator.
313 Assassin, would you be so kind as to pick a topic and get conversation going?
Really the first one is what caught my eye. Why do Christians have that hard time defending their beliefs? And I believe the reason most Christians have a hard time defending their beliefs is because they kind of cherry pick the Bible. They don't read the Bible in its totality and its entirety and take everything that's in it and apply it to life, apply it to their actually be able to defend their belief. It's more so they cherry pick what sounds good out of there. They think we as Christians, most Christians believe that God is a all-loving God and loves everybody. But when you read the Old Testament, He really only loved one people. When you when you look at Christ as a person, he's all good, but it says in the Bible that God is a man of war. Things of that nature. So when we start to accept the Bible for what it is and not the Christian sunshiny Bible that we think it is, I think we'll be a little better off.
313, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
When you put it to yourself, to the eye, what do you have a hard time with your belief when you read the Bible? What comes up for you internally?
I don't have a hard time believing anything in the Bible. I just believe what it says.
Okay, so with that notion, you would say that you believe in slavery, child rape, because that's all in the Bible, right? Like you mentioned, the God of War, that's around that time.
Where do you see child rape in the Bible?
Mac, do you want to take this one? I know you've got the head full of knowledge.
I don't have it in front of me, but we could just go to Numbers 31, starting at verse 15.
I got you. Number 31.
Number 31:15.
You got it. Also,
Yeah.
I was going to say something.
Moses said to them, "Have you allowed all the women to live? These women here, on Balaam's advice, made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord in the affair of Peor, so that the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore unalive every male among the little ones, and unalive every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. Camp outside the camp 7 days. Whoever has unalived any person or touched a corpse, purify yourself, and you and your captives on the 3rd and the 7th day. You shall purify every garment, every article of skin, every maid of goat's hair, and every article of wood." Damn, that's fuck up. He said unalive all the men, even to the babies, and then unalive the women that have slept with a man, but the ones that haven't, the young girls that haven't, keep them for yourself.
Keep them alive. Yep.
Okay, so that's another thing with when you read in the Bible, we can't take what we think the Bible says because we think it says that, or because it said keep the young women for yourself. It never said lay down with them.
It said virgin girls.
Okay, and if you,
how did they know they were virgins?
Hey man, if you gonna talk and ask questions,
I am.
I'm gonna answer them. But
because you're objecting to the wrong.
You gotta let me talk. You can't just talk.
Yeah, that's fine. But you're objecting to the wrong. You're going down a dead end street, and I'm trying to stop that and save everybody.
He's trying to help you.
I don't need your help. Okay.
I'm not helping you. I'm helping them live.
Do we know what virgin is?
How did they know they were virgins?
Do we know what virgin means in the Bible?
They never laid with a man.
Virgin means a young, just like they think that when they say Mary was a virgin, she hadn't.
Oh, so can you read it again where it talks about the girls?
Oh my God, will you shut up, bro?
First of all, we don't do that. We don't do that on this panel, okay?
It says that. It says what it is.
But he over talking me. You will get answer the question.
Fair enough, but you'll get dropped. He's allowed to. He's a host. Anyone that is a host can interrupt and ask you any question.
No,
you don't need to be rude.
It's one host and some mods. Let me talk. So
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it because it says what it is right here in the book, right? Moses said to them, "Have you allowed all the women to live? These women here, on Balaam's advice, made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord in the affair of Peor, so that the plague came along with the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourself."
Oh, shit.
There we go.
It defines what it's talking about. Right there.
So you were saying about what virgin means?
You done talking?
Or are you gonna explain to us what a virgin means, even though it doesn't say virgin?
Are you done talking?
Are you done crying?
I'm done crying. So somebody asked me what virgin means in the Bible.
Nobody asked you that. It doesn't say that.
You asked us.
You can have it, bro.
Fucking illiterate fuck. You can't even read with your ears.
I can read with my ears, but somebody asked me what virgin means. I didn't just come up with virgin.
You asked us what a virgin is. You literally asked us. What are you talking about?
And somebody said, "What does virgin mean?" I said, "Do you guys know what virgin means?"
Nobody asked you that.
Okay.
I asked you, how did they know they were virgins?
I feel like we're just getting like stonewalled. So I want to ask us, 313 a question. I'm not sure if I can say the last part. Do you not see any issue at all with what he just read? Do you not see any issue with unaliving all the males, even the precious little baby boys, and unaliving the women? Do you not see any problem with that?
So I believe that God's judgment is righteous, and if He chooses to do so, I believe that God's judgment is righteous, and if He chooses to do so,
To unalive
All right. So
a
you
bunch of
agree with that?
innocent men and children and women, and
if He chooses to do so,
to unalive
All right. So
a
you
bunch of
agree with that?
innocent men and children and women, and you see nothing wrong with that?
I believe I just
Children and women, and you see nothing wrong with that?
answered that question.
Wow.
So your
That's
morality basically is
Yeah,
not there.
they don't care if God is good.
No empathy or compassion for those young children, young boys, those that were great, those that were taken as virgins. You have no empathy about that. That's the question. Do you have empathy for that or no? What's the point of coming up here if you're not going to have an honest conversation?
I
This is
am
what this
having an
platform
honest
is.
conversation. You think I'm gonna answer?
You're not responding to the question.
But you think I'm gonna answer a question 5, 6 times? No, I said what I said.
That's crazy.
So the
I
answer is
asked you a
no. You
different
don't
question.
care. You don't
I
care
asked you a
about them.
different question.
Yeah, no, he's pro-child rape, he's pro-slavery, and he's pro-genocide. He said it. He agrees. Like, there's no ambiguity there. He agrees with it.
I don't agree with child rape at all.
That's what I'm asking you. Thank you.
Hold on.
The text never said that nobody laid with anybody that was underage. It never said
Hold
that.
on.
That's not the only way that grape happens.
Even if you just ignore what it says about the young girls, even if you just ignore that, they unalived men, women, and baby boys. How are you okay with that? Like, how you're telling me that you're okay with G-side, with schmurder, with infanticide, but child rape is where you draw the line? What?
If God gives an order in war, things happen in war. If God gives an order, and
It wasn't a war. It wasn't a war. Did you read what it said? It said that Moses was like, oh yeah, I don't like these people. They're not following God's word. Let's just go and unalive the whole lot of them. It wasn't a war.
wars have started for less. Wars have started over women. Wars
Oh,
have
so
Okay,
you're a misogynist. Is that what you are?
started over
Misogynist.
beliefs. Wars have started over many things.
So that makes it
If,
justifiable, or is that
if
what you're saying?
God says these people
Let's get
follow
to
my
why you're
laws,
pro-slavery.
That's crazy.
I was going there, Matt. So, a 13 assassin. Do you agree with what happened with slavery? Do you agree that it's okay to take someone from their land and make them your slave for life? And do you agree of what happened in America? Do you agree with that history? You think it's okay?
do I agree with them and think it's okay? No, but do I think it's
But if God ordained, ordained,
okay? Y'all got it, man. I'm not gonna keep getting talked over, bro. Bye.
You just said yes, so you said
No,
yes.
I was expounding. I was still talking now.
Okay, go ahead.
So no,
I mean, you could cry about it, or you could communicate about it.
I'm trying to communicate about it, but when I'm talking, y'all keep talking over me, bro.
No, because instead of just saying, "Hey, I wasn't done explaining," all right, man, I'm finna go, man. Y'all keep. She didn't hear you. You said yes and then paused.
Correction. He did say no, and I mistakenly said yes. Go ahead, assassin, please.
Okay, he done. So
Again,
like I
you
said,
can you can grow up or act like
you
a child.
done, bro?
That's your choice.
You done?
Are you
Okay.
done?
Okay.
Are you
No,
done?
I'm not. I was still trying to talk.
Okay then, quit acting like a
He
baby
asked
and
me a
go.
question. You still talking. So, like I said,
Literal
no, I
silence.
don't believe, but I also believe that
Thank you. No.
the people who were enslaved are God's chosen people, and they're under slavery for a reason. Um, because they broke His laws, statutes, and commandments, and it was told to them that if they do so, that would happen. And it's just like a person with their parents. If their parent tells them, if you don't get these grades together, if you don't do what I tell you to do, I'm gonna whoop you. And
Grades.
Okay, I got
Do,
it.
do you know
I
that these
got it.
people were
So,
kept for?
hold on. I'm sorry, D.
Go
Hold
on, G.
on.
Go
So
on, G. Go on,
I
G.
kind of got the
bro,
synopsis of what he's saying. So, are were the white tea people Christian?
Dropped. He dropped. He dropped.
Yeah,
Damn. I
he's
was about
gone
to say,
now.
because if the white tea people were Christians and God gave them the land, then it was okay. So he should go to his nearest white tea person and hand it over and hand himself over because it was
Well,
okay for what they did.
the
So all
original.
that fight, I'm not talking to you, hate.
Okay.
It ain't got nothing to do with you. It's about him. The thing that's weird, and I don't know, maybe it's the way. I don't think it's anything weird with the way you're phrasing the question, also, but I'm noted. I'm gonna keep, like, when people say about the first one and they're Christians, it sounds like when they start talking about the bad thing that Christians do, it's they and them. But then
Yeah.
when they start to talk about like the good aspects or being a true Christian, it's we and me. And
Hmm.
it's weird the way, because when he came up, his sentence was like, "Yeah, they don't really read the Bible. They don't da 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 da." But when we start to understand, and when we like it, when it turned to the positive light, it's we. But when it's in a negative light, it's they.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the
That's
Yeah,
point
why
of
but
the
I
it's
asked
just
him.
question, is to
weird
I.
to
get them
me.
to tell on themselves. It's to get them to tell on themselves before they even talk.
Hmm.
Like, of course, they get up and be like, "Oh, they don't know the book," blah blah blah, and it's like, "Oh, okay, let's look at the book. What do you think about this?" And then, well, and it's like, well, do you not realize you're doing the thing? And
Also, another thing that I wanted to add, but he dropped, is that he said, "Oh yeah, it was okay because they were God's chosen people, and God wanted to punish them by, because they were like doing things that were upsetting to God, and God punished them the way that a parent punishes a child." But the thing is, like, Jewish slavery is not the only slavery that's in the Bible. Jews were also allowed to enslave Gentiles. And actually, if you read Leviticus and Deuteronomy, the restrictions on enslaving, sorry, not the restrictions, but let me just say the laws governing slavery of Gentiles were a lot harsher than the ones governing Jews. So, for example, male Jews could be released after 7 years. Female Jews could be released, after they got married. But if you were a Gentile, you could literally be enslaved for generations. You know.
no,
Yep.
the girls don't go out as the men. The only way a woman would be able to be a free person after being a slave is if the father and every male in the family did not want them. So he could like let the father of the woman buy her back, but that was the only way she could sell.
I also think he didn't have an understanding of the different types of slaves, the indentured slaves and the permanent bondage type of slaves. So that's what I was trying to get him to. When in the beginning, when he was talking about why do Christians, he was othering, like Dee said in the comments, he was othering. That's why I asked him, no, talk about yourself. When you read the Bible, what are the difficulties? And then all of a sudden, he's got his wall up. And then it's just like, you're being rude. You're not really representing this all loving God. Where are your values? Why are they dissipated? And why are you being disrespectful and rude when no one's being rude to you? Have a conversation. We could talk. We could reason. And even if we don't agree, we could agree to disagree.
Yep.
Kevin, if God is expanding hell, does that mean he didn't know how many people gonna go there?
Oh, Kevin's a crash out.
Yeah.
And this is my favorite thing is when they say, sorry, I hate this up just very quick. I hate it when Christians say God is so loving. I mean, he didn't even make hell for you. He actually made it for, like, someone else, or whatever excuse that they give. But God is supposed to be all-knowing and he can tell the future. So he would have known that some humans were going to go to hell eventually, like that excuse makes zero sense.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. If he knew everything, then it seems like he would make it big enough the first time. It just seems like a weird thing to add into this guy who supposedly knows everything.
I just feel like a lot of Christians, like
Fourth
they
Lord, a
need
Christian
summary.
or believe in the God of the Christian Bible?
I am a Baptist. Um,
Okay, what's your age for TikTok?
I'm 47.
Alrighty. And then go ahead and pick a question off the board.
Does everything happen according to God's will?
Okay. What are your thoughts?
I'm gonna say I don't know what God's will is. As a logical man, right? Moving through this world, it's up to the individual person to use discretion to make, I guess, moral judgments, especially if you have children, right? The will of God, I don't think is truly explained in the Bible. It states a lot of things that he's done bad, a lot of things he's done that's supposedly good. After reading the Bible, I have my hangups about it. Also, I got my hangups about it, bro. Real talk. It hits me as if there's more than just him speaking, right? Like I pick up on like 2 or 3 different personalities. I don't know what that's about, but my mind says this ain't the same person that's talking. Like it'd be all over the place, right?
Well, yeah, the
So
red text is what Jesus says, and then.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
So the red text, you read the Bible. If it's in red, that's usually.
I don't think that's what he's talking about. I think it's very like he's saying like that the gods sound like a different character in these other stories.
Right. So
because it's written by different people at different times. That's why.
Yep.
Hold on, fourth flow. Hold on 1 second, because also hold on 1 second. Okay, it's just when people are gifting and things go off, we can't hear you. So when you hear like the celebratory noise, just stop talking and then start after it's over so we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. So yeah, that is absolutely correct. As I read and I hear and I read things that say, well, the Lord says this, and then like the other guy just said and read, it's saying, hey, do this. Now, there's a part in the Bible that kind of resonates with me, and I think this is the only line that God has said in this entire book, if it's even possible that they had a comprehension of a being that makes stars and shit, right? Excuse my language. I get frustrated because again, I'm a single father and I'm trying to find my way through this, and it's really, really difficult to keep my thoughts straight. But anyway, like I was saying, there's only one line in there that resonated with me that could be possible from a supreme being. That was something that was a story that I had read, and the dude was saying something to God, and then God was like, "Who told you that? Like, I never said that, right? Like, I said nothing to anyone. Like, what are you talking about?" And that part right there grabbed me. Like, well, if a God's gonna say something to a human, I think that would be it, because I would think that if as I read it, the world is good, the plants are good, the animals are good, the oceans are good. Like everything here is supposedly good. So I
Hmm.
don't see him needing to have to actually keep an eye on this place. Like he made you know Adam and Eve, however that's supposed to had went, and they did what they did, and from there I think he just was like, hey, y'all got it, because I can't see any other magical things happening. Like I've tried to ask for things. I've tried to ask for things for my daughter. I've tried to get this so-called guidance, and then I come to find out that, just like I found out on Christmas, right? That it was my parents giving me gifts. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
I found that
Yeah.
that that the parents, the humans, or however that may look. I don't know how if you guys touched on this with other believers, but it gives me more questions than answers. So I took it upon myself. I said,
Hmm.
I'm tired of just wondering. So I called the Vatican, right? I called the Vatican and I asked this dude, I said, hey, I do not understand what's happening here. I said, like, a lot of us is dying here in the streets here. I said, why aren't you guys, coming out saying things? And again, I think this dude was like some type of ministry secretary. Guys, coming out saying things. And again, I think this dude was like some type of ministry secretary, right? Any old body. So he assured me that he could give me answers. I was like, okay, cool. Once ministry secretary, right? Any old body. So he assured me that he could give me answers. I was like, okay, cool. Once he got a translator, right? Because he like, okay, cool. Once once he got a translator, right? Because I think it was uh, I wanted to say broken English, but I think it's Italian or something like that that he was speaking.
Hmm.
The translator was coming back telling me what this guy, like, the mediator. There we go. The mediator was our voice. So I asked the dude. I said, hey, all of these things and deaths that's going on, that's done by the police, and these things that's going on with our food. I like, why aren't you guys coming out saying something? Why aren't you telling them to stop? Why aren't you telling them to leave us alone? This guy came back and told me. He said, hey, what's your nationality? Because again, I'm irate.
Mhm.
My feelings are like 110. So he's like, what's your nationality? And I'm like, I'm black. He's like, well, I don't understand why you're upset for something that you chose to pick up. And I
Hmm?
said, what? Like, yeah, this is what he told me. This is what the dude told me. He was like, I don't understand. You're upset for something you chose to pick up. He then goes on to say that since it was my choice, right, to grab this, he didn't call it religion. I can't remember what he called it. Oh my goodness. I apologize, guys. I don't know I can't remember the word that he called it, but it wasn't religion. He said, since you
Yeah.
chose to pick this up, he said you agree to abide by what was given to you and what you were reading. You said yes to this. And I'm like, so are you saying that I wasn't supposed to pick this up? He's like, I don't know. He said it was your choice. You chose to pick it up, but it was not originally for you. So I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with that, right? And the dude was like, okay, well, I got to go. The mediator came back and he was like, hey, the dude said he had to leave. Try calling back or whatever. I tried calling back the next day and the day after, um, but I got no response. I couldn't get the guy's name, right? So
Yeah.
I'm here to say I do not see things according to God's will, because I'm confused. Like, I'm completely lost at this point. I dare not go to my 20-year-old young daughter and try to convince her that this thing is a thing. After this dude from the Vatican
Yeah.
told me, like, basically, hey, you chose this. This on you, type of thing. That's the vibe I got, right? So I'm like, okay, well, after that, I called over to Egypt. right? I couldn't get anyone. I come to find out they're over there. They had a coup with their government, and I'm like, man, what the hell is happening, right? So
So
I don't know.
so excuse if I may, uh, I just have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If someone shows you who they are, do you believe them?
I have no choice but to believe if them
Okay.
showing me their true colors.
Okay. So stop there. So you asked questions and they showed you. It seems like this God and these Christians showed you who they are. Why are you not believing them? If the Bible is showing you confusion, if the Vatican is telling you it's not for you and you chose this, and tough luck, Buttercup, if people are in confusion and they're not giving you a straight answer, why are you not believing that it's confusion and it's not for you? Why are you not believing them? They are showing you exactly who they
Cor-
are.
Correct. They are showing me that, and I'm not disagreeing with that. The issue that I think I'm having is that it is one of these things that that's been embedded in me since a kid. Being dragged. I ain't gonna say being dragged, but being taken by my mom, dad to church since I was a child. Being
Hmm.
told this, that, and the third at final reunions and functions and however that it may go, prayer line service. You know what I mean? Like just through the years, and here I am, 47, and recently just started thought just even having the inkling to call the people that condone what's going to be in the Bible or not. I mean, it just recently crossed my mind, and again, I felt dumb because I'm almost 50, and I just now had the idea to just call them and talk to them about this damn book, and believing believing them and taking them for their word. I do. Trying to let go is hard. It's not something that it's not a switch that I can just turn off. But it is something, however, that
Hmm.
I'm not giving my daughter uh, informational facts about as of yet, because I can't I don't know how to articulate to her without tearing whatever she already has thoughts and beliefs in that keeps her going down. Because I just got her into college. I don't want to distract her. I don't want her being um, burdened by this as of yet, especially when
Hmm.
she's just now starting school. But it is a major concern, and I do hear what you're saying, G Spot. Like I would love some clarity, but I can't find it. You know what I mean? And it has to be more. It has to be more than someone of, I guess, our level telling me this is not right.
Right.
I want direct answers from these guys that put this book out in circulation. I want direction. My next thought was to call over there to Europe to the copyright people, because I want direct
Wait,
answers.
wait a minute. I'm sorry for Flo, and the only and please the only reason why I'm interrupting is because, like, if we want to have a dialogue, then you have to stop at some point. So that's I'm just kind of soft
I'm sorry.
stopping so we can have a dialogue.
I apologize. I
And
my just my emotions is just.
no, no, I
I get
get it.
it.
I
I
get
get it.
it.
You good?
You're. It sounds like that you're at a it sounds like that you're at a good place where you're questioning everything and you're looking for answers. Um, it sounds like that you're at the first stages of deconstructing. That's what it sounds like. And which is not a bad thing. Um, I I would, continue to question, question everything. And it seems like that you are getting the answers. The answers are hard to accept. So there's this thing called radical acceptance where you just take it at face value. That's why I asked you that first question. If someone shows you who they are, will you believe them? And that's part of radical acceptance. When someone
Oh,
when
okay, okay.
someone when someone tells you that you see as a leader or whatever, if someone says that this wasn't for you, you chose it, and like I said, tough luck, Buttercup, like that That's radically accept that. That's who they are. That's what they said. And now how do I navigate how I feel, my actions after that? It's not to keep asking them the same question. Accept that answer. They gave it to you. Accept that the Bible is confusing. Accept that. It's radical acceptance. And that's the first stage into starting to realize that, hey, something's wrong. Because once you accept that, now you can move towards, okay, there's something wrong here. Now, how can I negate, myself, my life? If I want to let go, if I want to follow it, if I only want to follow certain parts of it, this is where the next part of deconstructing comes in. Once you realize and accept, okay, this is what it is. Now, how do I maneuver in it? And I just want to give you kudos for being the father that you are, because a lot of times as parents, we think that we have to have the answer for our kids, and we think that we have to be perfect in order for them to survive, and we do not. And kudos to you for realizing that, and not necessarily giving your daughter your confusion where she's trying to find her life at this time. That is a good step as being a parent. You're doing a good job. Single dad, when single dad, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, big win,
Yes.
big win.
Yeah, big win
Yeah.
for that.
I hate this
Uh,
app wanted to contribute a little bit. Fourth, give him a second, let him, and then you come right after him. Okay.
sure.
Got you. So, I grew up in a small town missionary Baptist church, very, hardcore hellfire and brimstone type, church. I had to learn at a young age to separate the actions of people that are in the church from the religion itself. I know that you guys have like quoted different scripture in the Bible and everything where it doesn't really, I can't agree with it. I don't think that any Christian that you ask can agree with it. I I guarantee you, if you go into any church, they're not going to say that uh, people should have been enslaved or that's what they deserved. I highly doubt that. For me, Christianity was just at face value, it was a good set of morals growing up. Um, and I don't feel like it was a negative thing for my life. I can't believe, I can't, like I said, I can't agree with everything in the Bible. But for me, what am I supposed to believe? Like, what else is there? All the other religions I feel like are more toxic or unforgiving to human beings than Christianity, in my opinion.
To that, why do you have to choose another religion?
I mean, am I going to be agnostic? Is that going to be?
What's wrong with it?
I mean, I feel like I'm almost halfway there, but I want to believe in a creator.
Oh, so you want to believe. So it's not
No, no,
necessarily you have to for you, you want to.
no. I believe in a creator because matter can neither be created nor destroyed. So where did it come from to begin with?
So how can it create
It's
it?
eternal.
But how can a creator create matter if matter cannot be created?
That's what I'm saying. It's one of the laws of what is it? Laws of
Did you hear what I said?
yeah.
You just
Hey, I
said
gotta
that
drop
matter
down.
cannot be.
All right,
I'll check
Matt.
back
Good
with you
seeing you,
guys
bro.
later.
Hey, Matt.
Sounds good, man.
What's up?
So like just listen to what you say. You
Yeah.
said it has to be a creator, but then you said that matter cannot be created or
Right.
destroyed. So how can a creator create matter if matter cannot be created?
How did it get here to begin with? That's one of the laws that it's I can't remember the exact
It's
law
eternal.
of whatever it is. It's eternal.
It's thermodynamics. Yeah, it's eternal. Matter doesn't start or end. It merely changes form.
Right, but how did it get here to begin with?
You think that a creator has always existed?
I just wonder, like, how did it get here? But to begin with, if it always is changing forms, you know, um, that's what we've studied so far. Like, it can't be destroyed, and it's either changing to one form or another. How did it get here?
I like the yo-yo theory. I think it makes a lot of sense. But basically, the theory is matter just always exists, which is why they say, you know, you can't destroy it or create it. But there are times when it's so spread out, the universe itself becomes cold and it condenses on itself. And as it condenses, it creates this large gravitational pull, and then a whole lot of energy happens. It gets excitable, and then boom, it expands. And I think we're coming toward the end of an expansion because we see that the universe is slowing down its expansion, although it is still expanding. And eventually it'll hit this plateau and it'll shrink back down together. Everything will kind of collapse in on each other, and then there'll be another boom, and it'll start spreading out again, and you'll get another version of the things that we've already seen. That's what I think.
In short, it's cyclical,
I don't
so
know how.
it's always never endless cycles, always go round and round with the yo-yo theory.
Yeah, I feel like if you live for another 20 billion years, you'd be able to see the universe collapse in on itself and recreate itself again.
But the total amount of matter is not gonna change.
No,
How did it get here to begin with? That's, I mean, gotta ask yourself that question.
we're moving
My
away from
question
the
to the
origin
oh, I'm
point.
sorry.
That's what the expansion is about. We're moving away from the origin point of like where I guess this iteration of the universe started. But eventually we'll stop moving away, and then we'll all come back down to the singular point, and then it'll happen again. So I mean, it's the same stuff. It just gets reformed into different things.
Yeah, but again, how did it get here?
Okay,
It's just always existed.
how would knowing that help you in your day-to-day life?
That's what I'm saying. If who created it? Like how did it get here? There had to have
Okay,
been,
so if you say, okay, so a creator created the matter, how does that help you get through your day-to-day life?
because it, you know, kind of gives me evidence that there is a creator.
Okay, and how is that going to help you get through your everyday life? Okay, let's say a creator did it.
Right.
Now,
Yeah, I mean, then there has to be a creator, and that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I feel like our
okay, so there's a creator.
yeah,
Now what?
I mean,
Can
there's a
can I intervene on this real quick?
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so here's how I see it, right? I used to burden myself with creative concepts, right? However, since history has taught us, right, that we're down here moving through this harsh world that's forever trying to unalive us in some way, form, or another, right? And we keep persevering through whatever means that's best for us, right? Started out scared of everything. We learned how to make shelters. Those shelters turned into homes. Those homes turned into, condos or whatever. Using animals as transportation. It should not be. It should not be a thing where you have to know if there's a creator, right? Because when it's all said and done, you wouldn't have a reason to believe, right? Because you would see, right, if there is such a thing when it's all said and done, right? When at the end of your years, right? So
Mhm.
when you're moving through this place, right, logically speaking, um, you should be more concerned with making sure that your life is as fun and as fulfilling as possible. When you have these thoughts of, well, the creator this and allowing God to take the wheel, and then you're causing a 15 car pileup because you decided not to do an action, is is bad, right? So what if I hate this. What if the scenario came around to you and at the end of all things, you wouldn't have to believe because you would know, you would see with your own eyes, right? So there's no need to know a thing because you would see it. So what if at the end of all things, the question was asked to you, why didn't you try harder? Why would you think I would give you the answers to your test? Why haven't you decided to use this life that was granted to you out of the 13 other billions that did not make it? You know what I mean? It's something to consider when you're moving through this place. That includes
I would
that
ask
would
what
include
gives this deity the right. The fuck has this deity ever done for me?
and you know what? That's my point. My point being, while you're here, you should make your life as fun and as fulfilling as possible, and concern yourself with the other things that later on. Because again, if when God decides to reveal Himself, if there is a thing as that, you would know at the end. You wouldn't have to believe a thing because you would see. Right, because you wouldn't be here.
Hmm.
You'd be in that spirit realm with whatever else is there, apparently. So you would need to believe. So at this point, where you have a life, right, and you're trying to defend something that's more powerful than everything, I don't see the energy in trying to prove such a thing, especially to other people when there could be a spot on the beach with a drink you can't pronounce with your name on it somewhere because you chose to take this path to do a thing that really is insignificant in his eyes, I would think. Because why would he even waste the time? Because if I'm out here creating worlds and galaxies and nebulas or whatever that may look like, right? Why would I waste the time to come down and answer the whim of a human? We'll tally up at the end of this. We'll talk then.
Hmm.
But for now, enjoy what I give you, type of thing is what how I see that. And again, Mr. Haight, it's no diss on you. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that I'm right or anything like that. But just my perspective on this thing that's called life. Because when I look as I look at my daughter, I would not want her mind to be burdened by such a conversation to where she really cares, if God's going to come down and do something, and she just completely takes her hands off a thing.
Hmm.
Right. And I think you made some good points. Fourth flow. Um, and what I was trying to do. I hate this app. Um, it, it, and we have been indoctrinated, living in America through our family and whatever. So we are always told what we should do. And it's no this to you, fourth flow. I try to stay away from what someone else should do because it's your life. You can live it however you want to. But there is benefits in stepping away from the dogma, stepping away from what society, what indoctrination tells you you should do. So that's why I posed the question. There's a creator. Now what? And that now what dot 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 is where it could be a place where you sit and figure out what does that mean to me? If there's a creator, if there's not a creator, how am I going to navigate through this life knowing that? So say there's a creator created matter. Now what? Now
Mhm.
how is that information going to move you through your life so you can be the best version of yourself every day that you have on this planet?
Well, I
Do
mean,
you understand what I'm saying when I did that question? Do you understand that question that I was posing?
yeah, I do. I do. Like just knowing if there's a creator or not doesn't exactly, I get what you're saying. Morality is a human construct again. Um, yeah, I was just proposing that thought because there is a creator. There's no way like that there's not. And again, I've said it multiple times this live, but I think it's different human conceptions of a creator, the same creator.
So, would you agree? I hate this. would you agree that you wouldn't have a reason to believe at the end of all things, right? Because you would know for a fact.
Well, yeah, at that point, I'm done with. So
And so instead of wondering now, um, wouldn't it be best served to get the abundance that's told that we are getting to get that now? And like again, I don't think that it weighs heavily on you like I hear it in your voice. But me personally, man, it weighed heavy on my mind. Like, is this a real or isn't it? Right? Well, I hear the tone in your voice. You're kind of like, hey, yeah, it is what it is. So I mean, again, I just don't. For those that's listening, I just don't see why it should be a thing now when you have air to breathe type of thing, fruits to eat type of thing, because all of that stops in the other side. Um, Also, and panelists, I appreciate you guys, but also I want to give you this one thing, man. If you would take this number
Mhm.
down, if you want, it is
Okay.
011 3906 6982. 011 3906 6982. That is the
you give him the
number.
digits?
Huh?
You give him the digits on TikTok Live right now?
That's the number to the Vatican.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I would suggest, if you're possibly able to um, help get you guys point across to help with an understanding, is to get these guys on the phone while you have a room full of 100 and some people, and let them hear what the people that decides what's in this Bible has to say. Let them hear it themselves. I think that should be something that us as BLK people should maybe start to do, possibly as an idea to help
Yeah.
push things. Because again, I was on the verge of almost calling over to Europe because it just wasn't doing it for me. And now that G Spot has posed the question, now I'm calm. And she posed a really good question that I can dwell on and come back to the drawing board and rethink again with calmness.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. And for anybody else, I think it would be a good idea to try to bridge this gap and try to take away this whole idea of Jesus take the wheel type of notion, when you physically have things to actually do on this world. But I gotta go, guys. I appreciate you guys. Also, I'll be back if you'll allow me up, and I guess keep you
Yeah, man.
apprised of my journey.
For sure, man. Appreciate that, man. I'm
Yeah,
glad you
good
came up
day.
and shared with us.
Yeah, so probably a good time to reset the room.
Oh, me? Don't remove me.
No,
I'm
not
trying to
not
learn.
not not remove you. Just let people know what we're talking about.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I
G, do
get
you want
you.
to do your plug?
Yeah, no, W
I don't
for
mind doing
sure.
it.
W Fourth Flow. He was interesting person
He
to
was
talk
good.
to. But yeah, right now we're trying to talk to Christians or believers in the God of the Christian Bible. If you fit that criteria, come on up. We could pick a topic and discuss, um, how you feel in relation to the Bible.
Guys, let's get also to
Yeah,
50K. We can do this. So please tap the screen. Thank you for the gifts. And yeah, if you're a Christian, like Oso said, come up. Let's talk.
absolutely. Kevin, are you okay, dude?
Kevin's
You
not
and
okay.
RDAC,
Kevin's been
y'all spinning
spazzing
out.
out. Kevin's been
Yeah,
coming
I'm
up as
Yeah, y'all
busted, brother.
spinning out.
he
No, no.
calling us devil kids and condemning us to hell. I mean, very Christian of you.
Yeah, he said another one bites the dust. Like, who the fuck are you, Kevin?
Kevin is
Y'all
an
be doing weird
atheist
shit.
fan. Kevin is an
God bless
atheist,
them.
non-believer fan. He been all our lives.
It's
He's
bait.
a fan.
It's
I
bait.
think
It's obvious. No,
I
don't
think
tell the
Lortz
Jericho stop. He came
made
up and
him
had nothing
an
to say.
atheist.
Got to be baked.
Yeah, no, Kevin don't want to come up and talk about the topics. He knows,
Yeah, he pivots.
he knows.
First Corinthians.
Does it-
Corinthians. How are you, beloved?
You don't have to feel sorry for me, Kevin. I'm living good, man. Absolutely fine. I do feel sorry for you because you have to sit up here and lie all the time. You have to go from these lives that you claim that you hate so much and just lie. Either way,
Got to be
Selena, how you
baked.
doing today?
Salina.
From my grandson. Can you leave? Sorry, y'all. He's literally
Too cute.
chasing me through the house.
That's
Too
funny.
That's
cute.
kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie.
How
He
y'all
said, "Get your ass back over here."
Yeah.
This is the bit where we all smile, see, and hear the babies.
Yeah. But I'm feeling well. I love these topics.
Also, that dog's cute as shit too. I'm gonna steal it.
Is he
He's a
asleep?
cute baby.
Don't waking Pressure up. He was asleep last time he was in your arms. He like, Dad, I'm sleepy.
Nah, I'm tracking his IP address right now. I'm coming to steal that dog.
Like a big baby, ain't he?
Yeah, that dog's
Oh,
gonna
no.
be mine.
I need some love like that also. Maybe you need to get a dog.
Gotta get a dog.
A dog or a cat.
I don't know if
He'll
cats
only
show
let me
that
do
type
that
of
if
love.
he's sleepy.
Yeah,
Now
some
some
cats are
dogs do,
possessive as fuck.
and he'll only do that if he's sleepy. Otherwise, he'll try to jump out my arms.
What breed is he?
Tommy said. Tommy said, "You know they have other dogs." He's a bully.
He's a bully.
Kevin, I'll let you up if
They're
you talk
banned in
about the
the
topic, but
UK.
if you're gonna come up here
So
and start talking about weird shit, we're not doing that. Yeah, he's a American bully, so bulldog and pit bull mix.
Gotcha.
big dog.
Just look for the dogs with the
I've
shovel
just got a
heads and the
question.
short bodies.
Can I go like
Hmm.
off the three topics and kind of ask the panel a question?
I suppose so.
Is that all right? Okay. So what do you guys believe as far as religion, creator, all that stuff? Thoughts, G-Spot?
I don't believe in a supernatural deity. What I try to do, well, what I do and also try to do is have more self-awareness. And also try to do is have more self-awareness. To be a human and to be in the position we are in this world as a human. I to be a human and to be in the position we are in this world as a human. I understand that it's us helping us and us destroying in this world as a human. I understand that it's us helping us and us destroying us. It's humans helping humans and humans destroying humans. And so that's how I navigate my life. I try to spread as much love, kindness, peace, and joy as I can so the next person may have a better time on the however long that they have on this planet, because that's all we have. So
Yeah.
Right.
I grew up as a Christian. I will call myself, I'm still deconstructing, so I'll call myself an agnostic atheist. I'm more leaning towards atheist nowadays with all the information I'm getting.
Right. I can agree with that. Also, again, I feel like, God made everything. Humans have literally, I feel like our main purpose on this earth is just to destroy everything. We've been unchecked for so long. We're going to destroy everything due to like human greed, being at the top of the food chain and being excluded from like natural selection. We don't have natural predators. That's the reason why the COVID virus was so detrimental to us, because, you know, bacterial stuff or bacterial viral stuff is starting to take us out. I don't know. That's getting way left field, right field on us. But yeah, I have a hard time reconciling that with my faith.
I think for me, it's about the morality, and also when I was a Christian and I was actually a practicing Christian and I was doing everything that it says in the book, and I looked around me and I couldn't see evidence of it. And also when I talked to other Christians and they other each other and everyone just has their own belief system, it wasn't until I kind of joined this community and found a space where I'm like, actually, people think like me on these topics. I always used to feel like I was going mad, and I got told that I was mad when I was in church. I got told that I don't know what I'm talking about. And to be part of these communities, have these kind of constructive conversations, it's allowed me to be a bit more confident. And hence why I come up on platforms a bit more now, because I'm around people who, you know, agree with what I'm saying. But I think, yeah, it's all about morality. That's why I don't believe in the Christian God, because his morality is up and down, and people pick and choose when they want to select certain things, and you just can't do that. You have to take everything as a whole. You can't just take separate parts of it and then try and make it apply to everything. It don't work that way.
Right. That's why I'm enjoying being up here, because you're proposing questions that, you know, do invoke a thought process on my side.
And I'm sorry, I thought you were stopped.
You're fine.
I would say on that, like even with morality, it is human based. With morality, so that's why I say that, you know, it's humans, and you know, I truly think that if more people were okay with themselves, who they are, like I said, their place in existence, their place on the earth, if they were okay with that, then it will be less harm to others. Because if you're okay with who you are, you wouldn't have desire. I don't think that you will have a desire to hurt someone because you're not hurt. So I think if more people work on themselves and build up their self worth, and just be okay with being a human, just be okay with, you know, existing, just be okay, like, hey, this is the amount of time that I have, I'm going to make the best out of it, then we wouldn't see as much destruction. But so many people are not okay with themselves. They look for outside sources to make their existence okay, because they're not okay with just existing, if that makes
Also,
sense.
also there'll be more empathy and less suffering. If we're all
Exactly.
working together as human beings, as mankind, we'll be able to relate to each other on a more platonic, real, soulful level. And unfortunately, there's existence of that, of course, we got that in this space, but it's in pockets. It's not out
Yeah.
there in the world to feed on, you know?
And
It'll never
one of
work.
the things that religion does, like, and I was a Christian for 30 plus years, and I have since then deconstructing and still deconstructing some other societal beliefs and things like that. Um, but with indoctrination and with this religion and Christianity, first they break who you are, they break what you think about yourself, and then they build you into this dependent being, where this robot, almost, that doesn't know who they are, their worth, because it's only found in what someone else tells you who you are. And in this Bible, it tells you that you're nothing unless you believe in this imagination. It tells you that you're not worthy. So this imagination has to deem you worthy because you are born a filthy rag. So it breaks who
Hmm.
you are. It breaks everything about you down and make you feel like you as a person, you as I hate the app. I know that's not your real name, but
Yeah.
you as I hate the app is not good enough unless you are not here anymore. That's why there's an afterlife, because you're not good enough just being here on this earth. You are only worthy when you are not here.
And then you're bound by sin
And
and
that's
condemnation as a trap. Sorry,
and
Karen.
that's literally what a narcissist and an abuser does. Like they'll have you isolated, set you apart from anyone who doesn't want
Was
you
good.
to think. Am I?
So
Am I?
she's still
I'm sorry. Can
speaking.
y'all hear me? Can y'all hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I thought y'all couldn't hear me, because Jacob's more important, I guess. But anyway, it made me lose my train of thought. My brain is not equipped to do that. To get detailed. Oh, narcissist. So they set
Narcissist,
you
yeah.
apart, and they isolate you. And even though you're isolated, quote unquote, you're isolated with people who are also trained to think the way you think.
Yeah.
So it pulls you away from what you would be and turns you into what they want you to be.
And then that leads into a cult, right? Because then you have to think the same, you have to eat the same, you have to dress the same. And as soon as you do anything that's different, you're not part of that community anymore. You're questioned.
It quickly, or they double down to try to make you feel worse about if you miss one Sunday. Where were you? Why didn't you show up last week? And then you start feeling bad, so you push yourself to go every Sunday, even though you don't feel like it.
Yep. I think I shared on Thinker's platform how when my sister was dealing with cancer, I got a call from the pastor, and she was like, I understand that your sister's going through something, but you got duties as a leader. So you need to be at praise and worship meeting. You need to be at prayer meeting. And I'm like, my sister's dying. What do you mean? What do you mean I have to be at church on a Thursday and a Wednesday? I'm not going to do it. And I didn't go to church for like maybe 4 months. And when I went back, that's when everybody was like, oh, we thought you backslid. We thought that you left the fold. And I'm like, are you guys human? Do you have any empathy? Like, do you know what I'm going through right now? I don't need this conversation. I need love. I need you guys to come and bring me food. I need you guys to wish me well, to ask me how I'm doing, not why am I not in the church?
Yeah, I hate that happened.
Yeah.
Jacob.
Hold on. I hate this app. I love that you're here and everything, but
You want? Yeah, I'm not really adding anything. So.
well, yeah, but you don't add Jacob into the conversation. Jacob can wait
What's
till
up?
he's on punishment because of how rudely he acted when he got on the panel.
My bad for sure.
Before Jacob,
Also,
yeah.
hold on one
Take a breather.
second.
Before Jacob, Spicy Jesse came up.
Also, there's a lag. I don't know if it's me, but there's a lag. So that could be where people are
Yeah, there is.
interjecting. There's a lag on you also.
Yeah, there's a lag.
It is what it is. So Jess, how you doing?
Good. I guess I want to discuss topic number 3, and then we might go from 3 to 1.
Shut the hell up! I know why you came here to do that. I already got enough weirdos up here.
Hey, yo.
I can't stand you.
Call me out my name like that, Oso. Don't call me out my name like that.
I got it. I was
I'm going to be a weirdo and proud, okay?
really back into the topic, okay?
I thought you came up to do my shit. My fault.
I mean, I can. Can we please tap the screen and get these likes up? Also, can we please tap the screen and get these likes up? Also, he has the what is it, cowboy hats? How many more? He has the what is it, cowboy hats? How many more do you need of those? 6.
6.
What is the cowboy hats? How many more do you need of those? 6.
6.
And also get these shares going and get these likes up. And how do you know you're actually saved? By answering the knock on your heart from Jesus Christ.
She said, I have a thing and I'm gonna do it.
he is asking for you to receive him and open the door. Don't ask me how you know he's there, but apparently he is there and he is a knocking. And if you
You got
answer
to
the
knock it,
call,
Jess. You got to knock it really hard.
you know. But I ain't never
Like
heard him
which?
because the only time I've ever heard God is, between the legs of another woman. That's besides the point.
Well,
Hey, yo.
woo!
Okay, Jess, this is why you're spicy.
Keep pounding. Hold on, let me see.
Me spicy?
That's what Six
Yo,
Pain
Absolutely not.
said. Speaking of
let me.
pounding, I think I'm ready. Jacob, go ahead
Yo,
and pick a
what's up?
topic.
Hello. I pick number 2. Yeah, I pick number 2.
Okay. Read it and then address it, please.
Does everything happen according to God's 100%? 100%. This is a proven fact underneath the Bible. It says that in many verses in Revelations, everything's coming to, it's prophesized. You know what I mean? So, like,
So any and everything that happens is because it's what God wants to happen.
exactly. It's just proven. It's a proven fact. You can't even fight it. It's in the Bible. It's proven
Claim is the proof.
How is it proven?
Right, that's what
Are you
through
baiting?
the Revelations
Was bait.
Take me
Revelations.
through it. Revelations what?
chapter, the chapters.
Which one?
I think number 3.
Okay, break it down for us. Because you're putting out a lot of claims, but you're not really going into what you're saying. You're just like kind of skimming over it.
Let me
What
just get
chapter?
the.
So we can bring it up and discuss
Let
it
me
and
just
break
open
it
my
down.
Bible, bro. 1 second. Chapter 3,
It's
1
bait.
7.
That's what you said.
Bait, right?
Yeah, chapter 3, 1 7. 3 1 7.
So if it's written, that means it's true. Is that correct?
It's a prophecy, and that proves the actuality of the verse. Isn't that true?
So my
You
How do
question
you
said
have
is,
the facts?
Revelation 3:17. Is that what you said?
Indeed.
a prophecy does not mean that it's true.
If it comes to life, that means they're saying the truth.
Ain't nothing came to life yet. Ain't no thing that ever happened from that Bible. Y'all just claim that
It
it
says,
is.
Mm.
Because
when
the
was the
word,
Bible made?
just because the word is written, so you mean to tell me that if I believe the words out of Harry Potter and I have a wand and I say this is so also, then I'm gonna sit there and be able to do some spells.
well, I was trying.
I don't know about that.
That's what I was
I don't know
trying to
about that.
understand, Jess.
That's literally what you're claiming with the Bible.
I don't know about that, man. But yeah, I'm just trying to give you the facts. I ain't trying to do
You're
the
not
most.
giving no facts. You was just yapping and spewing words out your mouth. What
Wait a
facts
minute.
are
Revelation.
So
you
you
giving?
believe the prophecy is true because it's written, correct?
But we
How
haven't
many
You
even
can
years
gotten
hear
ago?
to
the
the prophecy
words.
part. Let's hear the
How
prophecy
many
and
years
then we
ago?
can decide whether or not it's
Oh,
real.
okay, okay. My bad.
How many years
Go ahead
ago?
and walk us through it, Jacob.
Yeah,
It
talk us
was
through it.
2,000 years ago. The Bible was made. Apparently, was it?
That's the prophecy. 2,000 years ago, the Bible was made. That was the
In
prophecy.
in in chapter 3, verse 17 on
Okay,
Revelations.
okay. Let's go.
It says money
For
cannot
you
buy
say,
It
I
was
am rich,
compiled.
I have prospered, and I need nothing. You do not realize that you are wretched, pitiable, poor, blind, and naked.
exactly.
So what does that have to do with prophecy?
How is that a prophecy?
It says that money cannot buy happiness, and like with all its wealth, the church was wretched, meaning unhappy. Jesus also viewed the church as pitiable, meaning miserable. It is possible to possess money and material possessions but feel miserable. That's what it means, mate. Is that true?
And this is a
No,
prophecy?
no.
Can you read that again also? Because he said a lot and I didn't hear any of those words. Can you read that again, please?
Yeah.
Thank you,
For you
King.
I'll
say,
just say
I
it
am
again for
rich,
y'all.
I have prospered, and I need nothing. You do not realize that you are wretched, pitiable, poor, blind, and naked.
Yeah. it says like as this like money cannot buy happiness, and this is true. Is this true? Money cannot literally buy happiness.
But how is this a prophecy?
It's showing that today's age we have money, but like some people have money but they're not happy. It's prophesied to today. You get me?
Mm. I think your
This
roots
us
How
in
is this a
are
prophecy?
really
definitely
It
not a
negative.
prophecy.
prophesies.
No, he didn't.
Because
He's
this
talking
header
about
says that
pride.
it's a message to a church in Laodicea. So
It's talking about pride and spiritual complacency. It's got nothing to do, and how they were spiritually blind. It's got nothing to do with a prophecy.
Y'all don't understand the verse, I think. I said as
what's up, Daniel?
this saying goes, money cannot buy happiness. That's what it means. So he prophesies to the future that if you get money, you can't be happy or something like that
No,
in the
it's
future.
it's a warning. It's not a prophecy. He's warning them.
W.
Who
Daniel
told
Ray.
you that, Jacob? Where did you get that revelation from? Because you keep
I
repeating
just
it. Where did you get that from?
from Google.
You got to go a bit deeper than Google, because
You got it from
obviously,
Google? Google is God?
Nah, it has the facts, I think. Google's like it's a good platform that they made.
W. Daniel Ray. Appreciate you guys.
Do you know how
Google's like
Google works? You didn't get
how?
it from Google. You looked it up on Google and it gave you references to people that talked about it or resources or literature that talked
It was on
about.
it was on a website.
Which one?
So you got it from someone else. So you read this scripture and then you read some other words about this scripture and that's how you gain the knowledge of what the scripture is talking about.
Yeah,
Womp.
so you don't
yeah.
understand the context, Jacob, at
I
all.
did. I
Because
read it on the Google, man.
no, but context means you got to read from the top of chapter 3 and also read after it to understand what it's about.
Yeah.
So
Nah,
you
it told me the reference. It told me the meaning.
yeah,
It told
someone else's interpretation. You haven't got that interpretation for yourself, so you can't know what you're speaking about. Surely,
it's by like professionals.
and you trust them. You haven't done
Yeah.
research on these professionals to know where they're coming from. Anybody can put anything on Google. I can literally right now go on ChatGPT and put in a prompt and get it to write a website. Doesn't mean it's accurate.
But like this is a
Hold on,
Google website.
Thassa D. Hold on, Thassa D. Because if we can read things and that makes it true, I got some books and some universes that I want to come to life. So, like,
Go
if
for it.
this is what's
But
going around,
can you read things? Can you read things? Because you just called my brother Thoughts of D. That's not his name.
D.
Yeah, you
D.
said
And
thoughts of
then
D.
David. I didn't say D. I said D.
Oh,
You said Thoughts
I
of
said
D. That's not his name.
yeah, that's by D. But by within the realm,
it's all right, baby girl. It's all right. It's all good. I ain't mad. I ain't mad.
They're
I ain't mad.
synonymous. Of and by are synonymous. They're
I ain't mad. I ain't
they're
mad. I ain't mad.
within D's mind. Don't do that.
Yes. Get out my mind.
Also likes to get me on that, but I'm gonna wiggle my way out of it.
Hey, as long as you can wiggle.
But Jacob, you really have to,
So
like, if you're gonna come up here, you really gonna have to do
let me
proper
come up with
research.
facts. I'll come up with facts now. Real
Jacob.
talk. I'm
Is
gonna
this
give
from
you guys
Google?
facts.
Is this from
I'm gonna give
Google?
you some. Nah, not some Google, bro.
I'll
I'll
go
give you
for it.
some. I'll give you some facts. So I'll go number 3. I already won number 2. I'll go to number 3.
Oh, it's
We're
this guy
actually
who thinks
saved.
he's winning
How did
debates
you already
anytime
win
he
number 2?
talks. I remember him now. Okay,
Huh?
How did you win number 2? Would you say that won
I
number
just
2?
gave you guys a prophecies and a fulfillment. So like, you get me?
That's so
No, nope,
sweet.
nope, nope. You gave us Revelation 3:17. We asked you how was a prophecy, and you never could give us the reason. Did you want to try with a different prophecy or something?
Yeah, I'll try it with a different one. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, go
Talk
ahead.
about a popular one, ones that, like, that you're comfortable speaking about as well, that you can go
I
deep into.
Let me
All
find.
right,
Let me
He's
guys.
guys.
saying
I'm losing brain
a hard
cells.
head makes a soft behind. That's like saying a
Uh,
hard head makes a soft behind. That's a prophecy. Come on,
John,
man.
John
You want to go
3,
into turn now?
John 3.
John 3, what?
Nah, I
Are
gotta
you
get
just
out of
making
here.
shit up? Are you just making shit
He
up,
say
Jacob?
60, Jacob.
John
He said John.
3:16.
I ain't
John
got too many more
3:16.
brain cells if I can spare,
John
dog. I gotta get out of
3:16.
here.
He said John
All right,
3:16.
man. Have a good one.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you
Y'all stay blessed. All right. To the
All right,
best.
have a
Have a
good
good
day.
day. Yeah, y'all
Have a
too.
good day.
Yeah.
Peace out, man.
All right.
He said John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, and I still know that damn verse. That child,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't go back down to the comment section and leave us the
Jesus came to
Never
flesh.
mind the fact that
That's
this was
prophecy.
like a past tense phrase, like it's talking about what had happened and nowhere about something happening in the future. But please tell us
Well,
how this is a prophecy.
I'll just translate it for you guys.
transit for
So
us. Go ahead.
You don't even know.
I'll
Let
say
him
it
do
for
what
you.
God do.
I have a prophecy too. Also, since we're just giving prophecy of diversity of prophecies, I have one too. But after Jacob.
Of
All
course,
right.
of
So
course. Go
in
ahead, Jacob.
the
How is this a prophecy?
because there's scientific of Jesus. Scientific. Do you know the cloak? Do you know the cloak?
Pardon?
You
What
mean
are you
the
saying right?
shroud?
What are you saying right now?
Do you know the cloak of Jesus? The one that he,
No,
the
no, no, no.
cloak.
Let's go back to John 3:16. You said John 3:16 is a prophecy.
He
How is it a
said Jesus
prophecy?
is science.
What?
This what? This is the core of Christianity. This verse, it means that God loved the world enough to come in human form. Jesus died for us, unalived for us, so that anyone who trusts in Him will be saved from
Jacob,
sin.
can you?
You get me?
I'm sorry. I hear you, but can you define what a prophecy is? Can you give us a definition
Uh,
of
That's a good.
what a
Yeah.
prophecy is?
telling the truth.
So see,
No.
that's where you derailed. That's your point of demarcation. A prophecy tells things that have not happened, but are predicted, quote unquote, to happen. A prophecy is when someone says this thing is going to happen in the future. And when a prophecy comes to pass, that means that thing that they said was going to happen, it happens.
Facts. I'm gonna study more. Yeah. Can you guys like add me back up in like a month? I'll be
Did you
very
study at
knowledgeable.
all?
For example,
It's gonna
Jacob,
take you a
if you
month to
was
learn what a prophecy is.
Yeah, I don't know about all these words. I didn't go to school really for 2 years.
You didn't go to school?
For 2 years.
oh brother,
What does 2 years have to do with you knowing what the word prophecy means?
I ain't get to learn all that words and all that. Really, I'll be honest with you.
how long have you been a
Jacob, where are
Christian
you
for?
from?
Shy.
You know a dude named John?
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Shy. I'm from Shy Town.
Yeah, do you know a dude named John?
John?
Mm-hmm.
John.
Mm-hmm.
John. Nah, I don't know who that is, man. What?
I have a feeling.
Anyway, I'm from
What the
Chirac.
fuck?
I'm from Chirac. Chirac, yeah. I'm from there.
Jacob, how long have you been a Christian for?
For about my whole life.
Your whole life, and you don't know what prophecy means. You never heard
It's
that in
not.
your church.
I speak a different language, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, but even
What
if you
language
speak a
you
different
speak?
language, they would still say it in a different language.
Indian. I don't know about all of that words and all that.
What
I'll be
language do
honest
you
with you.
speak?
Indian.
Oh my god, I can't, guys. I'm gonna mute.
I need you to stop.
Indian is a language?
Speak
Yeah,
it.
that one.
Oh, he trolling. He's
No,
trolling.
he trolling.
For sure.
He has to be trolling. He has to be trolling.
Ali Holo. Ali Holo.
Okay, so you know
Ali
certain
Holo.
words or phrases. No, you don't
Ane
speak it.
Heichi. Ane Heichi. And Hatu Holo. Do you know?
No.
Indian.
And Hachi Erehoro.
And that's speaking Indian.
That's my language. Yeah, that's my auntie's language.
What are the Indian languages, please? Can you just name two?
Is South Indian.
No,
That's the
no,
Hindis and
no,
all.
no. That's not a language.
I don't know what they speak, bro. I just speak the language, man.
You don't know
Okay.
what they speak, but you speak the language?
Oh my God, I can't.
They just taught me the language, man. I ain't really get into all the phonetics and all that.
The phonetics?
The
You're speaking
semantics.
English, right, sir? What is happening?
The what semantic? What?
I ain't
You
get
don't know the
on
meaning of words at this point.
I ain't into
This
politics and all
girl.
that.
You're just
I
draining
ain't into
our energy.
politics.
You're not really bringing
If there's
anything,
any
bro.
Christians or believer in the God of the Christian Bible, please request up. There are 3 questions on the board. Pick one and we can start a discussion. Everybody tap, 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 or bop that screen for our favorite bear. And also give, share, and like the host as well as the panel of your choosing. And can we please continue to hit the heart so TikTok can know, so the algorithm can know that Oso's alive and well. Also, press that arrow that's kind of pointing over to the right, and share it with your friends, family, loved ones, and the people that you hate, because we know that hates are on TikTok as well. So we can get Bear out there, so we can have these conversations with Christians. Thank you.
Jacob, I hope you know
Alright.
that I'm not being mean towards you. I'm just trying to understand. And every time we ask you questions, you just go off to a complete different segment of
Yeah,
what we're
my
trying to
bad.
get to,
My
you
bad
know?
for that. Yeah. I'll be honest with you, that's my bad. I'll keep it a buck. I ain't trying to do all that stuff. I'm trying to just get to the facts. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get to the facts. And y'all, yeah, I don't feel like y'all want to hear the facts and all that.
But you're not bringing facts. So how can you say you're trying to get to in order to, anyway, I can't.
I gave you 2 verses. I gave y'all 2 verses.
Well, I'm sorry. You
It's okay,
said
Jacob. It's
you
okay.
tried.
Take a break.
It's if you have the
Take a break.
facts or you don't have the facts. Do you have the
I
It's
have
fine.
2
facts?
verses.
We have a Christian up here that is probably going to know more. Nicole, I've seen your vigor for the Lord. You want to go ahead and pick a topic for us? Appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
Oh, um, let me see. Wait, let me take my glasses off. I'm getting a little older.
You gotta take them off to read.
I guess I do. Yes, it's weird. It's really weird. Does everything happen according to God's will? Oh, and that's what I went to straight to. And yes, it absolutely. If you are aligned with His will, if it's in accordance with His will, if you want it to be in His will, like because He gives you free um choice. So if
Wait, no, I'm talking about like
I'm sorry, I was
if I
looking.
knock my bottle of water off the table and it falls to the floor and I spill water on my carpet, was that a part of God's will? Like that's what I'm talking about. Like everything happened according to His will.
Yeah, I, I just went to that one. I didn't know what y'all was talking about. I just like literally clicked on here. But yeah, it is.
Hmm.
I mean, maybe you needed to clean something up outside on the side of that. I don't know. I mean, but I just feel like if
Also,
it's
reset your gift goal.
I just feel like if it's according to His will, like yeah.
So, in the case that there are people who um unalive in like mysterious ways, like they go missing and they aren't found for like 40, 50 years, and there's like a freak accident. Um, I mean, it's not like there's just a bunch of people that, love them, that miss them, that just kind of maybe are still alive to understand what happened to them. Like, what was the point of that? Like, or why would that be a part of his book? They just kind of die in obscurity and nobody hears anything about it until several years later. What's the point of that?
I'm not really sure about like I'm not really sure about all of that. But
'Cause-
if it makes sense, like okay, so my dog went missing in November. And we in February. Now, we talked about a human and a dog. Like, those are two totally different things. I'm sorry I'm laying down. But at the same time, I talked to God about it. I said, if it's in your will, he'll be back. I put out flyers. I did the whole, you dig, as far as a dog mom. And yeah.
So you mean to tell me God helped you find your dog, but he can't go and help parents with their kids and having cancer and everything else? And he
No,
can
my
sure enough
dog.
help you find it.
I still ain't got my dog.
Well,
I'm just
then
saying.
it wasn't.
I'm saying
You
that.
said you prayed about a dog, but you can't pray for the kids to get healed that have cancer. Like, this is the thing. Y'all don't realize that this is all.
No, I'm just
But this
saying
is the thing.
Well,
that
Jess,
wasn't the point I
she
was
didn't
trying to
necessarily say
make.
she didn't.
That wasn't the point I was trying to make. Because I said, like, this is so small. Like, a lot of people won't even. I said it's so small. It wasn't. I was like, no, absolutely not. No, I was just saying, like, yeah, I still ain't got my dog, but yes, I pray all the time. And it's but the thing is, it's God's will. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know that, and that's why I said that what I was talking about is so small. Like, that's why I said it's
But
so
like,
small.
it makes you wonder because why wouldn't it be God's will for you to have that small happiness, right? Like, I'm sure the dog would be in a better position if they were in your care. You would be happier if your dog returned to you. Why wouldn't that matter? Like, I could see where you could be like, oh, well, this, and this might have like a greater purpose, but what's the greater purpose of letting my dog run away and not come back? That just seems like it's cruelty at that point. Like, I can't have my dog.
I get that. I mean, but at the same time, like, because I literally was feeling like I'm about to do, I'm about to go into something because I just recently retired, and I was thinking about like doing, going into like missing persons missing persons, not dogs, people. Because I just can't imagine how that would feel if you are missing a person. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody's just missing. You don't know where they at. So I don't know. I just think that whatever God's will is, it's gonna be His will, and then it could be that happened so that I could get into that space and do that, because that was my profession anyway, and I just haven't. Yeah, it was my profession anyway.
I think what we have to realize, or what behoove us to realize, is what the question is actually stating. Does everything, emphasis on the everything, happen according to God's will? And if the answer is yes, then that leads to the questions of like these bizarre and weird and just unnecessary things that happen. It leads us to believe like kind of like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, why, if everything is in God's will, why the fuck would God have babies be born with cancer? Because that's his will. Why would he allow people to have two heads? Why would he have someone have an extra finger? Why would he make the sun, for some people, if it shines on them too much, it can unalive them? Like, when we say, does everything happening according to God's will, then we're starting to like dissect this everything and the bullshit that happens with everything. And then if he is responsible for everything, then what's going on with this God? Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. It's just, I think for me, like, because I've had a lot of like, and it's not my dog. It's just not my dog. I've had a lot of tragic. That was just recent, and
Let me
but
say this.
I've had a
I
lot.
will. Let me say this.
It's
My
not that.
dog is
It's
my
not.
best friend in the whole world, Nicole. And if he went missing, I would be utterly devastated. So if you want to say that it's a tragedy you ain't gonna get no judgment out of me. Okay. So if you know what I mean, if that's the hardest thing going on for you right now, it's hard as fuck it'd be hard as fuck for me. So I get you. So you ain't got to, you know what I mean? Like I understand it seems trivial to other people, but
Yeah, it was.
dog's a
It was,
family. So
and
I get
and
you.
it
Go ahead.
was trivial. It was trivial to my mom. It was trivial to like my friend. Like nobody. Like, but that's not it. Like I just lost my dad. I just like it's just like a lot of stuff. Like it's just. But I never. I never mind all of that because whatever God's will is, like He put me in a place, and I know that. So that's how I look at it. Like I got two. My kids' rooms are full of. I like let my nieces come and stay here with their kids, and it was like, and they left all of their stuff. That's one of the reasons why my dog is missing, and it's just like, yeah, it's just. But at the same time, I know that God has put me in a space, so I don't really get mad at that kind of stuff. It bothers me, but I'm not mad at it because I know it's God's will. Like I know the movement of it, if that makes sense. Like
That's it. Thinker asked a really good question in the comments. She asked, what's the difference between saying that's God's will and that's just how life goes?"
um
Your background noise, Nicole.
so
Someone's background noise is really loud.
Yeah, that movie is moving.
Cinematic.
I think it's all the same. Like because He gave us life, everything that we go through, like our breath that we breathe was given from Him. So God's will and how life goes, like I feel like
Hey,
they're like
Nicole,
one
can you
and the
turn the
same.
TV down some? The people can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn it up. I should be in the bed. Yeah, I think that it's all the same. I'm sorry. Is that better?
So it's not really a distinguishable. Yeah, yeah. I think we can all hear you now. But so you're saying um basically there's no difference between God's will and life, right?
No, because He gave us life.
Right, but in some situations people will be like, "Oh, that's life." But you're saying everything happens according to God's will.
Yeah.
Are you saying there is a difference? What's the difference?
No, I'm saying there's no difference. I'm saying He gave us life, and everything is according to His will.
There is a bit of a difference there, though,
Everything is
Nicole,
according to
if you think about it.
Well, it's according to His will. Like like sometimes, like I've had some real rough patches, and a lot of people, like I had one of my best friends. um, he used to always tell me, everything ain't rainbows and butterflies. That was his favorite thing to tell me. Because whenever he was mad, I would be like, "Oh, it's okay," and he would always tell me, "Everything's not rainbows and butterflies." because I was that person. And he ended up dying from a stroke at 33. 33 years old from a stroke. And I was the person that had to be there, like go to the hospital and realize that that was the situation. But what I'm going to say in that is, and that was almost 4 years ago now, 5, maybe 6, I don't know. But what I'm going to say about that is that even with talking to him and him like going through what he was going through, it didn't, like, my thing is God's will, and that's life. So like, if you like, even if you are like, even if you are like going through something and you feeling some kind of way, when you know who God is and what he has for you, it doesn't, it's a different feeling.
So you said it's God's will and that's life. Is that basically just saying it's God's will and God's will definitely sucks sometimes? Like, cause you keep using both, but they're different.
Well, if you feel like it's different, then I mean,
Well, because I mean, people say that's life whenever shitty things outside of your control happen. Because I mean, that's just part of the human experience. But you're saying it's God's will, so like God is taking like that's life is almost just like shit happens. It is what it is. But then to say it's God's will, that means that God worked things together to make sure that event happened. So it's
he
not
works
just like that's
everything for
life.
us.
That's like,
But
well,
okay,
that's
so who
it.
gave
Well,
us?
I'm saying one
Okay, so
position
let
is
me just say
passive and the
two
other one is
things.
intentional.
Who gave us life?
Subjective.
My parents.
And who gave your parents life?
Their parents.
Theirs.
Okay, so we can go all the way back to the to that. And then if we go to his will, then what? What he expects from us?
Whose will?
God.
What does God expect from me?
Yes. Yes.
I feel like if he expected anything from me, he'd clearly communicate that to me.
So have you ever, let me ask you a question. Have you ever asked him, what does he expect from you?
Yeah, I used to be a Christian for a long time.
So you don't believe in God?
Why would I?
Oh.
What happened?
What does that mean for Oso? Tell us. What does that mean for Oso since he doesn't believe in God? What happens next?
I'm just asking you a question. Do you believe in God? Just one simple question. Do you believe in the Most High?
I
Do you
gave you an
believe
answer.
in,
Why would I?
huh?
I told you if God had a plan for me, he'd clearly communicate that to me.
So you don't have any faith in him?
No.
I mean, if I don't believe in God, how could I have faith in God?
Okay. Oh, did you ever?
I told you I used to be a Christian. Yes.
You said you used to be a Christian. That don't mean you have faith in. Like, let me tell you something. Like
My
when
dad was a
people say,
pastor. My mom was a minister. I
"All right," but that don't mean that
I used
you.
to be in it. I
Yeah,
used
but
to be in it.
yes, but that don't. That's not the same. And Rocksteady, you better shut up before you start talking.
Wake y'all asses up, goddammit. Wake the fuck
Get
up.
the energy going.
Let's get the goddamn energy going, okay? I ain't gonna say nothing yet though, Nicole. I'm chilling.
Good morning, Rocksteady.
I hear this every morning while we're on the
Everybody.
family trips. I'm gonna be
On the rock
angry.
steady.
But before you continue, Nicole, like don't disrespect Rock. Don't do that. And second of all, so it sound to me, it sounds like you have had. It sounds like things have happened, and it sounds like just saying that, well, it's God's will, much like Thinker said, well, life is life, is a coping mechanism because because a person is not okay with the emotions that they have or are confused about why a certain thing has happened. So instead of giving your emotions its time and not judging your emotion for different situations that happen, the it must be God's will is a way to to put a band-aid over those things that has happened to you, which maybe for a person, the better way is to be in that moment, realize those moments are messed up, or they don't feel good, or they are terrible, and not judging your feelings or anything, and sitting in that and then understanding that, like with certain things, we have no control of over, and then make steps to rebuild yourself or make steps to continue. You're putting that band-aid on it when it's really not. That band-aid is really not cleaning the wound, and it's not healing it so it can become a scar. It's still open. You just slapped a band-aid on it. And it sounds like that it's God's will is the band-aid over that open wound, and you're not really nursing it and healing it so it becomes a scar.
Can I say something? I would say that I just want to just up to 1 minute, 30 seconds. I wouldn't say that I'm putting a band-aid over it. I'm going to actually say that it's not that I'm just saying it's God's will. I'm asking to be in his will. Like whatever his will is for me, like whichever way I move. Like even if I have to go through whatever I have to go through, I just, as long as I'm aligned with his will, then I'm fine with it. And it hurts, and I know that, and I've gone through it, I've seen it, and but whatever his will is, I asked for it. So that's not just me saying it's God's will. I asked for it. I asked to be aligned with his will. So, okay, whoever.
Hey, I'm the one who asked the question, like, what's the difference between God's will and saying that it's just life? Because I feel like even your God has life, right? Life doesn't have a God. And as you were talking about, the will, even, and you having to ask your God to allow you to be in alignment with his will. A lot of times when I talk to believers and we say, well, why doesn't your God do X, Y, Z? They say, because he's limited his power to respect the free will of humans. So, your God has a life. Life doesn't have a God. You are subject to your God's will. And it seems as if your God is also subject to the will of y'all. Right? So both of y'all have a will that y'all either answer to, right? And so it sounds like to me that life is just life, and that it makes more sense that life has, the most power over all of us, including your God. Your God has existence. Like, no one can deny that life is a thing, right? That life is. We can deny your God all day. Right? And your God has to prove that it exists. Existence doesn't have to prove its existence. It just is. And so I don't necessarily see if there is no difference, as you say, between, although I do see a difference, if there is no difference between life and your God, I don't see the need for your God.
Oh, have you ever? It's not about just like me wanting to be in alignment with His will. Like, have you ever even had a um thinker? Have you ever had an experience outside of yourself with God? Like not I'm talking about a real experience
I
with
mean, if
God.
you're asking me if I've had dreams where angels have taken me up to heaven, yes. Have I had dreams that a big tall man was talking to me in my sleep while standing in a pool of fish? Yes. Have I had random people walk up to me and claim to be an angel and tell me things that I don't know how they know? Yes. I've had those dreams. Have I spoken in tongues? Yes. Have I had experience with life? Yes. I've had experiences with one that I know exists and one that I believed existed. One stopped when I stopped believing in the other.
So what do you believe in now?
I don't believe in anything. I just live life.
Mm. So you think all of that was just and you said dreams. You said dreams a lot. I was talking about like
I
actual.
also said people who just walk up to me randomly. I also said speaking in tongues. I used to be a missionary, Nicole, and my father was a pastor. My mother is still an evangelist to this day. My whole entire family are religious leaders, popular religious leaders.
And so you don't think that you've never, I mean, okay, so you've had those experiences, but you think that that's for naught?
As I stated, one stopped when I stopped believing
But why did you stop believing?
because I realized that it was not true.
And why do you think it's not true?
Because I studied and I asked questions and I accepted the information that I found, that I studied, and I still study to this day. But again, one cannot be denied, and that's life. Life doesn't make promises. Your God does. Life doesn't apologize or repents. Your God does.
But, okay. Can I ask you one question? Who were you studying with?
A lot of people. Not sure why that matters. Some of them are in this room right now.
Okay. And that it matters. It matters a lot. And the reason why I'm going to say it matters a lot is because every word I take in, everything that I take it straight to God. So
I don't believe in your God. Like there's no need for me. When I you know the saying, when I was a child, I believed in childish things, and when I became an adult, I put childish things away. There is no need for me to take anything to a God I no longer believe in.
But he exists.
Except, here's the thing. You have to argue about his life and his existence. I don't have to prove to you that life is. You just know that it is.
But I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying.
I didn't say you were arguing with me.
Yeah, but I would never argue with anybody about God. Like, I just know, I know.
I know that's not true. I've seen you on several lives. You will, and you have.
Me?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I'm gonna speak about God. Like, let me tell you.
Right. So I've seen you on several lives.
I will stand 10 toes down. But what I'm saying is I'm not gonna argue. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to mince my words. I'm not going to change my words is what I'm saying. I'm not going to change up. That's what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is what I'm going to say. Because
I don't know. Why are we talking about that?
Because you said you saw me on other lives. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but why did you bring up you're not going to argue? Like, I don't think, like, it's my voice inflecting right now. Like, what's happening?
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, so why are we talking about arguing then?
Because I think that people be wanting to argue with me about
I'm
God.
not
Like,
arguing with you about God. I told you why I asked the question. I explained to you that there is no need for me to believe in a God or take questions to a God that I no longer believe in. That's
okay,
not arguing. That's me answering your question.
okay. I mean, and I say okay. I mean that if you don't believe in a God, then oh, oh, you just believe in what? Do you just believe in yourself?
I don't believe. I know that I exist. I know who I am. I learn more about myself every day. I learn more about the world that I exist in on a daily. There's nothing for me to have to believe in. I just live life and experience it.
So you think this is it? That's.
I mean, there's no need for me to be worried about what happens when I die. One, I can't verify what happens, and I can't change it. Why would I be worried about something that I have no control over? Life and death are inevitable. They are two things that are constant, that will never change. What can I do about death? And I mean, I don't know much about it other than that it happens.
I wasn't talking about like life and death, like in those. I was just like you said, you don't believe in anything. Like you don't. You just. And when I said that, I wasn't talking about just the world that we live in right now. Like just like you don't believe that there's anything else.
Anything else like what?
Well, if you don't believe in God, then you don't believe in like I don't even want to say it because yeah, whatever. But
Do you think that non-belief equals immorality, inhumane?
no,
Nicole?
no.
Because it seems like you're struggling with the idea that there's some people that can live life without believing in a higher being. And the way that you're trying to wiggle around the words, it's kind of seeming, but you did say no, that you think non-belief equals, I guess in your case, demonic activities or immorality or something like
I
that.
do believe that. It shows arrogance.
Hold on.
Hold on,
G
Rich.
Spot is yeah.
Give me
Go
a
ahead.
second. Um, Rich, are you a Christian or believe in the God of the Christian Bible? I assume so, yeah.
You should be as well.
That's
Whoa.
a little bit more than I asked for. What's your age for TikTok?
29 years old.
You said 29?
29.
60, baby. Wait, what? Did I say a lot?
What?
When my
29.
brother became a pastor, he was younger than me, and
Year old,
he
not
turned 40. He was like 27, and I swear he was walking on a cane with like 2 years.
That's
You know,
crazy.
you grow, it's that spiritual age is
No,
like growing.
we joked on him. We was like, "What the fuck? Like you're 29, walking slow with a cane? Like what?"
That's crazy work. Nicole, someone did pay money to drop you. They said they want you to get some rest. You sound like you're a little tired. I hope that you do that. Come up another time when you have some more sleep under you. Um,
Yeah, I'm in the bed. I've
I
been up
get
for
you.
like 36 hours. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. I've been up for about 36 hours. Just laid out.
I get you. Well, get some rest. We'll talk to you next time, okay?
Mm.
Also, I think the issue is that she had the inability to see that people have human agency versus her idea that everything has to come from God. that she says she goes to God with everything, and when Think is saying to her, "I don't believe in the God," she's not actually recognizing that Thinker is talking from a place of agency. You know,
Yeah.
Well, if you listen to what she said,
I didn't ask you.
Rich, go ahead and pick a topic off the board. This is your time to shine.
we could go with either one you want. I'm interested in all of them. I'm here to teach you guys and educate and hopefully bring you on to this side.
Yeah, go ahead and pick a
What
topic.
I
I
need you,
think
what
your
I need you to
personality, you've
do
already failed as
is
soon as you
actually
opened
chill,
your mouth.
chill, just
We
chill off.
sorry, there were 10 people talking at one time. I can't teach everybody at one time.
So
You
we
are
talk
poor in
here.
math. There's only 9 spots available to talk. You take up one, so it could not have been 10 people. There were, in fact, 3 people that said something at different times. Now go ahead and pick a topic.
And I mean, what's impossible for humans is possible with God and you have the Spirit. So you should have been able to hear everybody at the same time, all at once, but separated at the time because it's possible with God.
I did. I just can't respond to them. I only got one mouth. I'll go with the first topic.
Okay, well, using that one mouth, please pick a topic. This is the 4th time.
Excuse me?
He said topic number 1 also. The Holy Ghost helped with that.
Yes, we can do that topic. I'm just saying, I'm a very stern-faced Christian. You could get fucked up if you disrespect me. I'm not going out like these other guests. I've been listening for a while.
You can also get dropped very quickly as well. So just drop the ego. Just have a conversation. You pick topic number 1. Go ahead. You don't need to give us all of these disclaimers. We're all adults here.
No one's
Absolutely,
afraid of him. Go
absolutely.
ahead.
I just want y'all to know that the Wake and Bake has officially started because you could get fucked up
Hey,
first thing in the morning. Okay, let's get to it. Okay.
let's get into it.
So I see how you guys run over these other guests, and I'm not going out like that. That's all I'm trying to say right now.
If we
We told you
decided
that
that
last
you were going to
episode,
go out
bro.
like that, you wouldn't be able to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Just talk on the topic.
You go with topic number 1.
Begin. What are your thoughts?
Because I'm excited to learn.
Y'all need to quit being arrogant and listen to what I'm about to say.
We listening, bro. Go ahead and
Say
start
it.
teaching.
We don't have a hard time defending anything.
So we
Y'all
starting
just
at
hard headed, don't want to listen. Arrogant, piss me off.
Are you not starting with the topic or not? Because you keep giving disclaimers. We go silent and then you give another disclaimer. Start talking, please. Thank you.
I feel like we do not have a hard time. Everything is defensible and everything, there's a reason behind everything. That's why I choose topic number 1.
So can I ask, also, is it okay if I ask a question? Okay. I'm about to ask about these damn kidneys, right? And I'm not going to shut up about them ever since I found out about them because what the fuck? So in the Hebrew scriptures, so I've been studying Hebrew, Rich. I might as well, puff myself up since you already think that. I think I'm arrogant. But so I've been studying Hebrew so that I could learn a little bit more about your God, about his word, and about his people. And what I learned these last couple of days is that the Hebrew scripture says that your God examines the kidneys to determine whether you are a good person or not. And that he sends instructions and guides you through the kidneys. Now, can you explain to me why your God says that he talks to your kidneys to give you divine instructions, but y'all believe that he's talking to your heart?
Give me 1 sec. I got a phone call. I got to answer this phone call today.
Of course he did. Get a phone call.
Oh, knock out with the kidneys!
What a fucking crash out. Victor, you did well there.
No!
I'm going to use that one.
Ain't no
Oh
way.
my God.
Ain't no way.
Oh
That's
my
too
gosh.
funny.
I cannot.
Put that shit in park, my guy.
That's so funny. Oh my goodness. If
Big
y'all
fan of
ever
the big
want some, I
win.
got a podcast.
Have you considered the kidneys?
Good
He wasn't
night.
ready for that. I wasn't
Rather than
ready.
heart.
Oh, you hypocrites! Consider the kidneys.
I mean,
I'm gonna use that one from now on. You know.
Because, like, what?
it's
I
so
need,
humbling to
man.
assume he was going to teach us something and then think of just flips that out and he's just like, oh, I see I'm out of my depths. I'll
I'm
go
gonna
ahead and see
teach
y'all next
y'all
time.
something that y'all never heard before. Y'all gonna listen to me. Oh, we really? I wish you would. He did this shit.
That's crazy.
Fourth, you're back, man. What's good with you?
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, I appreciate you bringing me back up also. Um,
Yeah, for sure.
if I may take a second to address my fellow believers real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go on.
And this would be in regards to the topic of according to God's will, just for reference, guys. So I would like for you guys to start thinking logically, okay? You cannot move through this place on blindness because it's not getting us anywhere. All right. If you tell yourself, right now, better yet, let's go to the Bible, right? If you believe that God put himself into human form to come to this place, he made himself human, right? So we know, or we're saying that he has um, divine knowledge. But I think he came here to experience his creation, which means he had to learn, just like he was learning things when he brung Adam to name these animals, because he brung them to see what Adam would say. So he was learning,
Where
right?
did you get the
So
I think part from? I think he came. I mean, that's your
that's
own
my
personal.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes,
So
my
so
opinion.
you don't know that. So you don't. You're not saying that you know that, right?
No, I'm not saying I know that because I said I think it's
And you're blindly believing that.
let me finish. Let me finish.
Your ass is blind too.
Let me finish, bro. Like, I don't understand. But did I disrespect you in any type of way? If I did, let me know.
He came
No,
on here
but
saying
at
that
the
we're all
same
blind.
time, yeah. At the same time, if you're going
Well,
mind for
because
20 minutes,
what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that wasn't my point, right? I get what you're saying, and I accept that, right? I do. However, I do not know how to articulate it any other way than what I said. All right. I think because what I read is that he came here. He had a mission, but in order for him to get to that mission, he had to go through things. He was human. So I want, again, to my believers, I want you guys to think logically about these things that you're saying about his will. The only thing that states in the Bible that his will showed was this planet. The earth, the water, the trees, whatever. Everything else, it has a governing system. The bees do what they're supposed to when they're born. These animals know what they're supposed to do when they're born. We are the only creatures here that need to be taught how to do a thing here.
that's
So
not true.
when
Objective.
for the most
That's
part,
not true.
okay. So I don't know how to express what I'm trying to say um,
That, that's
to
that's
convey my
okay,
point.
fourth flow, and if I may, like you go on, and then we have to, if I may, this disclaimer is great. What would be very, very beneficial, I believe, for you is to start your own platform and start inviting Christians up and tell Christians these things on your platform and see what happens, because we do that. Okay,
Right,
so
right.
you as a believer now, because you have not said that you're not a believer, you have not turned away. Like I said, it sounds like you're in the beginning stages of deconstructing. If you really want to understand why a lot of people deconstruct, promise, start your own life, talk to Christians, and then the things that you're telling us, the logical thinkers, start telling the Christians that, and I'll bet you'll stop being a Christian like by
W-
the third or fourth life. But I'm a betting person, but not really.
Well,
Like this
G Spot,
sounds
I
like a
was
live that needs to be had with Christian on Christian. Like it sounds like it's a good
well,
idea. I think what you're
I
saying is
when I
good, but it
came
needs
up,
to be with Christians.
right, correct. Like you are correct, right? But when I came up, I asked also if I could address my fellow believers on a certain thing. I wasn't specifically talking to you guys, but your input is duly noted because, as I stated earlier, I am confused. There are things that I hear my fellow believers say that I just can't believe that they're saying, and things that's blind. That the whole kids thing that they talk about, the whole like I get it. I hear you, G Spot, and I accept that. I do. If if this is something that is not wanted at this time, then that's fine. I can drop. It's all good. I appreciate you guys.
Do you know what, Full
I
Flow? I
want.
think you came up earlier and we had a good chat, and then you came up with a different energy. So that's why I think that
Well,
was yeah.
because I'm listening to my fellow believers, and it just sounds crazy. There is no that they it sounds as if we have lost our image of ourself, and everything is just put off on something else as if we're not expecting to do a thing down here
I mean,
of
but
our
that's
own
what your
accord.
Bible says. Like, I feel like those believers are doing exactly like what you're admonishing them about is what the Bible's telling them to do, right? So the bad things that they believe in, most likely they're getting that behavior from the Bible, right? The unaliving of children, Bible, raping of women, Bible, stealing people's land where you don't belong, Bible, right?
Correct. Correct. And
Being a drunkard. So,
again, it still makes no sense to have that accepted as a thing
I mean, if you want to demean
when they
people and
know
be
if they
harmful to
did decide
people,
to
right?
do those atrocities, they're going to be put under a prison. There is no way that you're walking away from these things that the Bible states. Because
So,
even Jesus came
hold
down
on,
here
I'm
was flipping over
confused.
table was in his feelings, and I don't
So you
understand
wouldn't go to
how they're
jail
Right,
not acknowledging the
in
human
heaven?
factor.
right, Mr. Flo, I get that, but I'm confused because you're telling me that your fellow Christians, because to me it's one body, one sound, right?
It's
One
not.
band, one sound.
It's not.
But it is. You guys
But
are
it's
under
not.
one body.
It is
Mr.
not.
Flo,
It is
one
not.
second.
It is not though, because
Okay,
you're
Mr.
you're
Flo.
you're making a statement, right?
Okay.
Give me a second. Give me a second. You're making a statement to a degree because we're under said umbrella. We in agreement, and we're not. Because I'm telling you that we're not. We're not in agreement. We don't all see the same thing. Because there's no way in hell I'm unaliving my daughter.
Why are you part of such confusion then, Mr. Flo? Right? Like why are you
Um.
part of something that's so confusing, not cohesive, there's no unity into it, but you guys call each other one name to the point where you have to tell us the differences between you guys. You guys don't,
I
you refuted my claim, so help me understand that part.
okay. I didn't come to this attitude until recently when I called the Vatican and started asking them questions as to why they was allowing such terrible things to happen in our streets here in the U.S. Why they wasn't speaking out to gun violence and things that was happening into their church. Um, I was pretty much told that I decided to do this on my own. I made the conscious decision to say I belong to this thing. Is basically what this guy told me. So it's hard to let go of a thing that I've been willingly since a child being um, going with my mom to church. It's
Full
it's it's
Flow.
just a hard thing to to
Didn't you
to denounce.
say? Didn't you say earlier that that person questioned you about why do you belong to that religion?
He
Why
asked
do you
me,
belong?
yeah,
Yeah.
yes, he did. He questioned. He asked me what my nationality was, and I told him I was black. And he told me he was like, "Well, you chose to pick this up. This did not belong to you," is what he told me.
Yeah.
And from that point, the dude said he had to go, and we had a mediator because the other guy was telling me obviously in English right? What this other group, that's how we had our communication back and forth, right? And then so I asked him. I said, well, isn't there someone that speaks English there? He told me, no, this is the language of the Vatican. I'm like, well, we speak English and you guys speak not Latin, I'm sorry, Italian. Um, and I was like, why is that? And he was like, well, this is where we come from. So
Mm.
again, it was just a confusion on top of confusion that this guy was telling me, and these guys were the ones that told us what's in our Bibles. So
But it's
again, to answer your question, right? This recently happened to me, and I find it really, really difficult to just drop on a whim. Now, it may take time. I granted that, but I also have a daughter that I'm trying to protect as well because it's just me and her in this world, right? So it's a thing, and I
full
and
flow.
I just yes, sir.
I just want to bring you back to a point. The fact that he asked you what nationality he was from. At that point, I would have been, let me go and do some research for myself, because it sounds like you're expecting one human to tell you the entirety of your belief system. And the whole point of understanding your belief system is being able to study it and have a critical mind about it, right?
Yeah, because I was expecting him to be like, oh well, okay, so X Y Z A B C, but that didn't happen. He cut the whole thing off and was like, yo, this has nothing to do with you, basically.
Well, can I ask you a quick question? Because I literally did a live on that thing that you just talked about, right? This religion, this idea, it doesn't belong to you. This is something, you know, that was beat into you and, just kind of
Correct.
knocked into
Correct.
your head, right? It's not something that we just
Uh,
willingly picked up. Like, you know what? God is so loving that we should lay down our lives for him, right? It didn't happen that way. So when
correct.
he told you that this doesn't belong to you, what did you even pick that apart, or what did that mean to you? Like, even
It
hearing it
scared.
now,
It scared me tremendously. Scared me because I couldn't believe, first of all, that he said that. I'm not ignorant to history. Like I know what them guys did to us. I know what we went through here, right? I'm not oblivious to how they're treating people over in Congo at this very moment. Again, all of this was the reason why I even reached out. And at the age of 47, I'm just now having the thought, and I'm ashamed to really say, to even reach out to the people that decided what's in our Bible.
But they didn't decide. And that's what I wanted to say. Like, it sounds like when he said that to you, you you kind of like made an excuse or explained it away by they're not telling us the truth about what's in the Bible. They decided what we know about what's in the book. But what you read today didn't come from the Vatican. Like the translation that you read today came from Protestants, came from Puritans, Oxford, Cambridge, Westminster.
Well, I didn't. I thank you for telling me. I didn't know where to really start on trying to find, solid answers other than what I was reading, and then my family telling me XYZ. They know a little more than I did. To truth be told, like having research and into this thing. This is what I was trying to get to the bottom of. I didn't know where else to start, guys. Like real talk. So that's that. It just made sense to call them to find out what the hell is happening here.
but my question is what do you think he meant by telling you that? When he said this does not belong to you, what do you think he meant with that statement?
After I leveled out, after I leveled out and calmed down, um, I was like, well, hell, if what I'm understanding he's telling me is I shouldn't be into this thing. No way, shape, or how does this have anything to do with me?
A warning or anything? Like if somebody
Yes,
told me,
yes,
yeah,
because
right?
yes, I did. Because 2 days later, I tried calling over to Egypt to talk to somebody over there to find out the little information that I did know about what happened over there, to find out what type of records they may have kept or whatever. Because I wanted to talk to some real live people there historically, right?
Why do
I
you
don't
think God
I
is
don't
making
know
this
how
so
to really
hard for you, Sid?
articulate and do the research to get to the nitty gritty. Say it again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was saying, why do you think God is making this research so fucking hard for you? Like, why isn't it just at the tip of your fingers? Why do you have to call so many places, go to different countries, get wrong answers? You get rejected in one door, you turned away, get rejected in another door, turned away. I know the Jewish people say you do that 3 times, you can join the faith, but I don't believe you are appropriating that right now. But with Christianity, I don't understand why are you still seeking something when the door has clearly been shut? If anything, I'd be like, that's the universe telling me to mind my business.
Yep.
Right. Now, again, I guess the only thing that I could compare the urge, right, is to like sweets, sugar, right? Like I'm used to this and being or having the underlying definition to be like, nah, I'm good. It hasn't come to me. You know what I'm saying? So in this process of looking for a said thing, I can't give you an answer to your question because I just don't know. And again, with Thinker telling me what she said, now I got to go back and do some more research into these people that I had no clue because again, according to the Vatican, this guy's like, hey, you did this on your own accord.
But I mean, speaking
Fourth
of
flow. If you, I'm sorry, Zena, go ahead.
go ahead, Thinker.
No, I was just gonna say, if you look at your Bible app or your any King James Bible, you will see that Cambridge University has exclusive rights to print the Bible, the King James Authorized Bible. They are the only printing company that can print that Bible. And they were given exclusive rights by the UK government and the Crown of England, who holds a letter patent on that Bible, right? Like it's been in our face the entire time.
And you know what? I definitely overlooked it because I was sitting here thinking, um, after I couldn't get a hold to no one in Egypt, because again, okay, so guys, so the reason that I'm truly calling these places is because these are the stories, the main stories that I hear within my family. All right, so to check the validity of what I hear my family circle talk about and how they put emphasis on certain events that happen is the reason why I reach out to Egypt to ask these questions about a flood, the sun being still for 3 days, the Exodus whole you dig, right? So I just wanted to hear them give me whatever historical facts they have on or whatever that may look like. I didn't know what to really expect. So then after I get an answer, my next thought was just to call over to Europe, right, and ask them guys like, well, hey, why is this and why is that? But it never went that far, and I
One
never
of,
thought about calling Cambridge. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, one of our co-hosts, his name is Nelly Nell. He's actually writing a book. He did travel to Egypt, and he asked the same questions you asked. He specifically asked about Moses, and they laughed in his face. And he told us,
Really?
yes, he told us Thursday night, exactly what they said. Moses? There was no dang Moses. You've been lied to, man. Nobody named Moses ever existed. Our ancestors kept great records. There's no records of any Israelite enslaved in Egypt. Those stories are not true, man. While he was there. And you can look, like there's a lot of research online. There's a book by a archaeologist by the name of Israel Finkelstein.
Hold on, Thinker. Let me get a pen. Let me get a pen. I'm sorry.
No,
I
that's
don't I
okay.
don't like to cut people off. I don't want to miss this information. One second. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a book by Israel Finkelstein, and it's called The Bible Unearthed. And he's a Israeli archaeologist and a scholar for the Hebrew scriptures. He has a lot of good books, but
Can you spell Finkelstein, please?
Finkelstein.
Thank you.
Yeah, check that book out. It's The Bible Unearthed, Archaeology's New Vision of Ancient Israel and the Origin of its Sacred Text is the name of the book. And
Okay.
it just gives you facts. It reads like a history book. It gives you all of the data from the archaeological excavations. I mean, it's a really data-driven book.
Okay. So again, guys, like, I make this mission not for myself, but for my daughter, right? I don't want to see her into doing something, and she decides, oh, Jesus take the wheel type of thing. I totally disagree with that. Completely disagree with that. It is such a hard thing.
Yeah. No, and I agree. Like I said earlier, man, I appreciate the fact that even in deciding where your beliefs lie or, if this is the real thing or not. I like the fact that you aren't willing to just give up your autonomy as a human being, and especially so for your daughter. Because all too often we have these conversations with people and they are so willing to throw their entire brain out of their body and just go on autopilot and just do what they've been told. But the fact that you can recognize that you are an independent agent that can do things in the world and you don't want to relinquish that to a belief. I think that's admirable, especially because you don't want your daughter to kind of fall in that same hole. So I commend you on that. You know that.
Well, thank you. I do feel as though that this place is just fully automated. The everything outside of humanity just does its own thing when it wants to eat. It goes do with that type of thing, and I just don't think that we are geared to just be automated. I just don't think that is the case for us. I don't think that um, we should equate everything to God's will and free will. That it is. This just sounds so asinine. It sounds like I give up. I can't do this on my own. Here, give me the answer to this test, please. Is what it sounds like. And um, it is unbearable to think that my daughter may develop this, excuse me, this type of mindset, um, from lack of knowledge, like I have. You know what I mean? And
I think that's a human journey, though. Full flow, and I think what I'm hearing is a lot of fear. Like you said, you were scared, and when we're scared, it elicits certain type of responses for us to acquiesce those parts of our life that has a void. And at the moment, it's seeming like parts of Christianity is not making sense to you. Hence why you're speaking to the Vatican, trying to get information in Egypt. But again, you just have to be patient with yourself. And although you may have the information and you give that to your daughter, she's going to process that information differently. Do you understand? It's okay to give her that information, but she still might reject it. Like Finca speaks all the time about how her son is a Christian, and she has to be patient with her son. I hope you don't mind me mentioning that, Finca.
No,
How
that's
she has to be
fine.
how she has to be patient with her son, and that's the nature of life. Everybody's on a different journey discovering what this life is about, and it's a big, massive, complex thing. Everyone in the comments, everyone, we all have our own opinions about it, and I think you have to be sure of what you believe in. Again, like what Rocksteady said, what you know, not what you think, what you know, because that's factual. I'm not sure if that's helpful towards you, but I can understand where you're at.
well, thank you. And to be honest, I apparently I don't know enough not to not because because I've waited 47 years to make a decision about this thing that I said, hey, this is it. We're gonna do this thing and we're gonna, be in heaven and
I hear
yeah.
you.
So I do appreciate what you guys are saying, and I'm really taking it in. Thinker, do you have any more suggestions?
If
I
it
don't want to
doesn't,
force. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
if it does, there I do have a book list in my bio. There is another book that I strongly suggest. It was written for atheists. But it also reads like a history book. It's called the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, by Dr. Joshua Bowen. There's volume 1 and volume 2. Volume 1 goes it covers like the Torah, and then volume 2 covers the Tanakh and the wisdom writings. And so I think that's a good one too if you're looking for like actual facts and history and archaeological data.
Yes, I want to be able to have a articulative conversation with my daughter. Um, you know, when we have our father-daughter dates, or something like that. Like, I'm not sure how to approach the situation as of yet. She's a very understanding young lady, um, very good. Timid is why, and there's another reason why I'm afraid a little bit. But
Can I ask you how
I
old your
think that
daughter is?
she's 20.
She's 20. Oh, then
Yeah.
just have a conversation with her.
I'm
I
also writing a book right now that's going to help people within that age range kind of think through their deconstruction journey, and it's not going to read it like a educational book, but it's like really exciting. But it brings up a lot of the questions that we talk about in these lives. And it's kind of like a thriller, but as they're going through this thriller, they're kind of deconstructing, like asking these hard questions about their faith. So that may help as well.
Okay. Do I check your feed on post date or however that goes?
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I'm gonna follow you right now, and then what I'll do when I do release it, I'll send your daughter one.
Awesome, thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
and to the
Can I
the
make a
other young lady,
suggestion
yes, sir.
for Flo? And this is just me listening to you and being a dad. My daughters aren't 20. Okay, I got two daughters. They 12 and 11. Um, and I indoctrinated them myself as well, right? But the crazy thing is they're going through the deconstruction journey with me, right? I'm a very transparent person. I would even make the suggestion for you to do the same. Take your daughter through that journey with you. Say, you know what? We want to know as many true things as possible. And yes, we don't all have it figured the fuck out, right? So that she'll understand how to go through her own critical thinking process. Even at 20 years old, kids are still learning from their parents, right? Unless you just completely just fuck connected or some shit like that. But I feel like that would be a great bonding journey for y'all. And it's crazy how some of the wildest things bond you and your kids, right? I've learned this,
Right,
and again,
that
my
is
daughter
true.
is 12.
Yes.
Like, take her through that journey with you. Let's figure it out.
Rock, my concern is because she is a young lady. I do not want to come off as
You were
forceful.
overthinking this. That's what
100%.
you were.
No.
You were
Hold on,
overthinking it.
hold
I
on,
promise.
hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. I'm not going to forget the fact that I am a man, right? So there
Right.
is a subtlety that I need to have with my daughter. This is a thing, trust me on this. Getting her through grammar school and high school, man, it was a thing. Okay, so having certain subtleties and being able to articulate without saying this is what you need to do, or making her mind say, oh, this is what he's implying. I don't want to be like that. I'd rather have a journey like Rocksteady is saying, where there's memories being made in this, so it will be something neutral, I guess. Right? I mean, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, but I'm just
One
saying. I
one
think
second,
you're.
Also has
one
something
second,
to
one second. I know y'all finna do y'all stuff because I smell it too. But um, Velnilla, appreciate you for subscribing. Selena, I appreciate you sending out subs. That was a very W move of you.
WWW.
Um, if y'all would continue to just, what I'm saying, do that number on the screen. Um, I think I still have a gift goal. If I do that, if I don't, I'll reset it. Um, yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. One at a time though. I think all three of y'all was gonna go for the same one.
I just Flo, I want to bring something, and I'll let her. I'm not going to speak long. I just want to say, your daughter's 20 years old right now. If you live in America, right, your daughter's very life is um, in danger, right? And it's literally because of this Bible. They literally are putting a Christian founded group to hunt people who speak against Christianity right now, right? And your daughter is a young woman. Again, they're passing laws to control her body. If anything, right, there's no such thing as coming into this gym because her life is on the line. Your life is on the line.
I'm sorry. Can
So
you repeat that? There's no command. What?
there's no going too far. We're already at that extinction
Okay.
point. We're already, you know what I'm saying? We're already there, is what I'm trying to say, right? So I understand kind of putting the kid gloves on for yourself and for her, but honey, I think it's time to rip the band-aid off, right? And you're already coming to a truth, I think. Haul her little tail with you because, again, like I said, she's going to be able to look at this with a new brain, right? And her mind is still functioning. It hasn't clicked yet until she turned about 30. You have a great opportunity right now to change her course and change other people's course that she's going to be around as well, right? Again, life is already happening for us women, and we damn sure it's been happening for us black women, specifically at the hands of this Bible, right?
Exactly. And I want to piggyback off. Your daughter's 20, right? And second of all, I'm just going to speak from my experience. I hate it when my brother or father or men try to hold me with kid gloves. I'm a woman. I should be able to, have my voice heard and stand on my own 2 feet. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean that you have to treat me with soft kid gloves. Like, you can go through this journey with your daughter and just be upfront. Exactly like Zena said. Like, she's 20 years old, and I think you're overthinking the process of it. Just enjoy the process with your daughter. Don't overthink it. Don't try to like think, oh, I want to do it this way or that. Just go through the process. It's going to be different. It's going to take different turns and it's going to be okay. But just walk it with her. Don't try to like coddle her through it. She's got to learn to be able to do these things on her own and be able to still have her voice heard as a 20-year-old. She's going to get it and she's going to grow up. But I think you're just kind of overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah, full flow. My son's 15. And when I tell you he's in church, but he's deconstructing, and I'm letting him answer all the questions. And sometimes he's bringing me new information that I go and research, and we sit down together, we just chop it up, and we come to an understanding. And even if there's things that he doesn't understand, and he still goes to Sunday Bible school, I'm not going to knock him for experiencing what he wants to experience, because guess what? I've opened the door for him to be able to have that conversation. I think once you've got that trust with your daughter, which it sounds like you do, you have to allow your child to make those decisions for themselves. Because like Jessa said, and like Zena said, your daughter's 20. She's a grown woman in effect. And I know as a parent, you want to make sure that your child is wrapped up in their world, but that can also be can cause an issue because then you're not giving her the reality. Let her learn the reality with you, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
Well, maybe I don't know.
Also,
Maybe it's just
with
with
that,
maybe with me, she just acts timid because it's me. I don't know what that is. Like I hear what you're saying, and I totally agree. Right? I'm not saying that as a young lady, as a young woman, she's weak-willed. That's not the case.
Mm.
Um, um, she, but with me, when we talk, it's a different thing, and sometimes she withdraws if I say something that may rub her, or I'm like, "Hey, why did you do that? Let's talk about this," type of thing, and she'll withdraw. You know, and again, I don't know if that's just a thing with me, but it's just something that I've learned to adapt to and find ways to break through that, so to speak, to where she's more comfortable to continue to talk and trust her father, right? That's that's a thing that and I hear what you're saying, like, hey, to rip the gloves off. I just don't want to, I guess, scare her, or
Trust.
I don't want her to withdraw from a thing because of, well, I don't, believe this. If she don't believe it at that point, that's fine. I would
Mhm.
take that than whether her withdrawing within herself.
No, I can
I
understand that
understand though.
fully. And I don't mean just like rip it off, right? When I say that, right, Flo, I'm equating that to what the law of the land is already doing to us in the name of this book, right? So you don't have to come to her with fire and brimstone. The fire and brimstone is already here. Take an example from what's currently going on in our government, right? And you can easily equate this, right, to what's happening in the Bible and just show her the parallels and say, hey, honey, what do you think about what God told these people to do and what's happening in our world right now? And ask
Hmm.
her for her thoughts. Ask her to speak to you. Ask her to give you her opinion. And then that's when you come in, right? And you make that connection with her. And now this is not something that you're talking to at her, right? At her about, right? You are discovering things together, right? You're learning things together. Like everybody is saying, you're deconstructing together in this, right? And even outside of that, in her familial relationships, there in the Bible says that a woman's only worth 50 shekels, right? Whereas cows are worth more than that, right? 50 shekels is what, 13 to $15 in today's time. Ask her, does she see anything similar going on? There's slave trade happening. They just broke up a group, a farm where they had women for egg harvesting, right? So, do you get where I'm coming with this? There's things in this world now that you can look at that Bible and study together and be like, this ain't right, baby. What do you think about it? Bring her in. Don't talk at her, talk with her. Create communication bond. And that's your starting point with your daughter. That's love right there. Education is love. And that's all that you're giving to her, and she's going to know that.
Big win, Zena.
And to piggyback what Zena may say, and I just wanted to put out something that I noticed. I may be way off. I may be on point. I may be kind of on point. But when so Christianity and men, Christianity Christianity breeds misogyny. And sometimes I don't think men are necessarily conscious of it because it's just ingrained in the fabrics of Christianity and its belief. So when Rock made those suggestions, it was kind of taken like, okay. And then when Jess, a woman that has been 20, that may have more of a experience as a more close experience as a 20-year-old woman than Rock as a however old he is man will have. It was
74.
kind of, it was immediate pushback. So um there is a level of misogyny that comes with Christianity. And what everyone is saying is when they say, when we say, oh, don't make her soft, don't make it, basically what everyone is saying is treat her like a person. She's a 20-year-old person regardless of what's going on downstairs, regardless of what genitalia that she has. She is a person. And when you approach her as a person, you start to understand that, okay, it's not about her being soft, it's not about her being feminine, it's about her being an educated person in regards to this religion that may or may not fit her and where she and how she's going to further her life. So while you're talking with her, check the misogyny at the door. See, like Zena said, if you're talking at her or you're talking with her. If she's timid, well, why is she timid? Those are things that you know your daughter. We don't know her. You know her. You raised her. So approach her as the person that you raised. And if there's a chink in the chain, then build that relationship as you're building her as a person, or excuse me, as you're helping her grow as a person in society. She's a person. She's not a just a gender. Does that make sense?
It does. I've never,
Okay.
I would never treat my daughter other than my daughter, a human, and because she's the center of my universe. Like, you guys got to understand, it's been me and her against the world since she was 3, right? Like, I've spared no expense because I need her to survive this thing. because it's crazy. So I poured everything into her, like took myself out of the circle, making sure that the doctor's appointments were met and recitals and the tumbling and like I hear you. And again, I don't want to ever sound misogynistic talking to my daughter about anything. And like Rock, again, like Rock said earlier, I want to be sure, right, in my wording, and with the help of Thinker and Uso, I'm sorry, is it Zena and Spicy, I'm gonna take into account and try to come up, take your advice, but mix it in and see what I can come up with to get the ball rolling. Because as of yet, I don't know how to actually do that. To be honest with you,
And I'm
because
gonna
I'm
tell
still at
you,
odds within myself about a said thing. And again, when I think on it, it pisses me the hell off, to be honest with you. And I do not want to bring that into something trying to reminisce or regurgitate something I've read that has made me upset. So I don't have a balance as of yet. That's why I have not said anything to her about it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Don't go into
yeah, it
something
makes sense.
half cocked. You know what I'm saying? And if anything, frankly, I'm gonna speak out of the other side of my neck. I don't think that you should have the conversation with your daughter until you have reached a comfortable point in your quote unquote belief and or deconstruction, because you don't want to put your feelings on something onto her.
Exactly.
And I'm
Yes.
with you with that. And here's the thing, right? And this is where I'm coming out the other side of my neck. It is okay to show emotion and anger to your daughter about something that you learned, that you've taught her, and now you got to deconstruct her yourself and apologize and say, "Hey, baby girl, I am so sorry that I allowed this to be taught to you. I allowed you to be demeaned by what these words say. I have to take responsibility for that as a parent," right? And that comes with a lot of guilt. I have a shit ton of guilt myself for teaching my son what I have so far, right? I have a lot of guilt because I have to deconstruct him now. And that's not easy to do, nor is it comfortable to do. And so when I say that you're going to be in a constant place of questioning yourself, do that, right? But don't question yourself to the point where you cause strife between yourself and your daughter. That's not the goal of this, right? You don't want to cause more, but also, other side of my neck, right? She's gonna have her own, she's gonna have pushback. You're about to shake the foundation, her foundation and yours, at her core, right?
Correct.
And
Correct.
she's going to have pushback. She's going to be like, "You're lying, daddy." She's going to go talk to her mama or whoever is around her, other people, right? To say, "My dad is saying some crazy stuff to me," right? You know what I'm saying? So be prepared for that, and don't take it personal. As a parent, I take a lot of things personal with my son because it's my duty, unlike God, to make sure his every breathing moment on this world is filled with love, joy, peace, prosperity, and protection. Love, joy, peace, prosperity, and protection is what I speak over my child every single day and over myself, right? That's my responsibility as a parent. Your responsibility as a parent is no different than what you're doing now, right? And sometimes tough love does come into it, but you got to educate yourself first. You got to save yourself, put your life jacket on first, then you go to baby girl. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
In my opinion,
Yeah.
take it or leave it.
So can okay. Also, thoughts and Rock, if you don't mind, I would like to ask you gentlemen a question. How do you check um misogyny when you're addressing and thoughts? I don't know if, also I don't know if you have children, but how do you check the thought to say a thing that may be misogynistic without you knowing it before it comes out your mouth? You know what I mean? Like, because in the midst of talking to children, you want to try to be articulative so that you keep their attention, they understand what you're saying without a fear presence type of thing.
Um, I don't know. I think a lot of it is educating yourself beforehand, but then also not being like You might remember that guy from earlier that just got up on panel and just lied, and then lied about lying, and would just couldn't accept the fact that he was wrong. He made a mistake, and he didn't want to move on from it. You have to be willing to be able to have conversations. And if they say, "Hey, that's fucked," don't do that.
Hmm. Because
My fault.
I feel
It
as
won't happen
though
again. You know what I mean? Like you just got to be able to.
I feel as though that right,
Uh,
correct. I get that. I feel as though that I can unpack misogyny and 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 put it on a back burner, or just try to eliminate it completely. But having a outside perspective kind of encloses my thoughts on it, gives me things to bounce, ways to eradicate that from even being a thing within myself. So that's why I'm asking you, gentlemen.
I
I,
think
I
one
have a
thing.
question. Oh, I'm sorry, D. I'm sorry.
It's
well,
okay.
B
I think
had something, um, and
I'll
I
wait till you
don't.
guys finish this misogyny question because this was about his daughter. And I just wanted to chime in because I have a 20-year-old as well. But I'll let you guys
Oh,
finish the misogyny
got you.
question.
Okay. All right.
I was just gonna say, first of all, from one black man to another black man, I think we don't hear a lot of stories about black men raising their child in the way that you're doing it. And I think that's admirable. So thank you for sharing that. I was very touched. I think one thing that I've had to do is look at my own assumptions. So before expressing my opinion on something, I have to see whether or not I have a gender bias already. Are my assumptions and my opinion, my experiences, am I shaping them as lesser than a woman's experience? And also like looking at the double standards, like what double standards do I uphold? I've also got a 15-year-old sister who's also like my daughter because just by default my dad's old. So my sister comes to me, and I also feel like there's things that she does, and I'm like, oh, how do I also say that as well? But I think I've had to check myself and also consider the impact. What When I speak these words out, how is she going to feel? Is she going to feel empowered? Is she going to feel diminished? Is she going to feel judged? Um, and perhaps open up a space for feedback. It's okay to be wrong. And I think you're modeling good behavior when you say to your daughter, I'm not 100% right about this, but this is something that we can kind of, again, going back to this whole joint learning together, help me to understand your opinion from a young woman. What do you feel about that? Just open the floor up.
Yeah, and again, I just needed to get uh, a certain amount of feedback just to see if my thought process was in the realm of other men. Because again, trying to raise a young lady to function in this world, coming from the mindset of a man, is it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. A lot of tone policing on my part, and a lot of uh, soft words to be encouraging, to make her feel strong and powerful. I had to really learn that and teach myself to make sure that, she wouldn't be afraid of XYZ or ABC or type of thing. So again, I thank you guys also and thoughts. I appreciate that.
I think Rocksteady will have some good points as well.
Hopefully I have good points, but this is what one dad to another. Okay, and as you can see, my sperm cell over there in the big box thinks that it's funny. I'm just playing. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. But no, for real though. One dad to another. I know you said you've been doing this since you was 3. For the last few years, right? I've had custody of my daughter, so it's just been me and them rocking out, right? And if you look at it's on one of my videos, right? One of the things I said was I had to learn how to teach my daughter, right? And she had to learn how to trust me. Now, I don't know if at 20 years old that's a thing for you and what your relationship is with your daughter. That may be something, that you may want to look at. But when we talk about misogyny, right? My personal um point of view would be to don't gender a thing, right? Sometimes you can be as a woman you shouldn't do this, or as a young lady, right? You kind of throw them into a lane, right? and you put a gender on it or sex, whatever it's called these days, right? You say as a woman, this is what you're supposed to do. That's the part that I would take out,
Yeah,
and that's the part
I
that
don't move in that lane. I don't move. I've never moved in that lane with my daughter.
okay,
Yeah,
good,
and I
good.
definitely hear that. I've never see, and again, this only just comes, stems from G Spot's point of view, which is very valid. Because it never even crossed my mind that I could even say something that would be that way towards my daughter, because I wouldn't know how she actually would take it. So yeah, yeah. So I hear what you guys are saying. I deeply appreciate it. Because I took when I say I took myself out the game earlier, like there's been no other woman in my life but my daughter, because I made everything about her to make sure she got the best of the best of the best. And when she was ready to go up into college, and now she's ready to do her thing, I want to make sure that all of the T's were crossed, type of deal. So I didn't want to leave anything to chance, however that may look. Uh, for me, but I'm very proud of her accomplishments and what we've done together. I definitely just don't want to sound or ever be misogynistic to her.
Well, misogyny is. I'm sorry, who was talking? My bad. I didn't see the.
That was me, but you can go ahead, Rob.
Okay, so let's make sure, like, misogyny is right. It's like a dislike for women, right? It's um just, I guess, like a prejudice against women for being women. And I feel like, honestly, as like a dad, you kind of, I'm not saying that you can't be misogynistic. I'm saying that you don't want to let the fear of being misogynistic cloud, right, your ability to connect to your daughter. Like, don't be so afraid of being misogynistic that you don't give her full honesty. Right, I'm one of those type of people. I'd be like, at the end of the day, when all else fails, just be fucking honest. I mean, unless you're talking to IRS or some shit like that, okay. But at the end of the day,
Okay, yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Just be fucking honest. Honesty is literally your golden ticket, or your, you know what I mean, key all to everything. Right? That's what's gonna get you. That's the only solid ground you really gonna have to stand on. In a lot of situations, is the honesty that you have. And if you coming from a good place, and you make sure you coming from a good place, and you go down that line of thinking, right, you should most of the time be able to be effective in what you're trying to accomplish, right? Um, so yeah, like, don't be so scared of being misogynistic that you forget to be a dad, right? That you not free yourself to be a dad. Sometimes, yes, you may make a mistake, you may make a misstep, and you have to be willing to admit that, right, and be accountable. Say, all right, I fucked up right there. Let's get that together, right? And I feel like that's the transparency in going through this process. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? But you need to be able to understand when you make a mistake
Yeah.
and pick that shit up. Like, and my question for you would be, because I had to ask myself this too, like, what is your relationship like with your daughter from
Oh,
her point of view?
I got you. I got you. I mean, she's never stressed any dislikes. Like, I mean, we always laughing. We're always cutting up. We're always talking crazy, cracking jokes. She'll call me with a joke she didn't heard one of her friends tell me. Like, and she'll send me, TikTok videos and this type of thing. Like, our relationship is solid. Like, again, we have father daughter, dates. Not so much now, but we did a lot. You know what I'm saying? But again, this stemmed out of having a conversation about this Bible, because I definitely do not want to sound like I'm putting my finger in her face, a type of deal. And to, like you said, don't be like this, or putting her in a lane when I explain this thing, because I'm upset uh, about where I am at this point, or later on down the line. I don't know where I'd be at the about this, but I don't want to be that guy, and I don't want to turn into that guy, because I've never been that. So I appreciate the input. I really do. I appreciate you guys.
I popped
And
up to. Oh, all right, Rock. I keep interrupting you.
no,
It's
no,
okay.
no, no. That was me. That was me. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. Fee.
I actually popped up to talk about what Rock circled around to, but I did want to drop this because I shared with Thinker the other day when I was on her panel that I just finished this training for work about unconscious bias. And part of it was about recognizing that internally. And they did give a formula, which I thought was very powerful. It's called the MIRROR formula, MIRROR. And it definitely applies for unrecognized misogyny as well. So the first M is mindset check. And you're basically asking yourself in situations, what assumptions are you making about women in their roles, like work, relationship? And in this regard, you're talking about your father-daughter relationship. What mindsets do you unconsciously hold about women when compared to men? And this is all internal. This is not anything that you have to do with your daughter. This is a excuse me, this is a self-reflective process, if that makes sense. Hang on a second, guys. The I is interrupt automatic reactions. So when certain things happen, it's human nature to react as opposed to respond. So whenever you're about to interrupt or overtalk or mansplain something, check yourself before you do that. Hold on to it. Even write it down if you need to. The second R was review language and jokes. Like sometimes men will, in our society, will make a joke that they think is just funny. Everybody's told this joke, but it's demeaning to women. So you have to check the language that you're using in these situations. And again, this is not about an external thing. This is an internal check and balance. That second R is to recognize privilege and bias. And that could look like asking yourself, if you hold a position about your daughter or woman in this regard, would you hold it if it was a man? So it's an additional layer of self-reflection. O is to observe reactions of women in authority. How do the women that are in positions of authority or positions of power react to this? And the reason you have to look at women in authority is because women not in positions of authority tend to take a very subservient positioning. They'll just, oh, okay, well, I can't do anything about this. But if you're dealing with a woman who does not have to do that, see how she reacts to what you've said, because that will give you an honest assessment of what your statement, how it has landed with women. And then the last part is to recalibrate and improve. Sometimes we just have to own that, you know what, I didn't even think I saw women in this way, but I do based on how I reacted to this. So I think that I'm all about resources and tools. And I think that formula with that acronym is really helpful to kind of give you a guide on, because it sounds to me like you want to proactively address any biases that you have. So I think that that's one tool that was mentioned in this training. When it comes to, what I actually came up here to talk about was that I have a 20-year-old as well. At this particular age, your relationship with your children shifts. You're no longer the person that they come to for information. My ex-husband and I, my son's father, we kind of told him, we've shifted into consultant role at this point, but it's not still hands off because they're not adults. Like at 20, they're just two ultimately at this adult thing. Because the world tells you that at 18 you're an adult. No, you're still a child, and you're just like you're just wrapping up that part of your life. So it's so much that they don't know. But I think it was Spicy or G's point, I can't remember. It might even been Zena. We don't want to infantilize them because we want to make sure that we empower them, and that's very, very important for your daughter. It's important in general, but there's an additional pressure for women in this world to put us in a specific box and make us stay there. So any empowerment that you can give her is going to be super important. But when she's 20, I love this age because now I'm able to, like Rock says, I'm able to keep it 100. Like when they're younger, there are certain things I wouldn't say to my son when he was 12 or when he was 9, because you want to be age appropriate. But now we can shift into this role of, what do you think? I want to know who you are. I want to know how you feel about this. We can share our growth journeys with them. We could absolutely bond with them in a way where we're both learning through our mistakes. And we don't have to present this front of, I know the answer, I'm the person that you come to. I personally don't feel like that's an effective way of parenting, but that's just me. I feel like being able to own the goodness and the badness that resides in all of us as humans is the best way to connect with our children, because we don't tell them subconsciously that they should be perfect or afraid of making a mistake, because it's in those mistakes that we learn. So ask her questions. If you want to know how you, and this is scary because I asked my son this several times over his life. If you could change anything about me as a mom, what would it be? And if you don't feel comfortable telling me, write it down and send, and give me the letter, because I wanted to know how to improve. Even now, he's about to be 20 in April, and he's doing great, right? But then there's still ways that I want to know how I need to show up for him, because it's not, I say this all the time. Our children are not our possessions. They come into this world as a blank slate. It's our job to frame them, teach them how to be decent human beings, but it's their job to paint on their canvas. It's not ours. So if you want to know how she sees your relationship with you as a father, ask her. Ask her what she would change if she could, and be willing to hear that and not internalize it or take it personally. When it comes to this journey of transitioning away from or asking questions about religion, I agree with everybody on this. Share that journey with her. Even if she doesn't want to go on it, don't be afraid to say, oh, well, I'm asking these questions, and here's what prompted it. Because I was really curious about X, Y, and Z. And I know I've taught you your entire life X, A, B, and C, but here's why it's no longer making sense to me. There's so much power in honesty, and sometimes we don't even realize it. So when we share that journey with our children, no matter what age they are, we do a couple of things. We show them that we're not perfect. We're human just like they are. We just got to February 22nd, 2025 on the same day that they did. And we just got to the age that we are on the same day that they did. So we're able to humanize ourselves and not want them to look at us as though we are on this pedestal and we have all the answers, because we don't. And there's so much, I think there's the connectivity that comes from sharing a transformation journey is so powerful. Look at people who've gone through like weight loss journeys together, or financial recovery journeys together, or any other transformation. It usually binds. And that's definitely the case when it comes to our children, because that connection's already there. And if you've lived your life in a way that has put her first, and she knows that, she's not going to think, oh, dad's flipping the fuck out now, he doesn't give a shit about what she's not going to land on that conclusion. And you've got to trust in that foundation that you've built with her.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. It's I wasn't going to talk about this part of our journey. So we went to see a counselor 3 times, and this was with a month straight, 3 different times from the age of 14. This was a decision that we both came to. She was having issues coping in school. Hey, what's going on? Talk to me. And she was just, hey, I can't think. Like my mom, I keep thinking about mom. It was an issue. Hey, we could go talk to someone and let's go find out what's really going on. It's kind of bothering your dad too, so let's go do this thing. We both was nervous, never done it before. I had dropped my ego because, as a guy, I'm like, I don't need that, But for her sake, she said yes to this, so I went on ahead and did it. And then the question was brung up by the I want to say doctor, but you know what I mean. The question was brung up like, hey, if you could change something about him, and what she wanted to change was I was working too much. Um, it stayed a thing because I needed to make sure that she had options. Because I didn't know how to get the things to make her successful in life without putting myself out there in the workforce full force to get the things that she would need, the college tuition together, all these things that she would have. So I do thank you, Fee. I tried to write this down, but I started phone recording, phone recording the live. So I'm going to play this back and go over these steps. I really appreciate that. Like, that is a wealth of knowledge. Things that I've never even considered. You guys have put me on. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Like, I don't have any other words to thank you guys for this.
Thank yourself, Mr. Flo, because
Right?
you're the one who, like, I always point this out to Christians, but I'm gonna do it in a nice way now. Like, your algorithm brought you here. It did. The content that you engage in is what your algorithm knows that you want to see. I don't believe in a whole bunch of hocus pocus type stuff. but I do believe that sometimes you're meant to see things and you're meant to absorb things. And I think that you yourself did this, right? You empowered yourself to put yourself out there, right? And ask for assistance, ask for some help, ask for some guidance. And hats off to you, because as a parent, being humble to somebody you brought into the world is an experience. And it's not always an easy pill to swallow, but it is something that you must do because no child asks to be brought here. You did it yourself, right? So we have to take responsibility. And it looks like you are putting on the cape, putting on your hat, and you going out there. So I appreciate that as a man, a fatherless daughter. I appreciate that. I gotta tell you, So keep it up.
I think it's really beautiful. I'm a therapist. I got a couple of months ago, and then I'm a psychotherapist, and I think it's beautiful that you put your daughter into therapy at such a young age, and just knowing that. I'm just letting everyone know, therapy is not just when you're broken. It's a good space just to be able to offload life, just even in general. So if she can't get certain emotional things from you, she can get that in therapy and then put that back into herself. So I think it's really beautiful. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when you've been talking about her, I'm sitting here and I'm like, we need to hear more stories about black men because we always hear negative ones. Do you know what I mean? So thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing.
No, thank you guys for listening and having a kind ear because I have been met with some pushback as if, what I was saying was just opposite of what you guys were hearing, and I found that weird. And this was among my uh, fellow believers. So, like, I appreciate you guys for even just having a kind ear to hear me out.
You got a familiar voice. Can't quite figure it out.
Nope, you don't know me. Nope, 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 nope.
Hold up. Hold up.
I thought about it too, Rock, but
Hold
wait,
up.
you only have one daughter, right? Just the
Yes,
one?
I only got one daughter. Yes.
It can't be.
Hold up. Oh no, I can't quite. You
There's
do
no
got a
way,
familiar
bro.
voice though. You got a familiar ass voice.
I know who you talk about. There's no way.
Ain't no fucking way, man. Hold on, one way. But in all seriousness, though, I mean, I'm serious about that too. But what I'm saying is, therapy is a good thing, right? But sometimes don't box yourself into one kind of therapy, right? All of those experiences that you share with your daughter and the bonding that y'all have, and all of that's therapy. All of this therapy, doing fun things. Sometimes you have to put this religious shit to the side and focus on y'all relationship so that y'all can approach these types of conversations in a healthy way, right? And not censor your emotions, which you should be feeling something. And you should know how to respond to those emotions. So, therapy is a great thing. Just keep in mind that, it's a lot of other things around your relationship other than the religious conversations that keep that relationship strong so that you can be able to have those conversations about religious shit or whatever the case may be, right? Um, so that you can make the connection, so that you can be able to say, well, I don't know about this, baby girl. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think about this? Or kind of like you were saying, right? And going into that conversation, picking apart the ideas. That's all deconstruction is. It's just you asking questions about shit that you think you know to make sure that it's solid. And it's okay to do that. Like, that's not a horrible thing. You know what I mean? And if you like me, I had to deconstruct the shit from a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I feel like all us niggas is out here deconstruction from misogyny and patriarchy and all of that shit. 'Cause I was like, which I don't know, I'm a manly man or some bullshit like that. Like, bro, you gotta take that apart, and it's okay. So we fixing a lot of shit. All of us, it's been we unpacking a lot of shit. Being willing to do it is the starting point, right?
Rocky never lied because about 10 years into my deconstruction, I had a whole ass marriage that was a result of not deconstructing and sitting in my internalized. I won't even say it wasn't misogynistic, but it was these relationship dynamics that were absolutely steeped in Christian ideology and Christian framework. I got a whole ass husband because I had not deconstructed that. So it's not a one deconstruction takes care of everything. It just doesn't. And Rock just said something that made me think of you know how when our children are small, like when they're tiny, sometimes the older folks would say when they fall, how you react to it is how they're going to react to it. Like if they fall on their bike, you're like, oh my goodness, you go running. Or if you know, like you're okay. They tend to react the way that we react. It's the same thing specifically with the child parent dynamic, especially when you have a good relationship with them. If your daughter looks to you and she sees that you're navigating these waters and you're dealing with the emotions that come up, and all emotions are welcome, all behaviors aren't, but all emotions are welcome. Sometimes you can be frustrated, you can be angry. Share that with her. It's not directed at her, but if you explain that to her and you tell her what's going on and share your heart with her, there's nothing about anything that you've described about y'all's relationship that would make me think she'll say to you, oh, Dad, you should have already known this. We're all figuring this out. You've got to give yourself permission to do that as well.
Commercial break while Fourth Flow writes and digest. Everybody, please take your finger and touch your phone in a way that's consistent with the hearts being pushed. I don't know how to say this shit no more. Tap the phone, y'all. Share the live. Listen, I was having a hard time trying to think of something.
Cause what else were you about to say? What
I don't know.
Bob the screen, bob that screen. Just bob
else were
it.
you about to say? Lord.
I was about to hard. That's all. Don't tap, Bob.
Don't fuck up now. Don't fuck this up.
Can we bop the screen? That arrow down at the bottom right. Can we share it out to your family, friends, loved ones, enemies to get also some more people? We got 346 people. We're at 144K. Can we get to 200? I mean, the bear is worth it. He's up. He's alive. His eyes are popping. Can we hit that heart right above El Oso so the algorithm will know that he is alive and well? Also, if you love us and you love him, if you hate us and you hate him, send us some gifts. Send him gifts first, and then a panel of your choosing. Show how much Christians, show how much you dislike atheists by sending them hearts, by sending them the love of Jesus through hearts. Each person on the panel, send them like 50 hearts to show how much they need Jesus. And also tap, excuse me, and let's you already redid your goal also?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So he has crowns. So if we can get those crowns. Also, when you guys hear the celebratory noise, if you can stop talking for a moment to let all of that phase out, because it's a hard time hearing when all the noise is going on with TikTok. Congratulating Oso of being the best bear ever. And that's all. I'm gonna drop down also to leave some room for some Christians to come up. So love you guys. I'll be in the comments.
WG.
Thank you.
Peace.
G.
I'm glad
Thank you
you
for
brought
your
this
morning,
up.
everybody.
thank you for your information, G.
Hey, Vandy. 1 second. Also click on my link and go follow my stuff on my link tree. But
Do
go
I
ahead,
have mine?
Vandy.
I just wanted to come up and give forth just one other resource. If you are seriously trying to deconstruct misogyny, you said earlier that you wanted to root it out of yourself. You're never going to completely root out misogyny because it is built into the fabric of the system. It's built into the fabric of you. You're going to be deconstructing it forever. Even as a woman, I'm always deconstructing internalized misogyny. And when I come across something and I'm like, ooh, why did I think that about that? I will go and I will contact my daughter who's going to be 21 this year and be like, baby, I have to apologize to you. And she'd be like, what now? Because she's kind of tired of me apologizing because of something that I'm always doing to her. And I was like, remember when I said, and then I will tell her, this is the reasons why this is wrong. And we would have the conversations this way. And so if you are trying to have these conversations with your daughter and you find she's reticent, instead of going to her and saying, hey, there's some things that, I don't want you to get into, or I don't want you to think. You go to her and say, hey, I've been working on myself about A, B, and C, and this is a thing that I found out, and I think I might have messed some stuff up for you, and I want to apologize, and I want to talk to you about it. If you are trying to deconstruct your misogyny and you are unaware of where it lies, and I guarantee you it is everywhere, there's a content creator on here called the Public Offender. If you go and find him here on YouTube and just listen to a couple of the videos, I guarantee you are going to be triggered, you're going to be mad, you're going to want to cuss him out and everything like that. But he's going to keep popping up things where you're going to be like, wow, I actually did that. Wow, I think I might have done that. I think like that. And it can kind of like just like get you in the habit of thinking about the things that you think about that are misogynistic. And then from talking to your daughter about you deconstructing your misogyny, you could tell her, hey, this is where the misogyny came from. And then you could start pointing out all the verses and, the ways that you indoctrinated her and everything like that. And in my personal opinion, which you could take or not take, depending on your level of openness or misogyny, is if you go to somebody saying, hey, this is a thing I have to fix with myself, not, hey, this is a thing that we need to fix with you, like everything always comes across so much smoother because the person doesn't have to get on the defensive now. So I just came up to say that, but as you guys can hear, I'm somewhere noisy. So can somebody please drop me, because I have color on my hand right now, and I don't want to touch my phone.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
You know what?
Vanity.
That's such a good point that Vanity brought up, because there's no defensiveness if you're not telling her what to think. And like Thinker mentioned, her son is Christian. Like at this age, you've got to give her space to hold what she believes. My son and I have differing views on some major hot topic issues, and I enjoy those conversations. I don't engage in those conversations to try to change his mind. I engage in those conversations to understand how he thinks. So if your daughter ultimately decides that Christianity is for her, you got to give her space for that. If your daughter ultimately decides that some of the misogynistic views she doesn't have an issue with, you got to give her space for that. But like Vanity said, there's no need for defensiveness if you're not trying to tell her what to think. Just share your journey with her, and where she lands is where she lands.
Oh my God, I didn't even think that she might have misogynistic or misandry views. Jeez, that never even crossed
Nah,
my mind.
this nigga sound familiar as hell. Hold on,
Ramon.
hold on,
I
cuz.
think we weren't gonna say
That's who that is.
This is not
Who?
Ramon,
That's who
y'all.
that is. I
This
knew
is
I
not
I'm
wasn't
not.
Ramon
tripping.
Noodles.
I'm
I
definitely. I'm
knew I wasn't
definitely.
tripping.
I'm definitely
My boy,
not
that's you,
Ramon.
my boy. Come on, Wayne.
I was thinking
That's
it,
my
Thinker.
name is not Ramon.
Your
It's
name
definitely
is
not.
Ramon, goddamn.
No, it's not. I'm a resident of Tennessee, born and raised in Chicago.
Oh, you from Chicago?
So that's
A
Yep.
what's up.
hometown kid. I don't know. I don't
His
know now.
Oh, now all of a sudden he not Ramon. Now
I
all of a
don't
sudden
know.
he
He
not
might
Ramon.
not
That's
be
crazy.
Ramon, you know.
his
I'm not Ramon.
contemplation time is too short for Ramon. Y'all know how Ramon used to get too quiet.
He ain't
Like,
mentioned trying to
You
find a
right.
mate yet. This ain't Ramon. He
yeah.
just sound like Ramon. He just remind me of Ramon.
Yep.
That's the thinker. You hit it on the head. I'm like, this nigga sound familiar. Okay, he is trying to pull the wool over our eyes.
You're gonna find out
I
that
That would be
Ramon
appreciate
really
the
really
I
was
funny.
appreciate
Jethro.
the friendly context in there. But I'm a third shifter, guys. I'm hella tired. I really appreciate you guys, but I want to leave you guys with an experience that truly, I want to say, really brung me and my daughter together. And I want to kind of bring up the energy a bit. So, my daughter's cycle came, right. Now, mind you, we went to a parenting class because I needed to learn about the OBs and all of the internal things and how things supposed to flow at certain times when a said thing happens, right? So I'm minding my business. I'm watching the game. My daughter automatically starts screaming and she's crying. And I jump up because it scared the living crap out of me because I'm like, what? So I ran to the door. She's in the shower. I crack the door. There's blood on the
She's
counter
gonna
of
be
the
mad
sink.
at you
I
for
was gonna
telling
say,
this
do you
story.
think you should tell your daughter's
Yeah,
private,
I'm gonna tell. Yeah, I'm gonna
beautiful?
tell this
But
story.
why? But what?
Oh,
As a
she if
woman,
she
why
knew,
would
she
you
would
do
be
that?
mad.
Yeah,
No,
like why would
no,
you do
no. This
that?
is a listen. Listen. Let me finish
But
the story
what
because
point
you're
did you
assuming
listen? Listen,
you are
Mr. Smoke.
assuming
Okay,
you're
Mr.
assuming
Smoke.
a sad thing. You're assuming. Hold
Mr.
on. You're
Smoke, please listen for 1 second. As a young female, please listen for 2.5 seconds. You've taken all of our advice. Take this. We are a group of strangers who do not know your young, impressionable, growing up, private, craving daughter, right? We do
yeah.
not know her, right? And for you to share a story that is probably a bonding story between you and your daughter to a room of 341 people who are strangers to you, I'm not sure if I, as a young woman, would be happy that my father did that, especially if he's trying to create a form of trust between us. That is embarrassing, and it is not necessary for you to give us the story. I promise you, there's probably another bonding story that you have with your baby girl. But I wouldn't want anybody to share that about me. But do what you want to do. But this is a part of the breaking down
It's
misogyny right now, trusting women when we tell you something. But you go right
okay.
ahead.
No, I'll take that as it is. It's
Just
a
DM me
it's
on
a
the side, bro, because I know
it's a
what you're
story,
gonna say.
but because here the thing is, it's a story that I hear her tell from her view. I'm just telling you my view, but it's cool. I get it. You know, you deep in the morals of a situation and don't find the humor. That's cool. I get it. That's fine. I don't have to share it.
It's
I don't
just
want
more the
to. I don't want to ruffle no.
confidentiality.
I don't want to ruffle any feathers. I no. And I get what she's saying. There's strangers around, but again, this is a story again that we share because of the outcome and what happened. She has no issue. Well, I wish she was here, um, but there's no issue with her explaining um, the nature of her coming when it did. So I mean, I get it though, but I'm not gonna just throw it out there. I get it. I'll
Yeah,
let it
don't
go.
feel bad, bro. As a father, and my daughters are you know what I mean. Like I went through that too. We still face building, but you know what I mean. It's just kind of one of those things. Maybe not on a.
And
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
and I'll
yeah.
Yeah,
I probably shouldn't have threw out there the whole thing, but I probably shouldn't have said it like that. But you know, I get it.
and
I
fourth
get it,
flow,
ladies. I
fourth
didn't mean to
flow.
be disrespect or disrespect anyone when I said that. I just wanted to share the incident,
Well, I didn't
the
say
moment.
you were being disrespectful, right? I don't think you're capturing what I was saying in this moment, right? I didn't say you were being disrespectful. I was saying and trying to protect your daughter's privacy, her emotions, things that she's going through, right? Having your period is never fucking fun. I don't know about anybody else, but I make sure I have my flower on deck and at least throw 3 blunts in rotation, okay? I don't want anybody talking about my period, my first time having the experience or anything of that nature. And I'm just empathizing as a woman, right? I don't know your daughter, but I'm empathizing as a woman. I would be mortified if my father was talking about my period or an experience that we shared together, right? But you know your daughter, so I'm not talking about you being disrespectful. I'm coming from a privacy and a respect standpoint for your daughter.
Right. Again, I don't want to seem as if I'm not respecting the boundaries that you're setting. I hear you. Again, I can drop it. It's fine.
And I just wanted to, I appreciate you listening forth. And I just wanted to mention the O in mirror, in that mirror formula is observe the reactions of women in authority, right? And it's not about diminishing the connection or the impact of that story. It's about as women, the narrative around what it means to be in your cycle and to start your cycle is so traumatic. So for many of us. So even though you're sharing that story for a very specific and uplifting purpose, the impact of it could be very different for a lot of women in this room. So I think that's why Zena and Thinker and everybody else reacted the way that they did, because there's another lens through which that can be seen.
Oh, well, now, okay, thank you. I definitely did not see it like that. Like I get you. I'm sorry, ladies. I apologize.
No, I think you get it. I think you get it. And I'm glad that you stopped because most men will still try and continue to share that story. And just like Fee said, like it's a quite sensitive story. And I think coming from a man, it can go very wrong. because again, there's still things that we don't know as men of how that emotionally impacts what that psychologically did for your daughter. Although she can laugh and joke about it, that might be her way of coping with that moment of when it happened.
Hmm.
Well, I can't go. I don't want to go into details now because I don't. Again, yeah, you're right. You're right. Even telling my point of view of that. You know what? I think I'll be subtle and ask her to be truthful with me about that incident and how she really felt, because when she talks about it, she talks about um how scared I was, type of deal, right? And she's, smiling and laughing, type of deal, or however that was. But yeah, I'll ask her to see
I'm gonna
if
say
she really
just
has an issue with this being some type of conversational piece whenever.
Like it might be a funny story, one for her to tell it because it's her story to tell. Um, two, it might be something that she's comfortable talking about with you, and you might get a different response if you say, if I was on, TikTok and I shared it on TikTok, she might say, no, don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Hmm.
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely don't want to hurt her feelings at all, especially and that's at this point. I don't want anything to come in between her and her schooling and the new memories she's trying to make.
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all about the first time Oso had his first period. Okay. No, I'm just bullshitting.
also,
Now you have my permission. Go ahead.
do you consent? Do you consent to this? Yeah.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Rock. If you can make something
I'm
funny, go ahead.
bullshitting. I'm
Yeah, he ain't got
bullshitting.
nothing good, y'all.
It was great having you up
I'm
though.
just saying. I ain't gonna tell him how the blood was on your face. No, see, I'm gonna stop. See, I'm chilling. See,
Oh
now
my
I gotta
god.
mute
I'll catch you guys another time. Also,
That's
I
crazy,
appreciate
man.
you, my brother, for bringing me back up a second time around, man. I hope to be back
Mhm.
and catch you
Take
guys
careful.
and
Absolutely.
all the
I'm sure you are,
information
but make
that you
sure you
got.
follow everybody up here too.
I've already followed Thinker. I was, to be honest, I was once a nerd, didn't know what to really make of her lives because people kept trying to crash out on her. I don't know. I didn't know what to make of it, but I get the gist that Thinker is definitely a teacher. And if she's not claiming to be one, she has a wealth of stuff that I would like to know.
I'm not
So
convinced that that's not Ramon.
No, no.
Hold up. Hold up.
I am. I don't.
Hold
I'm
up.
not Ramon. I'm
I
not
think you'll
Oh
Ramon.
no.
find. I think
Oh
you'll find
no.
that Thinker's learning for herself, and she puts out topics that others can chime into. She's not there actively trying to teach people that come into the lives. She's there learning for herself,
Thank you,
and
D.
she
That's
Yes,
involves
perfect.
everybody in it.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. She's
Mm.
definitely. I think I've heard her state she's not teaching anyone, but I learned some things when I was there. So it was um, a scary time, right? Because I felt it was something that I shouldn't have been listening to, right? But
More
there's knowledge there
scarier
that
than
I
when you
had.
call the Vatican.
Oh, damn.
No,
In
not
Italian as well.
nowhere near close to that. That made my heart beat so hard because it was a kick in.
It made my
So
heart beat so hard.
So when you called the
yeah, you know
Vatican
you
and
know
they,
how it was one of those moments where there was a dump at the door and you would open it and the police were standing there.
What
That
Oh
type
you?
of
and
moment.
and did you think, damn it, maybe I should go back and listen to Thinker's Lives?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I
Hmm.
have been back. I've actually checked out two or
You muted yourself
Huh?
now.
I've checked out
Glad I
two
got a
two
phone
of
call.
three of your YouTubes. I followed the link in your thing. It took me to YouTube or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Um, I listened to one that was really interesting when you were explaining. You were yelling at some dude about us being robots and not thinking for ourselves. and this dude was so ignorant. You had to yell at him and tell him, like, dude, it's not anything but you. You are the one doing this. You are the one thinking this. You are the one acting this. It's you. It's humans. And I'm like, yo, what? Like, yeah. So again, it's something that I had to agree with, because there's just no other force that I can truly see doing anything but us down here. We make the houses, we make the cars, we make the Tylenols, the cough syrup. We're yeah. I appreciate your information, your brain thinker, Fee. I appreciate your brain as well. The wealth of knowledge, and I appreciate everybody else that was able to level my thought process out, because I was kind of crashing a little bit. I don't know if you guys noticed,
Yeah, we did.
but I was crashing because, again, talking about it and walking myself down it, it's unnerving, and I'm trying to find my, I guess, whatever it is, so I can control it and decipher it, so I can try to push it somewhere else. Maybe I think.
I see
So
Thank you,
Bash in
Full
the
Flow.
comments. Sorry, real quick, y'all. I see Bash in the comments, bro. When I show up to the show, I'm gonna have my pink beer. I'm dyeing my beard pink, y'all. So y'all don't be surprised when y'all see my shit. Let's
I
go.
call bullshit. I call bullshit.
Bash, the thing that doesn't about his vocabulary that doesn't fit Ramon is we have not heard ex-wife yet, and we have not heard love yet. So it's not Ramon. He hasn't talked about his ex-wife.
That's a good point.
Thank you, Full Flow. Appreciate you.
all right, later, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you,
man.
guys.
Have a good one,
Have
bro.
a
Get
good
some good
one.
rest.
Good
No,
chat with you.
I'm so excited. I
Keep
got
us
my
safe.
tickets to Bash's show last night.
You hear me?
Wait, which show?
The one in May. The May 9th show in
Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Oh, in Birmingham. Okay.
I'm gonna go down and
And
see.
I gotta go back to the yard because it's 30 minutes from my school. And they're gonna be like, "What the fuck you doing?" You know it is. What it is. You know, Bash know where Talladega is.
Nah, I don't know about
You're
that.
going to go worship a man that's on stage, huh? That's nice.
Hey, can I tell you something real quick? Okay. And I'm only
Absolutely.
telling y'all this early, okay? I haven't said anything else anywhere else. I'm doing 2 shows that weekend. I got one on the 9th and one on the 10th, because the one on the 9th is sold out. So if you can't make the one on the 9th, but you can make the one on the 10th, come on down. Y'all the first people to hear that outside of my brain. So
What kind of music you make?
Yeah.
Bash, when you come into the UK,
as soon as you book me, I'm on the plane. As soon as somebody books me, trust me, I'm on the way.
I'm gonna talk to my people. All right.
Hey man, let me know, man. Oh yeah, so just so y'all know, again, I ain't told nobody that. I didn't even advertise this show, the 9th show on TikTok. I tried to just push it out on Facebook, and it went crazy. So this show, I'm gonna tell TikTok, but I'm not gonna really make the announcement until Monday. All right? And no, they're not coming to worship me, man. Enjoying the thing and worshiping the thing ain't quite the same thing, King. Is that okay?
Right.
Okay.
What kind of show you have if you're making music and they're dancing, drinking to your music,
That's
giving
not
you
worship.
praise, basically?
That's not worship, bro. They enjoying their friends. They dance with their friends. They drink with their friends. I just happen to be the entertainment for that. Nobody has to worship me, man. King, I'm gonna say something to you real quick, bro. Are you a believer, bro? 110%. Okay. And how long have you been a believer?
Since the age of 15.
Since the age of 10. And how old are you now? If you don't mind me
42. No, I don't mind.
Okay, so 27 years you've been believing that at some point Jesus is gonna come get you and take you to heaven, or some kind of way you're gonna get to heaven.
Or I get on the live, yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's some kind of way for 27 years you've been believing that he was gonna come get you, and some kind of way he was gonna get to heaven. Do you believe that every song that you've sang since then has been worship to someone?
Exactly that. To Satan, really, unbeknownst to me.
Okay.
If you're not worshiping God and you're singing, right? You're singing, you're drinking, you're doing all that.
Okay. So when you say
you're
happy birthday to your kids, you was worshiping Satan.
Happy birthday to your kids.
It's not about Jesus. You're singing and you're celebrating a person. Or you worshiping Satan then?
Well, you really shouldn't be.
You shouldn't celebrate your birthday.
Well, you could celebrate it, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see where you're going with that.
Okay. All right. And the only reason why I'm bringing that up is because if you have a God, if you believe that there is a God who loves you enough to forgive your sins and send his son to die for you, then I think he wouldn't be so petty as to think that every song that comes out of your mouth is somehow a song about his enemies. That would be a very insecure God.
So that's why I asked you. It depends what kind of song you're
I
singing,
make
and
country
it
music, man.
depends what your
I make,
friends are doing. If they're going to see to have a good time, right? In
yeah.
parentheses, meaning they're going to drink,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to smoke, they're going to probably get up with chicks. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's not a holy life. So they're going to see you to indulge in sin.
No. Wait, but King, before we go there,
judgmental, bro. Very judgmental.
Give me just a second, with King. I want
I
to talk
pass no judgment. I'm just speaking
No, it's
facts.
okay.
It is what it is.
You don't have to judge. You know what Jesus said about drinking, bro?
I've been there and done that. I've been where
You know
y'all
what
at. You
Jesus said
feel
about
me? So
drinking,
I'm
bro?
not trying to be I'm holier than thou. I've done
It's
everything in the book.
It's okay. Do you know what Jesus said about
Can
drinking?
you answer the question?
You could
You know
drink but not get drunk. You could eat but not eat a
Listen,
lot, which is gluttony. You could even smoke weed and it's
Hanson,
not a sin.
Hanson,
You
that's
could
not what
even
I asked
smoke
you.
weed, it's not a
Hanson, that's
sin.
not what I asked you. I asked you, do you know what Jesus said about drinking?
Tell me.
Okay. Jesus said about himself, I came drinking and y'all called me a drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did he mean by that?
I don't know what he meant, but obviously he wasn't drinking to get drunk because he doesn't need to drink to get drunk.
You said obviously.
Drinking because water back in the drinking wine was the thing because the water was dirty. The water wasn't how it is today, where you could just drink it.
You answer stuff I'm not asking you. Think about what I asked you. What did he mean by I came drinking and you called me a drunk?
People were not seeing the situation correctly. They were judging, I guess, in a way.
No, let me start over. What he said right before that was John came not drinking and you called him crazy. I came drinking and you called me a drunk. I should have gave you the full context. That wasn't fair of me. I'm sorry. All right. So he said, John, talking about his cousin, John the Baptist. John doesn't drink. And y'all call him a madman. I drink and you call me a drunk. What was he trying to say though?
They'll always say there will always be something that somebody's going to say about it.
Right. Okay, now we get it. Okay. So it wouldn't matter if them folk came and stayed sober. It was going to be something that somebody could say negative about them. It wouldn't matter if they came and got drunk as Cooter Brown. So, you know the first miracle Jesus ever performed, bro? It's in the book of John, per se. You know the first miracle he ever performed in the book of John? He walked into a wedding. He went to a wedding, and they had been drunk for 3 days at the wedding. Do you know what Jesus did?
He filled up. He gave them more wine.
Got them drunker. Okay. All right. So now, why would somebody who thought that it was bad to be drunk, think about what I'm saying now, why would somebody who thought it was bad to be drunk find some drunk people and give them, hundreds of gallons of wine, not a glass or two, hundreds of gallons of wine? Why would he do that?
You could say that one part, right? Which I would have to see the whole. I would have to dive into that. But I can tell you that even when it came to the priests, they weren't supposed to touch a lick of wine. I'm just telling you, there's parts in the Bible where it tells you not to. You could point to the point where there's possible. Okay, bro, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Don't jump the priest. Stay right here with Jesus. I've been talking about Jesus drinking the whole time. Okay, so stay right here with me with Jesus. Why would Jesus walk into a party where people had been drunk for days and give them hundreds of gallons of wine?
Okay, you're insinuating he wanted them to get them plastered. Here, just get plastered. That's your insinuation. I'm just trying to tell you what Scripture says is that not drunkards, no fornicators, none of that are going to get into heaven.
Don't do that.
So you could take that chance all you want. You could take that chance.
Handsome.
I am. I appreciate
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm asking you, why would he?
I don't know, but what's your point of that? You're trying to say it's okay to
I'm
drink?
asking you a question. The point is to get your answer. Okay, so let's try again.
I just know many times in the Bible it says not to drink.
Handsome, stop. Why would Jesus? I know what it says elsewhere. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about right here. Okay, so stay with me here. Will you do that with me? Okay. Why would Jesus walk into a party where people had been drunk? They were currently drunk and had been that way for days, and give them better wine than they had been drinking by the hundreds of gallons.
I don't off of just what you're saying, it seems like he wanted the party to continue from what you're saying, but I would have to look into the whole concept of the thing. But like I told you before,
you got some time? You got some time? Because I'd love to read it with you. You got some time?
Jesus
I got all the time.
What?
I mean, the fact that he took water and turned it into wine,
but
it had something to drink.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what you got to
They had something to
understand.
drink. They had something to drink, but he didn't want them to drink water. You're right. You make a great point. Right?
What? They had water.
They had water, but he's like, nah, I don't want them to drink water. I want them to drink this. Okay. Let's read. I think, what's it in John 3? Is it 3? No.
Do you know the first thing the Satanic Bible tells you to do? The first thing the Satanic Bible tells you to do, it tells you to drink, to get drunk.
I'm not asking about.
Also, that spirits. Why do you think people who I used to be a rapper? I used to smoke weed and I used to get drunk so I could flow better. It makes spirits influence you more.
I'm not asking about any of that.
I'm gonna jump out on a limb and say it probably didn't help because you're not a rapper now.
Exactly. Yeah. So
probably didn't do that much for you.
Christian rapper.
Okay, cool.
I rap for God. Why rap for Satan, right? Like what y'all probably do.
John 2:1.
That's why the black community is in the hellhole, because look at y'all rap culture.
We're reading the word of God, bro. We're reading the word of God.
Look at your rap culture.
It's the word of God.
And where's the Latino community?
The third day.
Trying to be like y'all, which is a shame.
Handsome, we're reading the word of God. Respect it. Wow. And the third day, there was a marriage in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there. Okay. And both Jesus was called and his disciples to the marriage. And when they wanted wine, the mother of Jesus said unto him, they have no wine. Jesus said unto her, woman, what have I to do with thee? Mine hour is not yet come. His mother saith unto the servants, whatever he saith unto you, do it. And there were set there 6 water pots of stone, after the manner of the purifying of the Jews, containing 2 or 3 firkins apiece. Now, a firkin is about 40 gallons. Okay, so these are between 80 and 120 gallon tubs. There were 6 of them. Okay, so we're looking at about 720 gallons of wine. Okay. All right.
It doesn't matter how much it is. Go ahead.
Hold on. Wait, Mary said to who?
Say it again for me.
Mary said to who? Do whatever he told you to do?
To the servant.
To the who?
The slaves.
To the slaves?
Yeah. No, I ain't even got to the slave part. I just want to stay on the drinking.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just realized that they had slaves. I just realized. I'm sorry. I just realized something. This is just a moment of realization for me. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not shaking my fist at God, bro. I don't even want to talk about that right now. I just want to stay on the drink.
Everybody has slaves. It was the same back in the day.
Bro, we still read. Okay. Jesus said unto them, fill the water pots with water. And they filled them to the brim. Okay. All right. And he saith unto them, draw out now and bear it unto the governor of the feast. And they bear it. When the ruler of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine, he knew not whence it was. But the servants which draw the water knew. The governor of the feast called the bridegroom. And he said unto them, every man at the beginning does set forth good wine. And when men have well drunk, then that which is worse. But thou hast kept the good wine until now. Okay. This beginning of miracles did Jesus in Cana of Galilee. So the very first miracle that he did was bring out the good wine once the men were drunk. Okay. That's the very first miracle that this was the beginning of miracles. Okay.
Everything that Jesus touched is better than the original. Everything that God puts his hand to becomes better.
Handsome. Right now we're talking about drinking. We're not talking about.
I know that's the concept that you take out of that.
No, that's not the concept that I take. That's what it says.
I know that's what it says.
Okay. Then let's stick with what it says.
You take it that he said that the wine was better. right?
Handsome.
If the
Let's
wine
look
was
what it said.
better, what does that mean? Everything that God touches become better.
Handsome.
That means you could
I'm not
become
asking
better,
for the
handsome.
moral of the story. I'm not asking for the moral of the
You
story.
could become better once you give your life to Christ.
Handsome. Will you stop? Okay. I'm not asking for the moral of the story. I'm asking what the story says. Just what it says. Okay, all right. Because
You have the story.
not the
You're trying
me,
to
not the
say
me.
it's
Not-
okay to
I'm not
drink.
asking
Is
about
that
the-
what
I'm
you're
not-
trying to say?
That's not what I'm. Will you stop? Okay. All I
The
want to
point. Get to the point.
do, handsome. I'm fucking this
We're
chicken.
coming
Let me
off
hold the
mute. He
legs,
can do
okay?
that.
Okay. Okay. The point. The reason I started down this path is because without knowing anything about me or what I do, you insinuated that somehow I had people worship me, right? You insinuated that. And the reason that you insinuated that, you mentioned this 3 times, is that people would dance and drink. Okay. And somehow that was satanic. Right. Okay. So not only did you put me in a place of Satan, right? You put my friends in a place of Satan worship. Okay. All right. So what I wanted to do was lay parallel. Right. And first and foremost, this is why I asked, well, when you sing happy birthday to your daughter, are you doing something satanic? Okay. So what I wanted to
Everything is in
parallel.
context, bro.
Yeah, so this is why I wanted to read. Okay. All right. So that's why I laid parallel some people who were at a wedding, right? Who were there to celebrate those people getting married and who got drunk, right? And how Jesus was clearly not upset about the fact that they were celebrating 2 human beings and getting drunk. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I know what you would say. You would say, well, there are scriptures that say don't get drunk. And I can show you scriptures that say do. That literally say, hey, if you in anguish, if you having a bad day, drink until you can't remember your problems anymore. Okay. All right. But that's okay. That's okay, because you might not know that scripture, and that's fine.
That's
Okay.
before Jesus was unalive. They didn't have the Holy Spirit to be the comforter. You feel me? There was ways of doing
Jesus
things.
was the comforter while he was here.
That's why
Jesus
he allowed
himself
Noah
was
to
the
drink
The
too.
Holy Spirit is in the Old Testament
Listen,
too.
God allowed Noah to
The Holy
drink.
Spirit is in the Old Testament, and it made Saul get butt ass naked in front of Samuel and babble.
Yeah, it did. Right. But what I'm saying is Jesus himself was the comforter while he was on the planet. He was the comforter. Okay. And he still gave them alcohol. Even while he was currently there.
Do you agree that when you're drunk, you make bad decisions?
No.
Get out of here, bro. Why do you think you can't even drive a car, man? You can't drive a car. You can't
Well, guess
operate
what?
Because your
machinery.
motor functions.
Some people get drunk. Look,
Okay.
some people get drunk and catch an Uber home.
And some people get horny. Some people will smash anything, like, you know, they get
that same person would have fucked anything sober. But that's not that's a
Bro,
person that makes bad decisions.
You're just trying to make yourself sound good, bro. You know people make bad decisions when they drink.
I'm not trying to make myself sound good or anything.
People get in fights, right? They puff out their chest.
But those are people who would fight anyway. Okay.
No, man. People get brave sometimes.
I don't fight, bro. I don't fight.
Okay, I'm saying liquor makes you do stupid things.
No, it doesn't. Stupid people do stupid things. Okay.
All right. Defend liquor all you want.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about any of that. You keep.
Are you on a stage? Are you on a stage?
Handsome. You are moving away from what I'm talking about. And I want to stay where you started.
They're worshiping you, man. That's what
they
they're
are
doing.
not worshiping me. One. They're not worshiping me.
You may not think that. Like the same thing with tarot card people. Tarot card people do tarot cards. It's the same exact concept. People go to them.
Bro, ain't nobody talking about tarot cards, man.
People go to them for answers. That's their God.
Nobody's talking about that.
So they go in for you to have to indulge in sin.
Stop, bro. Will you stop, man? Damn, dog. Like, I'm convinced. I'm thoroughly convinced.
Damn that, you know.
Bro, will you stop, man? Will you stop? I'm convinced that, actually, I want to tell y'all a little story, then I'm going to shut up. They just found this new fungus in a cave in Africa. And they discovered, I think it's in Africa. But they discovered the fungus because they kept finding these spiders that were dying outside of their web. And web spiders tend to live always in their web, right? They develop, their legs are evolved. They don't really walk well on the ground. So they live their whole lives in their webs, right? Most web spiders do. And they kept finding these spiders that would like walk elsewhere and then die. And they were like, why are these web spiders doing this? And what they found out is that there was this fungus that had infected them that literally took over their brains. And it would basically cause the spider to leave the web where they're going to die. But the fungus used that to spread itself, right? That's how the fungus spread its spores, right? And I literally just read this article just a minute ago. I can't remember the name of it, but I'll find it for you if you guys want me to. I am convinced that is what religion does to people. I am convinced that it is something that gets in people's brain and gets them to walk away from their reality and die out there. Because if we're talking about drinking and we're talking about Jesus and drinking, how in the fuck did we get to tarot cards?
I'll tell you why I come at the stance where I'm coming at.
Yes.
Can I tell you why?
Yes.
Is because, all right, say you're weak, right? You're real scrawny. Then you go to the gym, you work out, bam, you come out diesel, right? After years, you come out diesel. You build your body that way, right? So I told you that 27-year walk with God. I've been in the world, done every drug, have hundreds of girls, all of that. In and out of church, I kept falling because I'm a man, you feel me? But I've noticed throughout them 27 years, when I did what Bible say do, like fasting, praying, abstaining from sin and all of that, right? I went on levels of anointing in which I spoke in tongues, I spoke to angels, God spoke to me, blah, blah, blah. I can go on and on. You're not going to believe me. That's why they say, don't cast pearls to pigs, right? So I went to the extreme of what the Bible said do, what God say do, and the heavens opened. God drew near and all of that. I was walking in the spirit. Now, when I walked in the world and when I started smoking weed, when I started clapping cheeks and all of that and being lukewarm, I was just lost in the sauce. You know, my life wasn't progressing, right? I had demons attack me. Like demons literally, I seen a protein bottle, bro, a 2-pound protein bottle move from one side of the dresser to the other. My bed physically shake. You know, I've been touched. I can go on and on. Yeah. And that's why I know that there's consequences. There's consequences in your sin.
Handsome.
Hey,
think about what you're saying. Think about what you're
That's
saying.
why I'm strong in the way it is. Like, you can't tell me otherwise.
That's cap.
Think about what I'm saying and think about how you responded. Okay. Let me tell you why I took the stance that I took. Because I was laying out one particular topic, one thing to discuss, one thing with you. You have now jumped to moving protein bottles.
Mm-hmm. Let's say consequence of sin.
Handsome. I'm not even talking about sin. I'm trying to get you to see that Jesus didn't think that drinking was a sin in the first place. Okay. All right. You have now moved from thinking that drinking was a sin, right? To now all of a sudden.
No, drinking is a sin for sure.
Drinking is not a sin.
That's why I said drunkards will never inherit the kingdom. Homosexuals won't inherit the kingdom.
Handsome.
Fornicators won't inherit the kingdom.
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm talking specifically about how Jesus saw drinking. That's all I'm talking about.
After Jesus came and God, did any of the apostles drink?
Yes.
I would love to know if they got drunk.
They absolutely did.
Paul, Peter.
Okay.
All of them. Tell me a scripture.
First and foremost, will you tell me the scripture that says that drinking is a sin? Let's start there.
Yeah, it says no drunkard, no fornicator, no homosexual, blah, 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 will inherit the kingdom of heaven.
That's not what I asked you.
That's a scripture. If you're drunk all the time, you're called a drunkard, right?
I didn't say it. Listen
if
to what I just said.
If you drink all the time, are you a drunkard?
What did I ask you?
You said show you a scripture. I just showed you one.
What did I ask you to show me in that scripture?
You said show me a scripture where drinking is a sin.
Right.
Getting drunk.
You told me being a drunkard was a sin.
Yes.
Is drinking and being a drunkard the same thing?
Hold on.
No.
Hey, back. 1 Timothy 5:23.
That's what I said. It's okay to drink. You just can't get drunk.
Okay.
You can smoke weed, but you can't.
You asked if anybody drank. You asked if anybody drank after Jesus died. That's what you asked.
Asked if was any of the disciples drunk. Did they?
That's not what you asked, but it's okay.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
What?
That's not what you asked.
No, I'm telling you, I know what the heck I asked, bro.
That's not.
How you gonna tell me what I asked?
No, you
both were wrong.
Okay.
Can you tell us?
Everybody's ears is wrong, but yours.
Thinker, can you tell us the scripture you are about to say, please?
about no fornicator, no
No, I'm
homosexual,
talking
no.
King Hector. I need you to be quiet.
First
I need you
Timothy
to.
5:23. No longer drink only water, but take a little wine for the sake of your stomach and your frequent ailments.
Mm-hmm. They get drunk. That's for your ailments. They use it as
Nobody
medicine.
said
That's just like they say, drink
That's
wine.
not
It's
what
good
you
for the
asked.
cells.
That's not what you
I
asked,
said,
Pivot
show
King.
me something that the apostles get drunk.
No,
Show
you
me
didn't.
after
No,
after
you
Jesus
didn't.
came and
drinking after
bro, y'all
Jesus
going to
came in
straight
there, and
hell
I
for
said
lying on
yes.
me, bro. I know
King
what I
Hector.
said.
King Hector. That's not what you said. That's
That's
not what you
exactly what
said.
I
Did
said.
you
I
say
That's
they're
not
said,
what
going
you
to
show
said.
me.
straight hell?
Why would I say, show me? I know that they still drink because I already told you that it's the time. It was of their time. The water wasn't
No,
good,
bro. No. See, this is
so
what
it's
I mean.
okay to
This is what
drink.
I mean. This is what I mean. Because you said, I said, can you show me anywhere after Jesus came and died and
Came
left
and gone if
where
they
they were
got drunk.
drinking?
No, I didn't say that.
Bro. Okay.
I stand
No,
on. I
no.
stand
Hold
10
on.
toes
Don't,
down on that.
ain't First Corinthians Paul saying that some of them got drunk at the communion?
Absolutely.
Hector
Okay.
out here losing his mind because he think God telling him he can't clap no cheeks, and he ain't clapped no cheeks in such a long time. He don't know what he's saying.
Yeah.
It sounds
I
like
heard it's
I
been
hope.
about
Ew,
42
you sound
years.
nasty.
Hector.
You a
Apple.
nasty old lady.
First of all, I am baby. I get deep
I
throat for
believe you.
I get
I
deep throat
believe
for
you are
Birkins
nasty.
though. I get deep throat for Birkins.
I
That's what I
believe
do.
it.
Birkin for the Birkin.
I
Hmm.
believe it. Daughter of Satan.
Y'all
Everybody
out
here
here
is a child
slobbing
of
on
Satan.
the cross and you still
Yeah,
hungry.
exactly. You still hungry. At least when I slob on the knob, I get something in return.
Hmm.
That's nasty.
Hello, somebody.
Hmm.
That's
It's
nasty,
just a shame that you
Hector.
truly don't know. You truly don't
You've been with
know the
hundreds
other
of women,
side.
and that's
I
nasty.
know your
You've been with
side.
hundreds
I
of
know
women, and that's nasty.
like about 500, but that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I can
Yeah,
speak
your
because
Jesus
You've been with
deputized you to
I've
to
500
been,
worry
women.
about
I've
what other
been,
people doing. Like you
I've
don't
been
have
where
a
you're at.
life. Like your life is consumed with what other people are doing. You realize that? Like
Look at your profile picture. You lost in the
yeah,
sauce.
it's okay, but I'm good, right? Like
You're lost in the sauce. You believe anything, it looks like.
your life is based off on what other people are doing. Like Jesus
Not at all.
literally made you a fucking minion. Like you can't even worry about your own fucking life. You got to worry about other
Okay,
people.
can I say something?
And
One thing.
I would work. I don't believe in worshiping shit, but I'd worship Bash
If
because
I
I
didn't
fucking
believe it
love
was
Howdy.
true,
I play that
why
shit
would I
every
waste my
goddamn day.
time? If I didn't believe 110%
I blast that
that
shit in your ear right
following
now if
Jesus
Bash will let
Christ
me.
was real and heaven and hell is real, you think I would spend my time on TikTok trying to tell you guys
Yes,
that
yes, yes.
no, I
Because
would
you have.
not.
Let me
I'll be
tell you,
playing the game right now or
because you
something.
have nothing else to do. God, you have convinced yourself that God has told you all of this stuff, and now your life is boring.
What did
Now
I
you
think
live
that
a
God told me?
you think God told you not to have sex and not to drink and not to do this and not to do. So the only other thing you can do is come on here and try to make us as boring as you. Misery love company.
No.
You miserable and you want everybody else to be miserable too. That's all.
He was projecting because when Bash started talking about his music, he jumped in and tried to talk about his dead fucking career.
Jesus didn't resurrect
Exactly.
that after 3 days.
So what? Hector, you got someone paid good money to drop you. Unfortunately, that means you can't come back until next time. So maybe get an actual argument together or engage with a prompt and quit trying to just shit on people that are enjoying each other's company. You asked for
Man,
this.
I wanted to play that part of Bash's song. We say, I don't know the words all the way, but he say, "Ask about me, let me tell you how it," and then y'all drop him. Like I had it queued up. I just wanted to play that one little part. How to do that? How to do it? And then just drop his ass.
About that, Joe. I just
I
Annoying.
was just joking, Hector. You can come back. Ha, ha, ha.
I'm just saying, like, imagine you here talking about you can't have sex, you can't drink, you can't do this, and I want you to come and join me. What? No.
He's no fun at parties.
Manny, are you a believer? A Christian?
Oh no, I ain't no believer. But I had wanted to comment on why I think
take my spot.
Christians can't defend the Bible.
Okay.
It's two reasons, main reason why Christians can't defend their Bible. And one reason is it's no facts really to back up their claims, no concrete facts. And when you believe something, it implies that you don't know. Because it's like, would you rather believe 2 plus 2 is 4 or know 2 plus 2 is 4? You would rather know. In order for you to know something, you have to actually have facts to support and evidence to support it. So it's hard to defend something that don't have any facts, concrete facts to back it up. So you forced to believe it, and you got to keep making up stuff to support it. But somebody who got information can actually solve something or prove something because they have information. They don't have information.
Oh,
And
if I can say this real quick, right? It's not the problem of them believing, it's the fearful part. Like, do you know, like, a person will hurt you out of fear? Like, a person that's scared of you, like, is damn near more dangerous than somebody that's not scared of you because they're willing to try to react or save themselves or do something wild. That's the problem.
the belief aspect of it removes all it removes logic, because you have to believe something that doesn't exist or hasn't been proven, so you have to
So the
ignore.
fear part is what removed. Have you ever seen somebody run out in the street when they were scared? Like somebody that's so scared they actually run out in front of the car, like a
Yeah,
deer,
I
or like
mean,
a car. You driving too fast, you like, ah, hit some shit. You actually turn in front of a car and get hit. Like that's the fear leaving you, so you just reacting, and that's what you see on these panels. This is what you see a lot of. I'm not gonna go against it because I don't want to. So regardless of, they may know. Some people know. Some people know the logical side, and they will say some dumb shit anyway.
yeah, but they believe it so deeply, they so devoted to that belief that they're gonna ignore factual information. Anything that makes sense, it don't align with. If it don't align with what it say in that book, and that it ain't even about what it say in that book, because they don't even know what it say in the book. Which leads me to my next point. It's so it's so much it's so many passages and scriptures in the book that contradict their arguments. Every time they try to make an argument about it, about one particular thing, it's too many contradictions in the Bible that the Bible itself disproves a lot of their theories. So then that proves that they don't read their Bible and they don't understand their Bible. It really exposes them for just really talking and not understanding what they're talking about.
I
Because
think a lot of them are their own gods, and that's why they have to like look down on others and point out what they see, what they consider to be wrong in others, because it puffs them up. You know, they're their own gods, and that's why they don't care what this book say. All they care about is what they believe and what they've been told, because they are worshiping themselves.
it make them feel good. It make them feel like they better than other people. And it's crazy how he said he's supposed to be a Christian or whatever. He say that if black people uh was more Christian, I guess that's the gist he was trying to get. If they believed in Jesus more, our community wouldn't be where it's at. Black people are 88% Christian and Baptist.
97. Did you
Not
hear what he
that
said about the Latino
he's
community? He said they are the way where they at because they're following black people. Did you
that
hear him
Like
say
he not
that?
trying to steal our genres and like he not
but
he appropriating rap and all that shit. Crazy word.
not
That's
only is
so
that
wild.
completely racist and backwards, that's not even Christian like. So they go against their own morals and values and then try to argue a Christian ideology, and
But
that's why
what
they
Well,
can't defend their
supremacy
Bible.
would definitely be a Christian concept. Okay, they definitely got that from the blueprint.
Yep.
Facts. You can have a debate with a Christian, and you can ask them how was man created and that whole thing, and they'll tell you that Adam was the first man and Eve was the first woman. But then you will say God, y'all Bibles say that God created mankind on the sixth day, told him be fruitful, multiply, and fill up the earth. And you'll argue that how could Adam and Eve be the first people when he created mankind on the sixth day? And they will argue you up and down that that is not in the Bible until you go into the Genesis and show them where God created. And it's very significant because he rested on the seventh day. Everybody know about the Sabbath. He rested on the seventh day. How did y'all miss this part right before he rested on the seventh day where it say God created mankind, told him to be fruitful, fill up the earth. And then he rested on the seventh day.
What's your contention with that?
How could Adam and Eve be the first people on earth if he created mankind on the sixth day? Right after the sixth day, he rested, and then it come back. Then it come back and say he created Adam and Eve.
Well, yeah,
because if it makes no sense, but they can't. They gonna make up. It forced them to have to make up stuff or use another interpretation, or they have to go outside of what the Bible actually says to defend their arguments. They have to create their own belief or how they interpret it to defend the Bible. You don't have to defend 2 plus 2 because you can add 1, 2, 3, 4. You feel what I'm saying? You can prove that 2 plus 2 is 4 because you can add it up. But they can't explain a lot of this stuff because they don't have any. First of all, they contradict itself. You can't be the first man if mankind already been created.
Well, I'm
before we
hold
on, hold on. I just want to go back to what we were talking about, what he said about black people and Latinas. Like if we look at what's happening in the world today with the immigration, right? The crazy thing about it is that they, we don't see them going to Jesus or God to ask for help with what's happening today. Like literally there are videos saying, where is the black community? How come the black community isn't marching for us? But then several times we've had people from the Latino community come on our stages and say racist shit, like what Hector just said, and then call on the black community to march and fight for y'all, but you ain't calling on this God or this Jesus that they claim is who everybody needs to follow.
Fact. We got them the right to be in this country and have civil rights and all the anything that they benefit that they get from this country is because black people fought for it. So to come over here and like try to bash black people and say, "Oh, y'all in the position y'all in because y'all don't do this," that's insulting. Boy, you wouldn't be over here if it wasn't for us. They ain't want us over here. What are they gonna let you over here for? They don't understand what that civil rights bill did
Actually,
for.
you in a worse position than we are because
Yeah,
this was your shit and you let them come take it from you.
That part.
we
This
got
was
y'all
your
that.
shit and you let them come take it from you.
We got them that
Remember,
civil rights bill. And
Mexico went all the way up. This was your shit and you let them come take it from you.
facts. I'm talking about you handing it to them. They got off the boat with muskets and and swords, and y'all gave them fruit. Let them go to bed with your daughters and try to be peaceful with them. We already knew. They had already colonized Africa. They had already pillaged and raped us and colonized us. So we already knew what the enemy was about.
Yeah.
Man,
Manning, I appreciate you sharing your perspective. Truthfully, I do want to have conversations with believers though, so I'm gonna put you back in the comments. But again, I do appreciate you sharing. Jones, I just know in my heart of hearts that you're a Christian. Am I correct?
Christian-ish. I believe in Jesus. I believe in the God he prayed to, but My faith is based upon my relationship with God. Is not based upon like the beliefs of other people, if that makes
I
sense.
know, S. Jones. We was in the Christian Live the other day. I remember
No,
you.
that's
Yeah,
a super Christian response.
If you want to, I promise you, if we were in like a complete Christian room, most of them would say I'm not a Christian. So like you could say that, and I'm fine to like take it because I think Jesus is. I think Jesus is the truth. But there is like once you get down to the nitty gritty, there's a bunch of ideas that I definitely go against mainstream Christianity on. So
Well,
just putting that out there.
Let's get the energy going. Okay.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
down.
I'm sorry,
I'm down.
also. I'm sorry, also.
Oh, I just go ahead and pick a topic off the background.
Okay, I'm on my phone. Does everything happen according to God's will? I can say no to that. Bones to drop link. Why do Christians have a hard time defending their beliefs? Oh, yeah, I could deal with either of those. And how do you know you're actually saved? Oh, I can do any of them. The third one's actually kind of I like the third one a little bit more, but any of them I can talk about and have answers towards. But how do I know that I'm actually saved? I believe truth is fundamental. I think like truth is a foundational nature of reality. And if truth is a foundational nature of reality, it can't be based upon subjective perception. Meaning that like no matter like if the truth is real, it can't be predicated or based upon any like number of human beings. It has to exist in a state that is beyond like the cognitivity of a human being. So like 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 has, and I do believe in the truth. You know, there are people who actually do not believe like 2 + 2 = 4 objectively. I do believe in objective truth, but in order for 2 + 2 = 4 in an objective sense, there has to be a standard of like evaluation of the universe that existed before human beings existed. And
What is objectively true about you being saved?
oh, right, you're right. Yeah. Well, and this is it, that like by my belief in truth and my foundation of truth, I have learned to actually connect and associate with God. And I think that God fundamentally is the foundation of truth itself. And because of the fact I've came to a lot of these conclusions, I feel that I do have a special and inherent relationship with God, the creator, if that makes sense.
Can we test your salvation?
No, but I can't. But just like you can't. No. I mean, no. This is like, can I test your consciousness? You know what I mean? Like, I think you're asking the wrong question. You're asking.
Yeah, you're talking to me. You actually talking to me.
No. I
Yes,
mean,
we
like,
can. Scientifically, we can demonstrate consciousness. You
No, we
can
can't.
demonstrate. Yes, you can. Yes,
No.
you can. Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry. I'm saying, do you know, like, science has no association with the condition of consciousness. We have no foundation.
But that's not what we're asking. We're asking, can we test your salvation?
Oh. No, actually,
a doctor can test my consciousness. We can test consciousness, right?
We can.
That is what I'm asking.
We can't
Can
test.
we test your salvation? Can you give us demonstrable, repeatable, falsifiable proof of your salvation?
No, you can't. And I would say.
So then how is it objectively true?
How do you know you're actually saved? I didn't. Yeah, like I believe in truth. I believe that the truth is objective. I never said that my salvation is objectively.
But this is the thing. I'm not asking. What do you think actually means?
Well, first of all, if the prompt was, can you prove objectively that you are saved, I would have not even tried to answer. Like,
What does
not
actually mean? How can I tell if someone is actually alive?
Actually,
how can I tell? How do I know if someone is actually alive?
Like, Like, do you know how many ways actually is used? Like,
No, I'm
actually.
asking you. No, how can I tell someone is actually alive?
I like like I don't know what that question
Don't
means.
overcomplicate it, bro. Don't
No,
overthink.
I literally don't know what that means.
So
Like what?
how can a doctor tell the difference between someone that is actually alive and actually dead?
Okay, let me ask you a question. How do I know you're not AI? Do you understand? Like you're saying actually, where is the line drawn? Like actually is
No,
a very vague
you're
word.
not going to answer my question. How
No,
can a
like
doctor
I mean, if
tell
you're this is it. Like if
S
you're a doctor,
Jones,
you can
S
check.
Jones, S Jones? How can a doctor tell if someone is actually alive or
You can
actually dead?
yes, you can tell their heartbeat. You can check their pulse. You can look at breath. Or I mean, breath. You can actually. I don't think you could breathe with being brain dead. Anyways, but you check their breath. There's a lot of ways that if you're physically
Okay, so how can I
connected to
tell
somebody.
you are actually saved?
First of all, like you, let me explain. I have the only perception I have is my own. Okay, how do I know that I'm actually saved? It's because of the fact I have a relationship with God. Now that relationship does not transmute to any of you. It doesn't transmute to anybody besides myself. You're asking me a very personal question based upon my personal experience and personal subjectivity. I'm going to answer it
You
the
don't
best way
know
I
if you're
can.
actually saved then.
Sure, you
Because
can
let me tell
say
you
that.
something.
No.
If I went to a doctor right now and I asked him, can you tell me if I'm actually alive? He'd be able to measure things, certain things that tell if
Okay.
I'm alive. And he'd be able to show that to you, and he'd be able to do it multiple times, over and over. Another doctor will be able to falsify his results, right?
Okay.
So what I'm asking you is, how can you tell? How do you know you're actually saved?
And I think saved from what?
Yeah, first of all, like you guys think you're gonna teach me science, like you're not teaching me. I love
Sir,
science.
Not
I'm
teaching you
not trying
science
to teach you
because
anything. You're just trying to wiggle out. I just want you to
I'm
answer
not.
these.
I
Listen, S.
literally
Jones,
said
this is how
like
I know you're trying to wiggle out
I'm
because
not
you
trying to
won't even
wiggle
let,
out of
listen, you
anything.
won't even let me complete my sentence. This is how I know you don't have the answers that I'm looking for because you won't even let me complete a sentence. I am asking you, how do you know you're actually safe? You should be able to show this to us over and over and over again.
First of all, no, I don't. I don't have to do it. I don't like the prompt is not. Do you have the ability to objectively
No, I
prove?
didn't say you had to. I said you should be able to.
No, you shouldn't. Like, do you have objective proof that your
okay,
husband loves you?
let's just say you can. Let's just
Yeah,
say you can, right?
I can. I
But
can.
Wow.
how
I'm
did
more than
you
happy to do that.
transmute? How did you said that the salvation was transmuted to you? Like God transmute something to you?
I think I may have used the word transmute, but I never said like salvation was transmuted.
Okay,
But what are you
what was
saved from?
transmuted? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I remember using the word transmute. I don't remember the context that I used it in. So I'm sorry. I don't recall what that was in relationship to.
Okay. Let you off
Look,
on that one. I'm gonna let you off the hook on that one. Just
no,
no.
I mean, I'm being honest. Like, I don't, and this is the thing. Like, I really do not have the ability to objectively prove salvation to anybody. But I will also say that I don't condemn anybody here. You know what I mean? I don't think, I think, and this is
But you
why.
can't prove it to yourself either.
How do you know that? Are you in my mind?
Yeah,
I'm not
okay,
in your
hold on,
mind.
hold on. What are you saved from?
What am I saved from? Ignorance and my own self worship of godhood. Yeah.
So Jesus died on the cross so you wouldn't worship yourself as a god?
Jesus died on the cross as like the loudest yell that God could ever kind of attempt at. You understand? Like
So that you wouldn't
What?
worship yourself as a god? That was the whole point. So
no,
that you don't.
like
What are you saved from? What did Jesus die for to save you for?
the truth,
Of what?
reality.
So Jesus died so that you wouldn't recognize reality?
No, so people could recognize reality, the truth. Yeah,
The truth of what?
reality.
Which is what?
Okay, all right. You want? I can give you a direct answer, but I don't think people are gonna let me talk. But
What
like,
is
I'll try. I'll
what
try.
is
If you,
reality, Jones? What is that? We're trying to get. What did Jesus save you for? That.
okay. The problem is that humans think that we have all the knowledge and that we have all the ability to do and
Problem
achieve.
is you're not answering questions.
Well, no,
She's
and
just
this
asking
is
you.
the thing.
No,
I
what are you
literally said I
saved?
don't
Wait a
think you're
minute.
gonna let me
Wait a minute.
answer.
But
I
S
don't think you're
Jones,
gonna let
S
me answer, and
Jones,
you prove my
what are
point.
you
You prove
saved
my
from?
point.
It is in the Bible. What are you saved from? You
Fine,
don't even know.
Like, oh my god, I don't agree with everything in the Bible. You want me to say hell? I don't agree with it.
No,
I think.
no, I don't want you to say anything. I just want
Oh
you to
my
say,
god, and
what do
this
you
is the thing.
think,
You're not letting me
S
answer
Jones?
anything.
I
So
just
this is.
want you to say, what are you saved from?
Don't want to listen to my answer. Like you just don't. So I'm not gonna answer questions if I keep getting interrupted. It's like it's a joke.
No, I'm gonna let you answer. What are you saved from? I'm gonna go on mute.
Uh, the condition. Okay. What I believe is simply this: God is the foundational nature of all reality. I think humans have taken the ability and try, like literally violence and lies. I think humans have used violence and lies to try to be God to other human beings. Look at Donald Trump. Look at the Democratic Party. Look at people all throughout. Genghis Khan. You know what I mean?
But
Look at America.
is God
I'm,
saving us from that right now? Because from what I
no,
see,
no, 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 no.
it's not
But
happening. In fact, there's a Christian cabinet being developed right now to come and unalive people like me. So again, the question is, what
I
is He
can't answer a
saving us
single
from?
question without being interrupted in like 45 different ways. And this is the thing. I think that the only thing you guys want to do is like beat up on people to feel like that you're like superior and that you're right about everything. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the ability, like I'm coming up here against people who ultimately disagree with me in 50 different ways. And at the end of the day, you still
I deal with this. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I don't. When are you
You
going to
just
get
Can
back to
answered
the
we
topic?
can we
in
get
30 seconds.
another Christian up
30
here
seconds.
that can tell us what they are saved from? Can tell us what exactly is God saving you from?
It's a simple question, right, Lords?
Can we give him
I mean,
15
I
seconds? Can you
think so.
condense that answer to
Oh, no,
15
if
seconds?
you guys can't give me
No, I just want somebody to
fine,
come and tell us
fine.
and tell us what they're actually saved from.
Me?
15 seconds.
I think Fee wants to say something too.
Yeah, go ahead, P.
Like give him a second to answer, because I think the reason you keep getting interrupted, S. Jones, is because the question is pretty direct, right? The question is, what are you saved from? And when you start to answer, you go a whole lot of different places. We were talking about Trump and Genghis Khan and the Democratic Party. And unless you're telling us that your salvation is from those things, it's not really answering our question. I do want to know what your salvation saves you from, because I think that's a very good basis from which to start this dialogue.
And also, you can answer and then explain all you want.
I literally said it before, but I'm safe from ignorance. I'm safe from lies. So,
So ignorance and lies about what?
like ignorance and lies about the nature of reality.
So you go back to the nature of reality, but you haven't told us what that means. Because I experience reality, right? I'm ignorant of things. We're all ignorant of things that we don't know, right? So I'm
True.
not sure how can you be saved from ignorance when there's always things we don't know. And then you're saying you're saved from lies. If I'm believing a lie and I get information, then I'm resolving that lie, right? So I learn things and I change my mind. So that's me moving away from a lie, if we want to call it that. There are things that I don't know, and there are things that you don't know. So I'm not really sure where your salvation is actually being demonstrated.
Yeah, it's and this is what I started this entire conversation off with, which is I'm not a person that like a lot of Christians would consider Christian, but my salvation is based upon my ability to evolve and grow. My salvation and like my okay. Christians think salvation is just like, hey, Jesus, I love you, and now I'm good. What I think is actually the process that Jesus is talking about is the evolution of human consciousness, the evolution of human morality, and the evolution of human decency. And I think that all of those things are capable of being known and understood. I even think that potentially an atheist may be able to come to certain conclusions that Jesus did. So what I'm saved from is kind of the limitation of the history. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, like how
Are
many
you
people think
saved from the lies that God says he will tell in the Bible?
I
Saved from
don't
those lies?
I don't worship the Bible. I don't worship the Bible. I believe that God is a living God and I can ask God questions. Like I literally ask God
But it
questions.
sounds like that's what you're saying, right? Like when you say saved from, you know, ignorance and reality, it's like you're saying that you're saved from what was written in the Bible, and but yet you
No.
believe that Jesus died on the cross so that you don't believe lies, and so that you can grow consciously. It, that's
It,
what he died for, so you can
no, well,
grow up
like
as a mature adult.
um like the I think that this is like the cross. I understand that like kind of implicitly that the cross was kind of the foundation, like Jesus, you know what I mean. I don't I think my personal theology on the cross would take way too long. I don't think anybody wants to. I know you guys will not let me try to go through like my actual like beliefs of the cross, but what I'm saying is that like I think on a fundamental level, God loves us and God wants a relationship with us. But what we have mistaken for our own power, which is like death and violence and lies, makes it so that we're incapable of associating and connecting with God. And I think this is true for the vast majority of Christians also. I think that they don't have an actual relationship with God because of the fact they're about power, they're about authority. They look at religion and they see that Christianity, like in America, for example, is a huge religion with a lot of power.
You're just saying a lot of stuff. Like I don't hear what you are saved from. Right. Like,
ignorance.
and I hear you saying ignorance, but that means jack shit. Like, and
Yes,
again,
because
keep in mind, hold on, keep in mind that you are up here to talk about why Christians cannot defend their beliefs. And you stated that you could objectively prove your salvation. I said, I don't think you did. And I said, I don't think you can to yourself. I said, I don't think you can to yourself. You said that you could prove it to yourself. And I said, I don't think you can to yourself either. And that's why this conversation is happening right now, because I said, what are you saved from?
Right.
The idea that I ever said that I could objectively prove my salvation is insane. That's a lie.
You said that you could prove it to yourself.
Yes.
And I said, I don't think you can prove it to yourself either.
How are you going to view my consciousness?
This conversation right here.
You're not
like you're literally, you don't even know what the fuck you're saved from. You're just saying ignorant shit.
What am I looking at right now? Do you know what I'm looking at right now?
Your fucking phone screen.
No, I'm not. I'm not looking at my phone screen. See, you don't have the ability to view my consciousness. And
No, what she's saying is you can't prove it because you can't even explain what you're saved from.
I never said I could prove it. I never said
you said you could prove. You said that you could only prove it to yourself because Lord asked you, how do you know yourself? And I said, I don't think that you can even prove it to yourself. That is the very reason this conversation is happening right now, because I asked you, what are you saved from? And you can't even articulate what you're saved from.
This is the problem. I would actually have to go into details about what I think, and you just don't have the patience for it, and that's fine.
It's not that we don't have the patience. Listen, wait a minute, S. Jones. It's not that we don't have the patience. It's that. Listen, let me.
You're lying to yourself.
Let me explain. It's not that we don't have the patience for it. It's that something that you know about yourself should be able to be explained. That you know. You should be able to explain it in like 5 sentences or less, right? It shouldn't take you a whole soliloquy to tell us about your theology because it's yours.
Right.
You should be able to explain it to anybody else. It should not be a dissertation. It's your theology. You should be able to break it down into like 5 bullet points, but you can't. The reason you can't is because it's foolishness. That's why. And it
Yeah,
probably
you believe what you
and
want.
your
You have
theology.
freedom.
Wait a minute, let me finish. And your theology probably changes depending on who you're talking to.
First of all, I love how wrong you are, but I also love how you'll never actually confront that reality. You exist in a state of no, look, like right now, you all are existing in a state of superiority. You're doing what religious people do when they think that, like, oh, we're all religious here. We all agree with each
No,
other.
I
We're
am
all
just
no,
saying that
this is
you should be
exactly
able
what
to
you guys are doing.
you should be
Because
able to explain your theology in like 5 sentences or less is yours.
that's right.
But again, I think your theology changes depending on who the audience is.
Yes.
Mhm.
Can I ask you a quick question, Jones? Um,
A joke. What a
when
joke.
you
Go
wait
ahead.
me, what I do?
No. No. You haven't said shit, so I got no issue. But go ahead.
Yeah, but what I was gonna ask, right, is right for you, this is objectively true. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Like you said,
Yeah. Go ahead.
for you, you're saying your salvation or that you've been saved is objectively true, right?
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean, yeah, I can't be 100% sure, but yeah, I'm pretty certain as one can be in subjective conditions. Go ahead.
right. And you said now, in order to validate that claim, right? You said it would. Are you using what are you using to validate that claim? Let me ask that.
Oh, okay.
That makes it objectively true for you.
Objectively, well, see, this is the thing. Something could be like, I can say that objectively, it is objectively true that I'm looking at a blue cup right now. You understand? I don't have any ability. Well, I could turn on my camera, but like when you're talking about like internal conditions of consciousness, you know what I mean? I can say subjectively true that I fell in love with a girl in high school. You understand? I don't have any condition to explain that to you or prove that to you. There is no mechanism or means for me to do that. So when I say something is objectively true to me, it is to my best ability to observe and comprehend this objectively true. Does that make sense?
It kind of, but the
Okay.
next question is going to be, well, how do you know that it's true? I mean, even if
yeah,
subjective.
it's because of the fact I think truth actually, and this is the thing, we can have an argument all day, but like, for instance, you can't claim that like the Bible is immoral, this, that, the other thing is immoral. When you reject God, you reject the very basis of objective morality, and therefore the very conversation of morality falls apart entirely and completely. And because of situations like that, because of like just the fundamental degradation of like logical consistency, I do think that God is the foundational condition of truth. And I think without God, you don't actually have any condition to have objective truth or objective reality as humans see and perceive it.
Well, objectively, it will be based on, right, I guess, human experience, right? When you plug a God in, it becomes subjective to whatever that God thinks
No,
is
well,
moral or not moral, right?
no, well, no. What we're talking about, like, if God, first of all, like, let's take Einstein for example. He's been a hero of mine since I was like 6. Einstein believed in God. Okay, he didn't believe in a personal God. He didn't believe in a God that like actually acted or engaged with people. He thought that like, God was the clockmaker. But he fundamentally, the smartest dude, the most accurate dude, when it came to actually evaluating the nature of the universe, fundamentally thought that there was a God. And he thought he was more deist, but you know it was the Spinoza's God to be more specific. But what he thought was that like fundamentally the universe made too much sense for there not to be a foundation to it. Go ahead,
Jones. He just told you this a second ago, right? This, and I hate to interrupt you because
no, go ahead. It's fair.
We've shared a panel before, and there have been some points that me and you necessarily might agree on. right? But when you are answering these type of questions, right, and you go on this long spiel, you know you may be making some good points within that spiel, but it doesn't speak to the question,
All right, yeah, that's
and
fair.
that's
Well,
where we
I've
get
been.
lost.
Listen. This is we're having a fair conversation. That has been difficult up to this, so I'm sorry. I apologize, but yeah, go ahead. If I didn't answer your question, you can ask it again, and I'll try to do it better this time.
No,
I'll ask
really.
it.
Yeah, really.
How do you actually know you're
We
saved?
don't have
There we go.
these
Start
Lords,
there.
so and we don't
I
have.
literally said I don't have any ability to prove that to you. I don't. So you're asking me a
Stop
question where I'm admitting
yelling.
that
And
I
that
don't have any.
wasn't me. That was Lords. Stop yelling. Bring it from a 10 to a 2. Talk to us like you talking to Rock, right? Bring that octave down, right? Calm down. Finish your conversation. We were just making an observation that is accurate from what you just proved, right? So just relax.
Interesting. I don't know what to. I don't know. If you can't convince anybody else that you're saved or what you're saved from, then what are you
What
sharing?
it's you had 3 prompts. I answered one of them, and my
It's
issue.
actually three different questions. You decided to answer all three of them. They're actually three different questions.
And this is the like I can't even answer a question without getting interrupted like immediately.
Wait a minute, but Rock interrupted you. You don't want me to interrupt you? Is it
No,
because I don't have a
I don't want
penis?
you to. No, Rock. Me and Rock were having a conversation. All you've
No,
done
but
is interrupt.
he interrupted you. You
Yes, and he was at least listening to what I had to say.
no,
Like,
but you said it's three
oh,
pronged. It's actually not. These are three separate questions.
oh my
Hmm.
gosh! Like I was like he actually just asked me a question. I think the host just asked me a question where if you can't prove you're saved, what is the point of any of it? And I was about to answer, then I got interrupted. What I was going to
That's
say is that like,
absolutely not what I just. That's not what I
okay,
just asked
what?
you.
Okay, then when did you just ask me?
I said if you yourself can't prove that you've been, or if you can't tell us how you know that you've been saved, and if you can't tell us what you've been saved from, then what are you sharing? That's what I asked you. Like, why are
Okay.
you up here to talk about nothing if it's not about the topic?
I know. I mean, what if I don't have proof? I can't prove to you. Actually, and this is the other thing. Like, I can, to a certain degree, actually explain what I think I'm saved from. Okay. Now, it's a little bit complicated, so it's hard to say. But like, I came up to.
That's
I just came up
everything
with.
that you said so far.
Well, okay. Well, that's fine. I'll just say this. I came up to try to have a discussion, but if that's not the if I can't do that, that's fine. You know what I mean? I can just drop.
I mean,
So
you
it's
said
fine.
you said you can't engage with the topic. I don't understand.
No. I can. It's just that I keep getting interrupted on multiple occasions, and nobody actually cares enough to actually see that
Oh,
I'm
well,
saying
I'm the
like.
fucking host, so if you have a
Well,
problem with me speaking, then I don't
can you
know.
give me 2.5 minutes? 2.5 minutes, and I can explain it. Like literally, just
No.
Looks like no.
okay. That's a no.
Looks like no, actually. Yeah, I don't understand
Did
all the
did he just
crying
drop?
and I'm
Yep.
somebody pay the
Oh,
Galaxy, but no, I don't get all the crying and all the boo-hooing and shit when it's just like, dude, you could have explained yourself, but you instead would like to talk about how, well, first before I explain it, I gotta take about 30 minutes to prime the pump. Like, bro, fucking talk.
That's what he tell that woman. Let me go in the bathroom for a little while and I'll come back.
Let me get the pump going real quick.
I'll come back
Give me
and
a
give you
total.
2 minutes.
2.5.
okay. Well, thanks for pulling me up. I wanted to explain to him the difference because he doesn't know the difference. But since he's not here anymore, I'm gonna drop because I have a couple other things I have to do today anyway. So
Okay, no worries.
yeah, sorry. They're so frustrated.
I think the part he was missing too is like
Interesting.
By saying that I'm saved and there's no external metric, no, no certifying organization, no check boxes to make sure that he's met these requirements to be saved. It's kind of like a person saying that they've been cured of a deadly disease, but they don't know what the disease is. They've never exemplified any symptoms. They they can't explain any treatment they received, but they know that they were sick in the first place. It makes no sense. There's nothing that we can do to determine whether or not you were sick to begin with or if you've been cured. So if you're the only person saying, I've been saved, what are you, like Thinker asked, what are you saved from? What did you do to get saved? How does this salvation demonstrate itself? And none of those questions could be answered.
Right.
Getting saved from ignorance. He already told y'all. Y'all, y'all
What the hell does that mean?
Like he was trying to
saved
say
from not knowing.
he's saved from believing that he knows everything. To me, that's what
From
it sounded like he was saying in a very convoluted way.
Yeah,
yeah,
like not being his own God, not being violent, not, you know, believing what, you know, the Bible says and what they teach. Like that's what it sounded like he was saying that he's saved from, but he denied all that.
Yeah, because that's literally what he kept going back to, like ignorance and lies. And then he said something about believing that we know it. He threw a couple shots at atheists, which I don't understand why our skepticism is always equated with hubris. Like just because I'm skeptical and I
Hmm.
want things to make sense doesn't mean I believe I know everything. I think by virtue of asking questions, it shows that I don't know any. I don't believe I know everything. I don't understand that either.
right.
Right.
But the problem is with, and I do think some Christians are somewhat honest, right? But the problem is, and you'll hear it, and you know, when you listen to the Christian arguments, right? They start remixing shit and start adding all type of ingredients and big and logical fallacies and non-contradictions instead of just going straight to the fucking point. Like, bro, don't try to fucking remix us to death. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna be able to hezzy me to death. Like, what are we doing right
Right.
now? Just say what the fuck you need to say. And that's where he was going with that. Well, logically, right, you have to have this objective morality surrounding, all this other bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
I'm with it, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, at some point we have to get to the simple answer. I understand what you're saying. A lot of other people, they may or may not, right? But when you start getting to the root and the foundation of what you're saying, and it start getting real simple, you gonna end up where you was at. But I have no way of proving it to you. It's just some shit that's in my head.
I guess I
Right.
get confused too because even when the various believers talk about salvation, they all claim they're saved from something different. They can't like I can tell you right now I'm saved from drowning. Well, my black ass is sitting on my couch in my living room. So how am I even saved from that when I'm not in the water? So I don't understand how
Right.
they create the danger. They rescue themselves and then they externalize that whole process and we're just supposed to accept it and believe it's true, even though they can't make it make any sense for us.
As soon as I heard godhood, I already knew. Like, godhood.
I think I have
Logic.
seen that guy before.
Yeah, I was
You've
with a
had whole
Christian brother.
conversations with him?
Well, honestly, it was crazy because, matter of fact, I think it was Gaslight was in there too. Who else was in there? Zena
I
may
think
have been
so.
in there. There was some people, but we was on the panel together in a Christian live, and I was saying some shit. And he was necessarily like, like you can't really disagree with what Rock is saying. You know what I mean? Even though he's a Christian,
Hmm.
and they was like on some weird shit, and then he kind of went into his own thing. So it was just like, you know what I mean? There may be a space, where we can have conversations on certain things, but ultimately we going like horns at the end of the day because you saying some bullshit to like,
I
D
don't know.
Marie in the comments said that she's saved from death, which is the wages of sin. But the crazy thing is that you still die, and you cannot prove that there is life after death. Like you have a hope that you know that belief or that salvation will cash in. Like you literally have a policy that you don't know will pay out. So you can't prove if that's your salvation, you can't prove that. You can't even prove it to yourself because you don't fucking know that if it's going to amount to anything, because you still
Yeah,
die.
yeah.
Oh, sweet.
You still there. You still dying at the end of the day.
So they're saved from a type of death that they don't even know they experience. Like physical death, you're not saved from that. We know we're all going to experience that. But the spiritual death, which only exists in the minds of believers, is what you say you're saved from, but you can't demonstrate that that's a thing.
And you know what's funny about that? I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Zena? I didn't mean to if I did.
It's okay. I was going to say, I feel better and less anxious and more alive in a real spiritual sense that I've gotten rid of that religion, that anxiety, that chain, if you will, than I was going to church and afraid that I missed Sunday worship and pastor would look at me weird, and something like that,
Hmm. And the one thing I was going to say about that is when you read the Bible, right? Even in the Bible, like Paul, we always talk about Paul. Paul, I think it's in Romans, maybe he goes on like this whole little rant about if Jesus had not defeated death, then we've all been duped. And it doesn't really sound like he's necessarily preaching it. You would almost think that he's questioning it too, as a person in the Bible. Like, it's kind of weird.
I agree. D. Marie, clearly you're a Christian. How do you know that you're
Yes.
actually saved?
The best thing I can say is the answer would be faith. That's what it takes. And it's a state of whatever consciousness that I hold that belief to be true. So in my head, I'm holding on to it.
D. Marie, do you think faith is a pathway to truth?
I don't know about that because you can have faith in a lot of things.
Well, you can have faith in anything. Like there's nothing
Absolutely.
you can't accept on faith. So because of that, it's a very unreliable method to use to test whether something is true, or it's a very dangerous thing to base a belief on. Because the faith that you use to accept the salvation that your God grants you is the exact same faith that a Muslim believes to accept the fact that, or to hold confidence in the fact that Allah will take them to wherever they're going after they die. And it's the same thing for every other believer in whatever deity they believe in. So by virtue of that alone, theirs is just as true as yours.
Yes, I can see that.
From an outsider's perspective, if what we're looking for is to determine what's true or not, how are we to determine which of these belief systems is accurate and who's really saved and what they're saved from?
In the end, if there is a God, then he'll be the judge. I mean, that's what I think I know.
So it's ultimately afterlife insurance.
Yeah, pretty much.
Think this your Hells Fargo policy.
Yep. And you have absolutely no idea whether it's going to pay out, but you pay, like, the premiums are expensive as fuck, right? And to cancel it, it's hard as hell to cancel it. And you have absolutely no idea if it's going to pay out in the end.
But you know what's worth it right now is I'm enjoying the heck out of my journey.
I think a lot of y'all say that, but if y'all were, you wouldn't be too worried about what non-believers are doing. Like, you would just be enjoying your journey. But too many of y'all focus on the non-believers' journey and try to tell them that while they're enjoying their journey without your God, that they're enjoying it the wrong way. But if you were really enjoying your journey with your God, you wouldn't be focused on non-believers.
I'm not focused on them. I'm also here to learn, and I enjoy listening, and I was enjoying listening to all of you all on the panel and the chat in the room for a little while. So I just wanted to be a part of it for a little bit.
So what I said was a lot of you Christians, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, for example, people vote according to their beliefs. They believe that abortion isn't right for them. Therefore, because abortion isn't right for them in their journey, no one should get an abortion because of their beliefs. So they are worried about somebody else's journey.
Yep. This is true. And everybody can take their path. it's I don't know, different's okay. And I'm not here to create any swerving in wherever you might be. I'm not, I'm a new Christian, so I'm just reading the Bible for the first time. I've been saved, if you call it that, for over 20 years, but I'm just now leaning into it and I'm loving it.
What does salvation mean? You said you've been saved for over 20 years. What does that mean?
Also, are you just now reading the Bible because you've been listening to us?
TikTok has been a big influence on what I do look at in the Bible, but I'm also looking for a lot of sites that I can ask questions about what I'm reading, because reading the Bible, like reading Genesis, made my head explode. Okay?
Hold on, I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. So you've been saved for over 20 years.
Yes.
And you are just now getting to the point to where you are enjoying it by reading the Bible from listening to us?
Yes. No, I mean, I enjoy reading the Bible, but I like to complement it by playing on TikTok. Learning scriptures, that type of thing. Learning
But
from other
it's
Christians.
listening to us, not Jesus. Like the 20 years that you've been saved. Jesus didn't give you this feeling about the scriptures. Jesus didn't give you this understanding about the scriptures. It's listening to us for 20 years.
I think it's been the nagging feeling for a while, but I just haven't opened up my heart to go get that Bible and look at it and think about what is God and who is God to me, and just start a journey.
And so you've had this policy for 20 years. And the reason why you had the policy was because you were afraid of hell or something? Like, was the policy like...
It took... the event that took place was I went to a church that was non-denominational, and there was...
No, I didn't ask how you got the policy. I'm asking why you have it, not how you got it. Like, you've had this policy of salvation for 20 years.
Yep.
Right? But it didn't come from you reading the Bible, right?
No.
Okay. And so you've held on to this policy for 20 years, and you've told yourself for 20 years that you are saved. You've had this safety net, right? And you've just been paying in premiums. Yeah, you've just been paying into the policy. And you're just now, reading the policy and understanding the policy just now? But you felt saved?
Yeah, I would describe it as being very lazy Christian.
I'm just trying to figure out how you felt saved. Like, if you don't necessarily know what's in the policy.
Yeah, it's more like an assurance. I don't know how we could define that word, but it's more of like, it's the piece of assurance that I don't know, can we measure that? We can measure love, probably.
You don't have assurance, you have insurance. There's no assurance that this policy is going to pay out, right? Like your faith, you hope that when you die, this policy is going to pay out everything that you've paid into it. But my thing is, though, like, if you, like, I'm just hearing you say that you've been saved for 20 years, but you've never really read the policy. You know?
Yes. I had to study it before I went through the process of saying my prayers and getting water baptized. I studied the Bible, but I never read it. So I knew what I was getting into 20 years ago.
How can you study something you never read?
Literally the same question I was going to ask, Thinker.
No, I just was explaining that I went to like a catechism type school prior to taking.
So you were gifted this policy as a child?
No, I was probably 33, 4 years old.
You were 34, you said 3 or 4 or 34?
So now you're talking to somebody that's been walking the walk, and I'm 68 years old.
But yet you've been
One more
just
year.
walking the walk without knowing what was in the policy, though. It's like the insurance guy came to your house, threw out some benefits, and you just signed up, and then you threw the folder in the closet in a box.
Can you walk
That's
the
what
walk?
I did.
And how can you walk the walk if you've never looked at the map? Because if your Bible is telling you where to go and how to walk a Christian life and you never read it, how can you then claim to walk the walk and hold on to salvation?
Well, I knew enough and understood enough and leaned on my subjective morals to live a pretty decent, peaceful, loving life. It's been a good journey.
So
And
if you've been able
if I
to,
had to pay credit, I'd say, listen, God gets credit for it because my paths have gone in a million different directions and I've done a lot of bad stuff. So I'm just here to say it's only by the grace of God. You know, if I had to get hung on a cross for my sins, I'd probably deserve it.
So the insurance policy that you signed up for salvation was do bad shit and don't be held accountable. The grace of God compels you, and then if you die, there is a promise of of heaven, but we can't assure you that shit's gonna pay out. That's the policy.
No, the biggest part of the policy that you leave out would be repentance, which means
That's a premium. Repentance is a premium. That's not
and
a
that
benefit.
it's both. It could be
No, it's
considered
it's a
both.
premium. Like in order to keep the policy going, you have to consistently repent. That's a premium. It's a requirement
I
to keep
think
the
I might
policy
agree.
active.
I might agree with that because sinning is an ongoing process. I mean, and I catch myself in something that I was amiss at, thought about it, you know, and went, man, that was just not the right thing to say, you know, or do. Because, yeah. So then you repent, and, you know, obviously there's forgiveness waiting.
Well, the forgiveness is also assumed because you don't have any confirmation that you've actually been forgiven once you pay the premium. Like the
Well,
customer service line there never answers, right? And you damn near have to pretend like you're talking to someone on the other line.
exactly. No, and the
Hmm.
funny thing is, you can also become a Catholic, and then you can go, like I was a young Catholic, you go to confession, get on your knees and talk to a priest, and then you get assigned X number of Hail Marys and X number of Our Fathers, and you walk away and you're good. It's the same craziness. That's how it works.
this makes sense to you?
No, not hardly. That's one reason why I left the Catholic world behind. I just chose not to walk on that particular path.
I have to ask, how many people have you unalived?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing going into such severe things. Just crazy 30-year-old stuff and
Okay, because
20-year-old
you said
stuff.
you said you deserved the unalive penalty. So I'm curious, like
Gosh,
what heinous things have you done?
gosh, I couldn't describe anything heinous.
So what makes you
You know,
think
the
you
worst.
deserve? What makes you think you deserve to be unalived yourself? Then
Well, the wages of sin are death.
I mean, that's what it says.
So,
Does that
yes,
make
that's
sense?
what it
Does
says.
that make sense in any context? That your
If you
sin.
sin,
What's
that
your
you
worst
should
sin?
die.
What have you done? You lied to someone?
Yeah, and I've also back in 20 when I was 20 something shoplifted.
Okay.
Not cool, right? But
You think that the penalty
not
for
good.
shoplifting should be death?
No, I wouldn't go that severe, but I would say if you accumulated every doggone sin that you think you committed or outlying issue that you might have ever had in your life and you line them all up, it gets pretty close to death. It's like a cumulative effect, if that makes any sense.
I mean, I know what
Yeah,
you're
right?
saying, but
Kind of, sort of. I'm not making any sense.
No,
Okay, for
I understand what you're saying. Like I can see how it makes sense to you, and it just seems so bleak.
I don't understand it, twin, because like I curse like a sailor, right? I don't think there's a number of curse words in the world that would be equivalent to taking someone's life and deserving of death. Because the reality is it sounds leaving my vocal cords. They are phonemes emanating from my mouth. Like what is damaging about that to anyone to the point that it would be deserving of death? That just doesn't make any
You
sense.
could wake up saying fuck, spend all day, and then go to bed saying fuck, like just all day. And how would that warrant that, like, unalignment?
You know,
I think you have to suspend a lot of logic and empathy to even think that that is a fitting punishment.
right. And I don't have any way to put that together for you. I don't have a way. I guess I could say I don't know.
You don't have to, honestly, for us, because there's no way for those things to fit together. They just simply don't make sense.
Yeah,
Like
that's never going to get squared.
Yeah. Yeah, we're on another page.
Can I ask you a quick question, D. Marie?
Yes.
This is for my own curiosity, because I think I heard you say that, right? You're living a life of sin. Did you say that? Or you sin all the time, right? Like sin is an ongoing thing.
I don't sit here and think about what I can do to be sinful. I'm sure that I have neglected somebody or something, or in some way. My day is perfect, but not perfect.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. Are you automatically equating something sinful with something you would consider bad or evil?
Or morally wrong.
Or morally wrong, right? So, like Mac said, have you ever did you ask that, Mac? Did you ever unalive somebody?
Oh yeah. That would be.
I asked how many
hell
people.
No. Hell no.
I asked how many people because I assumed it had to be at least one.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have no felonies here. Okay, all is clear with the world. You know, I used to be an auctioneer back in the day, and you had to get fingerprinted. So I managed to get through that. So all is well.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. Let's just say, right, there is a societal law, right? Like we say, you shouldn't murder anybody. You shouldn't.
Got it.
Right, murder.
Got it.
Right, and God says that you should. Right, which one of those do you listen to?
That's a hard one because I look at the Bible and look at what God's been doing so far and what I've read, and there's some bad stuff in there. You know?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If God tells you to do something right and you say, this is my moral compass and I don't want to be a sinner, disobeying God would make you a sinner, right? So if God says you should murder somebody and now it's a law that says you shouldn't, right? We would technically be the wrong ones in this society that we live in for saying, you know what, you shouldn't murder people. But you're saying that no matter what God says, it's right, and I don't want to be a sinner, so going against God would be a sin.
Yep.
So if
I would probably go with what my gut is telling me, and I wouldn't murder. I would just say it would just have to be, and that's just as bad as me smoking cigarettes, right? Which I do.
Wait.
So that could be considered sinful.
Where in the Bible?
You better not let the gang believers hear you.
I don't know if I can say.
They're gonna increase your premiums.
What is just as bad?
I know, right?
Wait, what is just as bad as smoking cigarettes?
Smoking cigarettes.
Murdering somebody.
Ow.
Wait, she said murdering somebody is just as bad as smoking cigarettes?
Say what now?
No, I mean, are we calling a sin? Or do we rank?
That's what I'm saying. That doesn't make sense. How do you make that make sense?
I don't know how.
Like taking pennies out of the jar is the same as slitting somebody's throat. How does that make sense?
I know. How do you rank sin?
Well, you
I
can't.
mean,
What's the
I don't
impact?
think it was ranked. Was it ranked in the Bible?
What's the impact
Yeah.
doing, right? If I smoke a cigarette, am I like in versus busting somebody upside the head with a baseball bat, right? Like there's a major impact there. So you can say sin is sin, but we know the impacts are different, right?
Mm. Oh yeah.
Y'all, Christians rank that shit every day. Like
You think so?
literally, yes. Like as Christians, a great number of you point your fingers at the LGBTQIA, trans, and non-binary community every single day, while at the same time calling yourself sinners. But for some odd reason, y'all feel like that's your burden to bear, and that you have to correct every person that is not a heterosexual, gender conforming being. So yes, y'all
No.
y'all rank sin every single day, and the sin that y'all will point fingers at everybody else. And I'm just saying y'all, as in believers of this God,
Yeah,
y'all will
please,
point
please,
fingers at.
not
I'm
me.
sorry,
I'm
I'm
not
saying
pointing.
as believers as this God. I'm not saying you. Believers in this God will point fingers at everybody else while ignoring themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yes, no doubt about it.
Asking the question about whether or not the Bible ranks sin kind of indicates that you've given over your cognitive and assessing abilities to this God. Because the reality is, like Zena mentioned, I can smoke cigarettes all day, every day, but unless I'm shotgunning someone on every exhale, it doesn't have any impact on other people. So it can't be equated to taking somebody else's life. So that therein, I think, lies an issue with just the foundational framework that you use to see this Bible. Like you have
I'm
to look to the Bible to see whether or not all sins are equal. That just doesn't make any sense.
well, I'm still learning. I'm a little old, but hey, I'm learning and I'm listening. And you raise a bunch of really good conversations. I appreciate it, really.
Did you say that you were 30 a second ago? Did I hear that wrong?
No, I am 68.
Oh,
She's at the age where it's time to start reviewing policies. You know how it be.
mm-hmm.
Like you pay into a policy your whole life. You don't think about it because you're young and like you're not gonna die anytime soon. And then when you get older, then it's time to start pulling the policy out of the closet, reviewing it, making sure you have the right coverage. She's at that age.
Yeah, I guess you could describe that as such. But at the same time, I was just drawn to it and I'm into it right now. I'm just leaning in. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
So, will you all talk? You can talk about me because I'm going to jump
No,
off.
I think you're pretty cool. I'm not. I like, other than the fact that you don't know that smoking cigarettes and murder are not the same thing. One thing that I can say is that you're honest, right? And there are several
I
people
think
who
so.
are, yeah, there are several people who are in your age group who have joined the community and they've deconstructed. Like normally, I wouldn't even have these type of conversations, with people who are above 60, because it can be shocking, and scary. But I do commend you for even, allowing yourself to question the things that you're questioning. I just, as much as you've been honest with us, I hope that you're able to be honest with yourself,
Yes.
when you are listening to the conversations.
Yes. Yes. And to everybody, a very good afternoon and thanks again.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Good talk.
That's wild.
It is.
Yeah, very wild. That's her heart, though. She was really polite and respectful.
But that's how
Yeah.
my mom thinks, though. Like what she was saying, how like when we talk about my sexuality. Oh, sorry, Danielle. When we talk about my sexuality, her thing is, well, sin is sin, and I love you no matter what. And I'm like, what are we talking about here? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, she's not like far afield. Like this is not anything that has, but it's always interesting to see like that it's not even wrestled with. That's the thing that gets me. Like, I know what the belief is. I know that all sin is separation from God, and if you're separate, you can't get into heaven. Blah blah blah. But like to really think about it, because I feel like if there was like a pearly gate scenario where she's up there and she has to like go over her life with Saint Peter, and he's like, "Oh no, you shoplifted. Like you are going to hell." Like she would not be okay with that. She would be pleading, right? I didn't kill anybody. I didn't hurt anybody. I lived a good life. I made some mistakes, right? I mean, like realistically, right?
Hmm.
Which I mean, how much do you believe it then? That you wouldn't even like if you believe that you wouldn't even like go up to the gate. You're like, fuck this, I can't get in there.
Yeah, for real.
Click my break since we ain't got no believers. If you are a believer, a Christian, come on up. Also, how long are you gonna be live?
Probably not too much longer, especially if we don't have any actual Christians. I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely asleep storm. I don't know. Jones
What
is
time
kind
did
of
you go
took
live?
all the
Like 6.
yeah.
Okay.
Because
I kept looking for you last night after Mezzo's live because you said you was gonna go live after Mezzo, and so I stayed up for like 30 minutes waiting to see if you was gonna pop on, and then I just went to bed.
I ain't mad at you. Yeah, I said I'm gonna take me a little nappy nap once I got settled in there, and I did do that. I guess I slept through every alarm, but I woke up at like 5:30 or so.
At least you got some rest.
I did. I did. And we've had a really fun night today. We talked to some interesting characters, um, including but
I
not
hope you
limited to
clipped
the
the
last
kidney
guest.
conversation.
Oh, I definitely did. I'll send you the footage too.
Ooh, yay! Thank you.
The what?
That was so good.
The kidney conversation. There was a guy that came up here. He was talking so much shit, and he was going to teach us and prove that Christians can defend the Bible. And he was calling us arrogant. And so I asked him. He was like, "What did he say? Throw at me what you got." And so I asked him why in the Bible does God judge the kidneys. I was like, y'all believe that it's the heart. I said, but the Hebrew scripture says that your God judges your kidneys and that the kidneys are the seat of consciousness and divine thought. And it's through your kidneys that your God is sending you divine instructions. And he said, I got a phone call, click, and just left.
You ran for it,
Like
all right.
you gotta see it, yeah.
Yes, I want that clip of me screaming about the Abrahamic Bible.
Yeah, that was hilarious as well.
That dude, I can't
Yeah.
stand an arrogant motherfucker who is just dead wrong.
He was gaslighting as well, so you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, his arrogance
I never
was
said
obvious
that.
from the start.
I will
But
clearly not say
Lord's,
that. Oh, that's where the disconnect is too.
huh? No, I was gonna say, that's something that you can use when you talking to them because the Bible says that the kidneys is how God speaks to them through their kidneys.
Hmm.
Ammonia kidney hoe.
Lord, did you say you had
That
to work
does.
this
El
weekend?
Watts, I didn't say it earlier, but I appreciate you subscribing. I kind of they were in
Two
the middle of
kidneys,
talking,
right?
but
So you could potentially take one out and be okay. You should start over.
Yeah.
hmm I'm
Isn't
growing
that like
kidneys in the lab if you need them.
what does Anubis weigh? Is it the heart?
Oh, you talking about that afterlife thing where it weighs
Yeah.
like
It's
your,
like
yeah,
Egyptian,
it
right?
weighs your heart. Yeah, the Egyptian. It's like before you go to Hades or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But look, so I've been researching trying to figure out like why in the fuck did they believe that the kidneys is where your thoughts came from,
Mm.
right? And it said because the kidneys are hidden in the body that they figured that that's where the secret thoughts are because the
Oh
kidneys are
wow.
hidden. Yeah.
I'm changing my name to Thoughts by Kidney.
But you have two kidneys, so you can sin, and then get one taken out, and then you'll be fine. right?
I need that one.
Yep.
Where that scripture at? What's the
It's a
About
lot
it.
of them, and then it wasn't until the first kidney transplant that they realized that it wasn't the kidneys.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like,
Didn't change their soul. It didn't swap
well,
souls when they got new kidneys.
no, hold on, let me pull up the article. So the PubMed actually wrote an article about it. It was the first kidney transplant that led them to realizing that it wasn't the kidneys. Um, Hold on, damn, that's the. Let me see if I saved the. Give me just a second. Let me
Anytime, Earl, I
find it.
appreciate you. No, yeah, no problem. Earl, I
So did
appreciate you
so did they
subscribing.
did they take a cereal unalive with kidney and give it to somebody and that person didn't unalive someone?
And, hold on, I'm gonna read it to y'all. Hold on. Let me find
Hi, Rhea. How you doing?
Do you think the heart is not a metaphor?
Dialysis would have fucked their whole minds up, y'all.
This is my
it.
new
Let's see.
soul
Cleansing
machine.
your thoughts.
I mean,
It
Cleansing your
says.
thoughts.
everything
It,
is when things they don't agree with are a metaphor.
Yeah, that's why I want to know if the heart is not a metaphor.
It says this argument gained ground in the past. They did try to say that it was a metaphor after they realized that it was the brain. But it says the erosion may have begun in the centuries that followed the writing of the Bible when recognition of the kidneys as excretory organs deprived them of ancient aura of mysterious organs hidden deep in the body but accessible to the look of God. At approximately the same time, Greek analytical philosophy argued that it was the brain, which is never mentioned in the Bible, who was the most divine and sacred part of the body. This argument gained ground in the past century when the functions of the brain were elucidated and ultimately established in the 1960s, when salvaging the kidneys for transplantation necessitated a change in the definition of death as irreversible brain function. It is ironic that the advances in understanding kidney function and in nephrology that made kidney transplantation feasible may have contributed, albeit indirectly, to the gradual elimination of the metaphoric mention of the human kidneys in the Bible. And this is from the National Library of Medicine. The article is called "The Kidneys in the Bible and What Happened."
That's really in PubMed.
Well, it's PubMed. Do they write, or are they just like a
Well, no, they're just a
like publisher?
repository, but the
Yeah.
fact that somebody wrote that because
Hmm.
people thought that the kidneys were like some kind of supernatural thing is hilarious.
I
Religious
agree
power
with
says,
you.
so is the kidney filtering sin? Maybe so. I don't know.
Mmm. Maybe that's what it is. Zilda Link, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, can I get your age for TikTok, please?
Yeah, 52.
Amazing. Go ahead and pick a topic off the board for us and go ahead and talk about that.
I'm sorry, I'm actually driving right now, but I wanted to ask a question. And the question is, why do you all think we're here?
I mean, wouldn't that be up to you to figure out, right? Because
No,
everybody has their own purpose. Everybody's purpose is not the same.
no, everybody's purpose is not the same, but I'm asking you,
I
why do you
honestly,
think we're here?
I
If we
think the
come
more
from heaven,
interesting question. I think the
if we
more
come
interesting
from heaven,
question. No, I think the more interesting question is why do you think we're here? I could tell you why I think we're here. Because
well, I
we
believe
were.
we're here to learn. I believe that this is a form of reform school.
To learn what
What is that?
are we learning on earth that will help us to do the only two things we're going to be doing in heaven? Especially because Isaiah 65:17 says we won't even remember this life, right? So
Hmm.
what about this life that we won't remember is going to help us in heaven?
It's not for you to consciously remember. It's for you to take on, um, what do you call it? I'm sorry, I'm driving. Uh, it's for you to make a an
Mr.
unconscious
Zilda,
change.
hold on, Mr.
Instead of,
Zilda. Mr. Zilda, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Stop saying that you're doing that action, please, because it's going
oh,
to get you
gotcha,
snatched and it's going to get the page snatched, okay?
gotcha.
Thank you.
I apologize. But yeah, I believe that we're here to learn and we're here to, like, I believe in karma. I'm not karma. Well, I believe in karma and I believe in reincarnation.
Yeah.
And each time, I guess the best way to liken it is to
You say you're a
going
Christian?
from,
Hold on, you said you was a Christian?
yes, I am.
Hmm.
And you
I
believe
am,
in
but
That
reincarnation?
seems kind
I
of
believe in
heretical.
reincarnation and so did Jesus Christ. John the Baptist was
Huh?
who?
Where?
He said John the Baptist was who? He says?
No, he's right. Like they did believe in only reincarnation of the patriarchs, not everybody.
Hmm.
I believe in
They
that
were
being
waiting,
everybody.
but that's not what Jesus believed, and that's not what the ancient Israelites believed. They believed that the patriarchs were going to come back, and it was only Enoch and Elijah that was supposed to come back.
I also believe in
But didn't they
man
also
being,
not die?
Right? They were
I,
just
also,
taken up.
I get what you're saying. However, I believe in man being the creator of the divisions of Christianity or the divisions of the teachings, period. You know, none of us are perfect. Some of us take and um, we put out what we believe over what we have not learned. Since we don't know it or don't understand it, we don't use it. But how many times in your life, growing up, have you not known something, or you thought that somebody was saying something that was foolish, and you find out later that they knew exactly what they were talking about?
I have not found that of anybody talking about Christianity.
I guess it's all
Because
based on
that's a
what
weird,
you're looking for.
because really that's what we're talking about. I may have found out that later somebody knew something that I didn't, but it never had anything to do about Christianity.
Well,
Because
that also,
Christianity is not about it's not about knowing anything. It's about having faith.
Christianity is, yeah, it's about having faith, but it's also about, um, I guess, putting you in the right mindset to learn the things that you're here to learn. Like I said before, I believe this is a reform school. And a lot of people will disagree with me when I say this, but I'm not sure that we are not the third of the angels that was cast out with Satan, being reformed,
So
getting another
What?
chance.
all some billion of us are a third of the angels. You know how many
Hey,
people have been alive since Jesus has been alive?
how many?
So you think
Watch your
all
children.
so you
Watch your
think
children that come into this earth. Watch
so
them
you
and
think
listen to what they say well.
so you
Listen well
think
to what they say.
so you think all billions of us are a third of the angels? Heaven crowded as a motherfucker now.
Well, I'll tell you this. Not everything was accurate. Like I just said, the divisions that was created were created by man. That means that they did not understand some things and they put some things out there that were not right. You have to look for yourself, but you have to look and not be a critic of everything. If you're a critic of everything, you've already got your mind closed.
Not
So don't be
believing in fairy
skeptical, just
tales
to
doesn't
believe.
mean that we have our minds closed.
Well, I'm just saying,
Well, you're just saying to not critically think.
no, critically think, of course, but I'm saying not to just throw everything out.
So you mean
Everything's not a lie.
you mean
Everything's not fake.
cynical?
I
You mean
guess that's it. If that's
yeah.
what you want to call it.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not critical because if you think about things critically, you're still open to belief, right? You have to
Okay.
accept a claim when there's enough evidence. That's still thinking. That's still skepticism.
Yeah,
Like
be skeptical.
skepticism doesn't mean you just refuse to believe anything. It means that you reserve belief until there's sufficient evidence to convince you.
And that's fine. That's perfect. Thank you for that. That's perfect. That's what you do.
Yeah, I
But
want to
see,
know I
I
want to
heard
know
that.
what's true. I'm not looking to disprove Christianity.
But you
I
don't
want to
get
know
what's
what's
true.
true.
Just first, you have to know why you're here. You have to look at everything.
No,
You
no,
can't just
but
look at one
actually
part.
but listen, you do not have to know why you're here to know that God is real if he was real. Because if he were real, he would be real whether I knew why I was here or not. I am sitting in front of a building right now. That building is there whether I'm sitting in front of it or not. When I drive away, it's gonna be still there.
Yeah,
When I
true.
unalive, that building is gonna be still there.
Very true.
Whether or not God is real has nothing to do with whether or not I know my purpose or I'm here to learn. He's gonna be real if I'm here or not.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Um, how do you think we were created?
My parents had me. That's how I was
Is there a
created.
Christian starter pack for questions?
Yeah.
No, no,
My
no,
parent
no.
my parents
Here's
had
what
me.
I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get to a point. The point is that I remember the argument about Big Bang and creation. Well, I come to the conclusion that we were created, and the reason I come to the conclusion that we were created, and I pray that you look this up. A lot of people are going to disagree with me when I say this about the zodiac sign personality traits. You are designed to think a certain way based
No.
on the month and time of. No, look it up.
Do
Look it up.
twins have the same personality?
No, they don't.
Why
And
don't
it's
they
and
think the same?
the reason being is because they experience things slightly different. They think they come into the world with the same personality traits. However, each person has, like, say for instance, in California today are born two people of two different families at the same time. They have the same personality traits. However, when they go home, the people in their immediate circle have different personality traits. We learn from the people in our immediate circle.
So it's effectively
The
meaningless.
the
And you're
village
also
that raised the
ignoring,
child.
right? There's 12 zodiac signs.
That's correct.
So and how many people are born within a zodiac sign? Rough. I mean, it's not a perfectly even distribution, right? You're still talking about,
I'm,
you
I'm
know,
sorry, my phone was ringing. Go ahead.
yeah. So how many people are born within the same zodiac sign? I mean, it's roughly 8%. It's probably a few points either side because some months have more than others. As far as like births and stuff, right? But I mean, just saying that like 8% of the population has the same personality because they're born in that time, and then what you have to do is start, doing all kinds of tap dancing and uh, negotiating once it's established that they clearly don't. Like clearly don't. I know people under my same sign who are absolutely nothing like me in the way that they think. Experiences aside, just
Who
the way
we?
that their brain works
My
is not the same.
my daughter and I are the same zodiac sign. We are nothing alike. We are the same
But
zodiac
who?
sign.
The reason why you're nothing alike is because your parents were different than hers. You got different ingredients imparted into you.
My
The way
parents
your
were alive.
parents
My
and your
parents
experiences
no, but my
and your
parents were
experiences.
alive when she was. My
But
dad
your
died.
experiences. But
My
see, you were
dad
the
died
direct
when she
parent
was
of her.
16. Huh?
You're the direct. You're the direct parent of her.
No, I
They
didn't
were
parent
direct
her. I didn't
parents of
parent her.
you.
My parents raised me though. I didn't really
Oh,
parent her. I mean, we were in the same house, but you know.
Okay,
I
well,
was
we go
I
even
was
further
young.
than that.
I was young and hot. But she is nothing like me. She is more like my parents than I am.
Okay, well, when you
She
were
is
younger,
exactly like my parents, and I'm nothing like my parents.
when you were it could have been a rebellion, but also when you were younger, your parents don't think the same as they did when you were younger.
I know, but
They've
listen.
evolved.
Let me tell you something. My
Mhm.
father, my father was old. He was an old man
Mhm.
by the time I came around. My mother was old. These people were old by the time I came around. They were
And they
already
sound
they were already who they were gonna be. My daddy retired when I was 8 years old. He was already who he was gonna be by that time. They weren't young. They weren't in their 20s. My daddy was retired when I was 8 years old.
just because you're old don't mean you stop learning.
I mean,
Don't mean you stop evolving.
this is such a flimsy premise, man. Like my brother and I are not allowed to play categories together because we think so much alike that it's basically cheating.
Mm.
Like we are born at opposite ends of the year and nothing to do with each other. Like it's you then have to tap dance and renegotiate for why the matches don't match and also why the misses do match. Right? Because people with different signs who have the same thought process and outlook, you now have to also negotiate for that. There's nothing there.
You have to negotiate for twins. Not the same.
Right? Yeah.
But they're not in the same place at the same time. They're not being talked to for the same reasons at the
Twins?
same time.
Yeah.
They're not 100% in the same place at the same time.
You know, there's a great video that I remember watching a long time ago, so I don't have all the details, but it was like Richard Dawkins. It was like I would say like late '90s, early 2000s or something, and it was they had a group of people and they gave them all a horoscope, and they gave them their individual based on their signs or whatever, and like 90 something% of the people came back and said that applies to them. This is a good reading of who they are, and the thing of it was everybody got the exact same horoscope. That was the twist on it, is that they were all reading the exact same thing and applying it to themselves. This zodiac shit is mumbo jumbo. Like it's garbage.
It's not. I mean, I disagree.
It
However,
it it
does
it,
it take a
it,
village to raise a child?
it
It,
demonstrates nothing. It's not reliable for anything. You only get out of it what you're looking for and what you put into it. It's not. It doesn't hold water.
I'm saying just the personality traits, not that mumbo jumbo about what
The
you're
personality
going to be
traits
lucky
don't
this
matter.
week.
I just told you my brother and I have very similar personalities. My sister and I aren't, and my brother and my sister are the same sign,
He's
I
very
mean,
and they
similar.
are
Zilda,
Similar.
different people.
So
Zilda,
y'all never fought. Y'all never argued. You always
I
get
mean, are
along.
you
You always
okay
do
with
the
these
same
questions?
thing.
Like, yeah, no, we were 4 kids. We never fought.
Zilda,
Like,
can I share with
what?
you? There's 13 zodiacs now. I want you to know that. Does that fuck up any of your thought process here?
No, no, it
There's
don't.
13 now.
It
No?
don't. No, it don't.
Okay.
Because it's what I'm getting at. My whole point is how we learn. What makes us us?
This is
It's
the thing, Zilda. I studied astrology for a long time, and I don't think you should have brought this topic up because you're not even speaking on it in a way that it's going to make sense to anyone here.
I
And
said the
also,
astrology personality traits, the personality
the
traits, not
personality traits
astrology.
are based off psychology. They're archetypes, right? They're based off archetypes. What Mac and what Lortz is trying to say is that it can't apply to everybody, and he gave an example of that also. That it's not going to apply to everyone.
Okay,
Well,
all right.
maybe you guys are looking at it wrong. I think he's talking. I think you're misunderstanding it. I think he's talking about the reincarnated ones, right?
That has something to do with it also. Yes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Reincarnated
Right.
nothing. Shut up.
I mean,
Wow.
hey, either take it or leave it. You're asking questions. You're trying to find out, and
Yeah,
Whose
we.
kid is
I'm
that?
just giving you
Whose
something to look at.
fucking
I'm
kid
just
is
giving you
that?
some.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
They're
My
grounded
But
now.
fault.
They're grounded.
Probably a
that was somebody's
Capricorn.
child playing.
Probably a Capricorn.
As long as it's not a
Zelda,
Sagittarius.
can
He's
I ask
silly.
you a quick question? Can Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, you're saying that
Huh?
the way that people learn, right, is determined by the time and the year that they're born,
How
right?
they perceive things.
How they
The the
perceive
the
things.
the, personality traits determine how you perceive
Okay,
things.
right. How you
We can
perceive
be
things.
all in the
I
same
don't
room
want to
at the
go too.
same
Wait,
time
wait.
and
I don't
getting
want to go too deep
chastised.
into that. I don't want to go too deep into that.
Okay, look,
Let's
can I
keep
say
that right
this
there.
though? Can I
Well,
say this?
it wouldn't really speak to the question, but those personality traits, right? Initially, we started this conversation off talking about purpose in life, right? How do you connect that to you developing a purpose in life or it giving you a purpose in life?
Because everything that you do is basically directed. The way you perceive things is going to determine whether you make a left or a right. If you say no or you go say yes. If you
Okay.
like it or you don't. The
Okay. So
reason I'm
how would
saying
you?
this is because if we were all in the same room and we all got chastised at the same time, each one of us are going to take it differently. Depending on how you take it, it's going to take you down a path, either good path where you have good things, or a bad path where you have bad things.
So
It
right.
depends on how you react. It's not what's done to you that gets you in trouble. It's how you react to what's done to you.
Right, but how does that connect to determining, right, when you say what about the astrology process depicts a certain personality trait?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I'm not understanding exactly. I heard you, but I'm not understanding for whatever.
It's all good. So when you say, right, that the zodiac, right, determines your personality traits, right?
Hmm.
What in the zodiac setup is determining that? Is there a being there? Is there a like
Well,
what
from what I
that's what I'm trying
understand,
to figure out. That's the part I'm confused.
from what I understand, it's got to do with the time of year, and it's sometimes the time of day, whole bunch of different things. Like I said, it's as far as your immediate circle. Each one of them. When you're bickering with your brother and sister, or
Not
whoever.
that's the after effect. I'm talking about
Okay,
what
well,
in the what is what okay, for me, just dumb it down for me. What the fuck is a zodiac sign?
I can't go into that deep. Only thing I can tell you is about the personality traits. I have not dug all into it like that, but I looked at my personality trait. I'm a Pisces, and yes,
Okay,
I'm a
let's stop right
crybaby.
there.
I'm
I don't
very
need to know
emotional.
about the personality trait, but I can't even get to the personality trait if I can't determine or at least understand the source. So if I ask you, what is a zodiac? You know what I mean? Like, what is it? What does it mean? What does it do? And you tell me, well, I don't fucking know. It's just a personality finder, right? Again, we got to go back to what Max said. The position is flimsy as fuck.
Okay, well, I just tried to throw it out there for those who can hear. They'll hear and they'll move forward with it. If you
But you
can't
do need
hear,
to
that's not
understand
my
that
fault or
No,
yours.
none of us
but
here,
we
right,
can
are babies
hear.
in this. You just throw some shit out on this panel, okay, it's gonna come under extreme scrutiny. So whatever the
That's
fuck you
fine.
standing on needs to be on business.
That's fine. I get where you're coming from, but see, the thing is, you are coming from a level of perfection. I am not perfect. I am not. Nor will I ever be perfect. If I live to be 3,000 years old, I'll still be learning, and I'm
I'm not
content
asking
with
for
that.
perfection. I'm just asking you to know what the hell you're talking about so that you can
I know what
explain
I'm
it to
talking
us
about, and
simply.
those people
So
that
what is a zodiac sign? What is a zodiac? What the fuck is a zodiac?
zodiac sign is something that we are, as human beings, that I understand, the way I understand it, we are born under a category. It's like a curriculum to me. That's the way I see it. It's like a curriculum. And depending on how you perceive things, it's going to teach you everything that you need to learn, that you're basically asking for. Like even the conversation that we're having right now.
Okay,
You
so
are asking for
it's
something, and I'm
curriculum.
asking for something, and we will get exactly what we're asking for.
So
You
it's a
don't have to.
curriculum of learning that comes from where?
I'm going to say God. It's programming. It's not programming. It's not
If
programming.
you don't
Not even
cut
a
it
little
out,
bit. Not
cut
even a
it
little.
out. Knock it the fuck off, my guy.
No way.
Knock it
Okay.
off. This
Well,
is
I'm
why
on
we
your
can't stand
platform,
on
so
that shit. This is why we can't get. I can't get jiggy with that shit.
that's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine. It's a lot
Get a
of things you
little
can't
bit
get
jiggy.
jiggy with, but it's true.
you made the whole thing up just that fast. Just that fast. Literally, you went from I don't know what a zodiac sign is to I think it's a curriculum of learning that comes from God.
That's because I don't know the correct
Then how can you tell us
terminology.
anything the
That's
fuck
why
No,
about it?
no, but this is the thing, right?
you can't lie.
If you're
Okay, go ahead.
if you're a Christian,
Hmm.
what you talking is blasphemy.
You don't. I mean, listen. I'm
If
gonna
you're
tell
a
you like
Christian,
this.
what you talking is blasphemy. The shit you
No, it's
saying right
not.
now is blasphemy.
It's not. It's not blasphemy.
It's at least
It's
heresy.
blasphemy for those who taught you what you think you know.
No,
Yes,
sir. No. All I'm saying is you believe in zodiacs and reincarnation and all
yeah,
of that kind of stuff.
I do.
That is blasphemy.
I also believe in the desolation of the desolation of. Anyway, we ain't gonna even go there.
So
Holla,
what do you believe about Christianity? Because all of this stuff don't have anything to do with Christianity.
it does.
What do you
The
believe
Christian,
about
the Bible is
Christianity?
telling you. The Bible is telling you how to move through. You're basically a supercomputer, right? Well,
What?
which
No.
in the state that you're in now, in the state that you're in
No.
now, you don't really have an organized
Do
plan
do
of
you know
action.
do you know what a supercomputer is?
A supercomputer,
Do you know what a supercomputer does? Let me ask you that. Do you know what a supercomputer does?
yeah, I know what it does.
Okay, I know people that can't do fractions. Everybody is not a supercomputer.
No,
Okay,
no, no, no. What
Stop
I'm
saying that.
this,
Stop going around saying that because
this is,
that's people
this is
problem right now. They think they're more than they are. That's
no,
people
this is
fucking
the
problem right
Not
now.
analogy.
fractions.
No, it's just an analogy. It's saying basically you're a supercomputer,
Oh shit.
and when you download certain programs, it helps you to function. You can buy a supercomputer, and it
She
can be
said.
nothing but just a centerpiece on your desk. But
She
when you
said,
put
"What's a
those programs in
denominator?"
there,
She said,
when
"What's
you
a
put those
denominator?" And the console started smoking.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm,
When you ask somebody, what is the bottom number in a fraction? Not the BSOD, the blue screen of death. I mean,
I get you.
now,
I'm not going there with it though. I'm just saying it was an analogy. Just saying how people are
no, but
when we
it's a
download.
bad analogy. You're not. Nothing is downloaded. It's a bad analogy, and let me tell you why it's a bad analogy. Because when I last year I bought a new laptop. I bought me a Mac laptop, right?
Mm, yeah,
When I turn that laptop on, it works,
you
right?
say
It
it
just
works.
works. Yes, it just works.
Well, it depends on what you're doing with it though.
No, it works. No, what do you mean? It doesn't depend on what I do to it. When I turn it on, it
I know I
works.
said what you're doing with it, not what you do to it. What you're
Yeah,
doing with it.
yeah,
What are
but
you using it for?
even that I use it for a whole lot of stuff. But even that, it when I open it up, it comes on. It asks me for my password,
Okay. That being
right?
said, when you use your computer, when you bought your computer, did you have to buy any software with it?
To make it work, no,
Yes. No, no. I'm
no.
saying
No,
to make it
it
function,
it
to
came
make
with
it
To make it
function
function,
properly. Come
no.
on, don't
I
play
just
with me.
bought. No,
no, it came
listen.
with
You
an
understand what I
iOS.
was saying?
It comes with an iOS. Any laptop you buy, you can plug it in and it works. That's it. It comes. You
Yeah,
don't
it
have to
works.
listen, when you buy a laptop, they don't tell you, okay, now when you get it, you have to download the iOS. It already comes on there.
What I'm saying is a program to run.
I know there is no program that you have to buy when you buy a computer or a laptop or even your phone. When you go get a new phone, you turn it on, it works.
You
That's
ever
it.
heard of Oracle?
What?
Have you ever heard
Heard of what? You
Oracle?
Yeah, from
or
family
It's a
soul?
software
from
system, a
Family
large
Matter.
company
Yeah,
that
from
makes it.
Family Matters. Like, did I do
No,
that?
not Oracle,
No,
not
not
Oracle.
or he's saying Oracle. It's a
Oracle.
little
Thank you.
Oracle?
yeah, yeah.
Yes. But let me ask you a question. Who uses Oracle to make their computer work? What is Oracle? Tell
I
me
was
what
trying to
Oracle
say,
is.
making your computer function as you need it to, for the
Okay, I
specific
know,
thing that
but
you're
but
into.
who has to download Oracle to make their computer function?
No, not function. You don't stay. Get off of that. I'm telling you, that's not what I was
I
trying to
mean,
say. You
no,
still on
that
the
I
same
know, but
thing.
that's no, but that's what you said.
I didn't mean that. Okay, I stand corrected.
Okay,
That's not what I
all
was
right.
saying.
Well, then say it.
So what I'm trying to say is, just the Bible, the Quran, and other holy texts. I believe that there's bits and pieces in every one that are true. However,
Now we're getting somewhere. How do you determine if bit or piece is true?
that that's inside. I mean, you get no. I get what
What,
it sounds funny.
Mr.
I
Zilder?
get
Because
okay. Check this out.
Mr.
Check this
Zilder,
out.
no. Before we check it out, right? I'm listening. I've been shutting the fuck up, but I still can't. I'm lost on how you're hinging on this zodiac thing, and you didn't know there was 13 ones, meaning that everything has shifted. So whatever your
I've
perception.
heard there's 12
Listen,
and I
listen,
heard there's
listen,
13.
listen, listen, listen.
Yeah.
Whatever your perception is, it's wrong. So what you're basing your life on, like you're squeezing Christianity and then appropriating another culture with another culture, right? Judaism and now the zodiac sign, like, and you can't even explain the basis of it, just like you Christians can't explain the basis of your belief. I don't understand where you're coming from here.
No, I get you. It's a lot of times that you won't understand some things, but it won't be that it's not true. That's fine.
I'm
And
just,
I'm very patient.
I'm just saying.
I
Do
mean,
you
I can't
think?
explain it to you. I was just trying to help.
Do you think that people need something else in order to function? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't understand. Do you think
I'm
that
saying that
people
the
need
Bible
some?
helped me to function better. Like the lady that called before me. I thought I was a nice person. I was not. And it took God to show me this. I was walking through my house one day and I was complaining about the way people treated me. And I had been doing that for probably 2, 3 years, pointing fingers at everybody else. They did this, they said that. And in 2 seconds, he showed me 5 incidences with myself mistreating and and talking to people the wrong way. It was just that quick. And when he showed it to me, my heart never beat so hard and so fast in my chest. It was like knocking on walls, like something was trying to get out of me. And that kind of woke me up. It's like, what is this and why did it happen?
But you're saying the Bible had to teach you. The
My
Bible,
phone is ringing.
the Bible had to teach you to stop letting people mistreat you, or the Bible had to teach you, or
How
was
to
the
react.
mistreatment just a consequence of the fucked up way you was treating everybody else? That's what it sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah,
to me.
it
That
was
was that.
it was all of that.
Like it sounds like your
Oh,
conscience got at you finally. Like something
But
broke
it's
through. You're
Yeah,
like, why do
and
people
it was a
treat me
good
like
thing.
shit? Oh, moment of introspection. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it was a good thing. It was a good thing, and I'm just sharing that with you.
Why is that divine?
Well, it
I
showed
think
me
about shit I've done to
that in
people.
this earth,
Like,
yeah, listen, check this out. We are all acting and reacting. It's simple as that. That's what we're doing. But see, you can make it better or you can make it worse depending on how you react or act. And that's what it showed me.
so
How to react and how to act.
you
Uh,
just had a Drake moment. Then that's what you had.
Yeah, it's a real great
This is
moment.
gonna forever be called a Drake moment because
Oh,
you
you said
said
great
something
moment. I don't know about Drake.
you said something you shouldn't have said. Kendrick Lamar went way too far, and now you think you're Mexican.
No, I don't know if we went that far,
God
but
damn.
it's just a
And
God
lot
now
of
you making songs like "I want to meet your madre, pay my respects to your madre." You ain't got nothing else to say to nobody because
no.
Kendrick went way too far. Now you having a Drake moment.
Is that what it is? I'll just tell you this. I am 100% content in my walk.
All right.
Okay, last question for me that I want to know. When you and I keep going back to the creating purpose thing because that's where we started, right? And I like to address this with believers because, especially in the deconstruction community, because a lot of times we ask ourselves, what is going to be our purpose, right, going forward? And that, for me, it's an easy question, right? You create your own purpose, right? And what I want to ask you is, when you say that you get that purpose, right, from something somewhere else, right, it's determined for something else, do you do things in your daily life, right, that moves you towards your purpose that is not either one about your well-being, right, or necessity?
Could you repeat the part where you said, do you do things? My phone rang and it cut you off.
Oh, sorry.
Can you repeat it for that?
So everything that you do normally in your daily life, right, it's either out of well-being, right, when you say I have a purpose for something, right, it's either for well-being or necessity. You need something, right? Something that we
Yeah.
need or something that is for the well-being of us all, be it a community, a household, an individual, a family, whatever you want to call it, right?
Okay.
So outside of those two things, normally, where or where do you gather what the purpose is? Right? If the purpose is coming from something outside of yourself, somewhere else, right? This thing is telling you, hey, this is the purpose, right?
Yeah. Okay.
How do
If
they
you're looking
relay
at it
that
from
to
that.
you? How was that purpose relayed to you?
Well, you have what's called a conscience, and if it don't sit right, like okay, like military people, y'all remind me of military people, as a matter of fact. But military people, they go away, and I'm not judging them at all because I can't. I appreciate them going and doing what they did. Thank God for them. However, no man on earth can give you the right to go anywhere into another country and hurt anybody based on something that you were told. And what happens
I
is
did
when
it
they
though,
get
right?
back,
They're just
when
doing
they
what your
when they
God
get back,
does in the Bible.
when they get back, they
Well, what
are
does this have to do with whatever
suicidal.
source you have communicating
I'm saying that
your purpose to?
the conscious is what leads you. The
The
conscious is what leads
consciousness
you.
is yours.
People,
That's not outside of you.
the
The consciousness
conscious,
is yours. Your consciousness is you, right? Determining what
mhm,
needs to be done or what well-being is, right? When you get a
yeah, the
purpose
guilt
from
that comes out of
outside
the
of
stuff.
yourself, right? You get the
Mhm.
purpose from outside of yourself. How does it get to your conscience? Like, does this thing talk to you? Does it send you a sign? Does it?
Absolutely. I mean, it
Um,
gives you the sign. The guilt is a sign that comes out. I mean,
is
when you
it
sit up there
guilt?
and you think about it, a lot of people say that, oh yeah, get to hell. I mean, get to the pearly gates. Tell them the devil did it. The devil told me to do it. Well, you the driver of this vehicle.
But guilt
That's
wouldn't
that.
be a communication from something outside of yourself. Guilt is like a response, an internal or emotional response to something that you feel that comes from within you. I'm guilty about something. I lied and I shouldn't have lied, right? Or
Mhm.
something like that. That's something that's coming from internally inside of you. I'm talking about something outside of yourself. You're saying that you're not
Oh,
the one that's
I
creating the
think
purpose.
what. I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood what you said. Nothing comes from outside. It comes from inside.
All right, I'm not gonna say it.
Oh yeah, please say it because I mean, hey, look, this is in in a situation where there's a teacher and a student. I call it like it's a trans. What do you call it? I'm sorry, I'm looking for the right word.
hmm
It's not
I
that
mean,
one's the teacher, but both are being taught. Both are learning from the experience. Is what I'm trying to say.
yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Like when you say certain things, I'll be listening, okay, and it hits my brain a certain way. I interpret it,
That's
right?
how.
I
Thank you.
hear it
When it,
one way.
Symbiotic.
When it hits your brain a certain way, it's because it's meant to hit your brain a certain way. That's your brain reaching out and grabbing what was said. It's important.
But that's what I'm asking, right? Everything that hits my brain comes from the things around me, and then I understand, right, a sense of well-being that needs to be addressed, or right, a sense of or a necessity that's there, and that creates my purpose, right? Um, be it you need a car, whatever you can think of throughout the day, that becomes your purpose. We want to make the world better for the generations that's coming behind us. We want great school systems. We want equality. We want, right, um, all of these things. We look at the world and we create that purpose, right? We create that based on the things around us. Where are you getting the purpose from that's outside of that?
Mm. I'm sorry, I'm farting, man. My brain is farting like crazy.
I got you. I got you.
Um,
It's cool, right? Like you're a truck driver, whatever driver, right? You need the money,
mhm.
right? That you're doing that out of a necessity, right? You're
Right.
doing that out of things you need to do. That
Well,
creates
I'll
your
just say
purpose.
this: I see a
It's
lot of
simple.
different things that needs to change. I do. I do. I see a lot of hurt that didn't need to be there. I see a lot of unnecessary things when people don't. They choose not to explain things when they. It's just simple as saying a few words, and then a person is left to their own devices and think. They think they understand what's going on with the other person, but never. You know, the person, since they didn't explain, then it kind of blows the situation up. Just needless things. There's a lot of needless things out here that makes things worse than they have to be. That's where I'm coming from. I'm tired of seeing those things. Just like the things that you've been through in life that hurt you really bad, you wouldn't want to send somebody through that, would you?
No, and I agree with you on that. And that's something that we have developed through experiencing each other as humans. We've looked at that and you
Okay,
said
so
we need
that's
to
how
address this.
that's how it works. That's
Because
how it
God,
works.
yeah, God, if we read the Bible, right, He has a different way of doing shit. Them badass kids hit him over the head with a rock. You think your wife cheating? Go ahead and feed her the bitter water, right? If they don't want to follow your belief system, bring them here and slaughter them in front of me. If they don't want to follow me, you should hate them. So we see God's way of doing things is a lot different from ours. Well,
Right.
in a
So,
sense, right?
someone dropped a galaxy.
Somebody did drop a galaxy.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was to Lords.
I don't know what all that stuff is. I'm sorry.
It's all right. But my purpose in saying that was one of the things that we like to address, or I like to address, right, is that sense of purpose and how you develop it, right? And not to believe things that will subject you to doing something crazy, right? And I say
Yeah.
this all the time.
No.
The eclipse came and
Um,
people are like, well, God told me to unalive somebody, right? We don't want you to be subject to that because now you become not only a danger to yourself, but to the people around you.
yeah, that's extreme. You don't. No, you
Yeah.
don't. No.
But this is why you
No,
see
that's
these laws
that's
in
going on.
place,
That's
right?
coloring out.
LGBTQI. Well, this is why, right?
That's
Abortion
that's
rights
something
or
we never had.
pro-choice
That
rights.
should have
Those
never
things are being
been.
snatched because of
People,
religious beliefs.
the
So someone did
LGBTQ
actually
community
pay.
should have never been. The Black Lives Matter should have never been. We don't have any right to tell anybody what they should or should not be doing. Jesus gave he said to let your light so shine so that others may see your good works and glorify your Father. He didn't tell you to go out there and tell them and stop them from doing this and all that kind of stuff. People go extreme all the time. Those are the ones that 9 times out of 10 they're babes in the community. They in the Christian community they're babes, and that's all a part of the teachings. Once you jump in, you kind of forget where you came from. And you do start to judge. I went through it myself. But then, due to the guilt, the conscience, God saying, hey, well, where'd you come from? God does talk to you. He will talk to you. Ask him. Ask him. When you read your Bible and it's something that you don't understand, ask him. Meditate on it. When you meditate
See
on it,
that galaxy
you will
down
be
there?
surprised.
Galaxy, bro.
You will be surprised. You will be surprised what you hear.
Sorry, sir, but you needed to go like 20 minutes ago.
You got Galaxy, my guy. But come back, try it again another day.
My head hurts. That was a
What did
lot.
he mean when he said the LGBTQIA community should have never been? Like, what did he mean by that?
Right.
Black Lives Matter should have never been either.
He trying to say that it was he trying to say I'm going to be super generous because I didn't hear all of it. Was he trying to say that it should have had to exist?
That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, I don't know.
Yes.
Because like the we can't tell anybody how to run their bit. Like that to me sounds like it's not the case what he was saying, but holding out hope, I guess.
Holding out hope.
But he followed up by saying that Jesus said, "Let your light shine," not out here telling people how to live their life. So I don't know if he was still separating and trying to say that those that follow Jesus are right. The hate the sinner. I mean, love the sinner, hate the sin type shit. Like that's what I was trying to figure out. If you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I don't think he knew what he was talking about.
No,
I'm
nah,
gonna
he's
just
in circles.
start dropping random bash bars when people start. Don't ask me shit about avocados. I'm gonna just start saying that shit all the time.
Six Stoic said he was a driving contradiction.
Yeah, that line of thought just wasn't lining up. It's inside. I don't know. You got me there.
Yeah, a lot of different themes.
All right, well, while we have a little bit of a lull, if you haven't already, please go ahead and hit that little heart by Oso's name. And if you haven't followed, I'm not even sure what you're doing because you've been here for like ever now. Go ahead and follow everybody here. And then there's a little subscribe badge down at the bottom. You'll have access to really cool emotes and things like that. So join our team and you'll be able to know when Oso is live. We have another guest.
Hi. Oops, sorry.
Good morning, afternoon, wherever the hell you at. Also,
Hi,
you up?
sorry.
Also, you still? Also, hey son.
I think he nothing.
I think Oso is asleep and
He's in deep sleep.
Oh no! If he sleep, like how the live gonna get shut down?
It's not. We just gonna keep on rocking.
Oso, wake up. Let me try something. Oso, I'll marry you. Wake up.
Oh shit.
Nah, it didn't work. He's sleeping for real, y'all.
Was that pressure barking?
It sound like it.
Dog.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's
Oso.
outside with the chickens.
Oh yeah. All right.
Do that, so you just turn off the comments.
Yeah, we can just turn off the comments and then leave, and then he'll just it'll just dwindle down.
Do that.
That I just feel like that would be abandoning him.
It would be like we just gonna leave a drunk man sleep on the couch. No child left behind.
Oh man.
Who has his phone number?
Have your future husband's phone number.
Absolutely not. I'm so sorry. This is a Discord arranged marriage. I'm so sorry.
Discord
6 feet
marriage.
at all times. 6 feet at all times. I'm so sorry.
The chalet. He's gonna arrange that if he doesn't have your phone number.
Boris, he's not giving up anytime soon. So I don't know.
Pressure. You applying pressure.
I'm okay.
But we do have a guest, y'all. So, Zena, you wanna take it away?
Not really, but sure. Joanne, how are you doing today? How are you doing this morning?
Hi, I'm good. I'm not, someone invited me up here, but I wouldn't
It was
consider
me.
myself a Christian necessarily, but
Do you follow Jesus Christ, Joanne?
follow. I would say his teachings are enlightening or can be enlightening to people, but I wouldn't say, I don't really believe in like he died on the cross for my sins type of thing anymore, I guess. But so I don't know if I qualify for the debate, but
Well, you made a comment in the comments
okay.
about us not being aligned, right?
Yeah. Oh, because you said you made the comment that it's not lining up. So I just was trying to be clever, I guess. But also I kind of believe that if you aren't aligned with a certain, like with that guy that was just on here, his understanding and beliefs or his understanding of life and, philosophies, then of course, if you're not aligned with that, it won't line up, whether it's right or wrong.
And you said if we're aligned, I'm sorry, just can you be a little bit more specific? If we're not aligned with what is it again?
Well, because you said what he was saying was not lining up. So that just means, in other words, it's not aligning with you.
So you think that zodiacs help us create purpose in life?
Well, personally, I would not call myself like an expert astrologer, but I have become like super fascinated and done a lot of deep diving over the years into astrology. But the main thing that I noticed when people were arguing it, I don't think that guy really understood either. Maybe he's like watched a documentary or heard something and it made sense to him. But there's actually more than just 12 zodiac signs in terms of assigned to a person. So, excuse me, if you look up natal astrology, and again, I'm not an expert, so I'll probably say this wrong, but
not to make you an expert, and I hate to interrupt you, right?
yeah, go
But
ahead.
when you say, "Hey, well, you don't understand because you're not aligned," right? And then you come up and you say the same shit that I said.
What?
You
Wait,
don't
what?
understand what the fuck he was talking about either.
No, I'm just saying I'm not an expert, but I understand more than you guys do about astrology because you were just assigning one sign.
Well, no,
And
what we're saying is what we were saying was that about astrology. First of all, this is a Christian lie,
right.
right? I'm not even sure how we got into astrology.
Right. Yeah,
I
no, I'm
don't
not
even
claiming it's
know.
Christian,
But he's also talking about he believes in reincarnation. I mean, we should have dropped him like
yeah.
30 minutes ago. I'm not even sure how we got into astrology because is that Christian like? I don't know.
I don't know if anyone has seen this movie. I think it's a movie called Zeitgeist. That's where I kind of like saw a
Joan,
connection.
I got a
It's more
question for
it's
you.
on the mystical side, obviously. It's like Christian mysticism. But
I got a question for you.
yep.
Have you heard of the Trinity Train?
Trinity Trend?
Trinity Train.
That's like absolutely
No.
not. Absolutely,
I have not.
absolutely. We are
Knock it
having a great.
off.
Absolutely not.
What are you guys talking about?
Knock it off.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm gonna stop. I quit.
I mean, yes, it's out there. I'm not saying like
No,
I can
honey,
prove
no.
anything, but
He don't. Mm-mm. I guess my question.
So the Zeitgeist thing, was that the one with the 9/11 conspiracies in it too?
it's been a while since I've seen it. I think so.
Yeah, it was
Maybe.
like big on YouTube in like the mid 2000s.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
I watched it on Amazon Prime, but there's a big portion about astrology, like Jesus, Pisces, and like the different, like the age of Aquarius or the age of Pisces, and they somehow connected it. Obviously, not logically, but it kind of,
They connected Christ and
yes,
astrology and
like the
9/11
12.
conspiracy.
I don't remember the 9/11 part, but I just remember the 12 apostles, the 12 zodiac signs, and then it was like somehow they said the age of Pisces, which is like the fish that Jesus.
Yeah, but you say that there were more than 12 zodiac signs. So
Oh,
how does that
not more than 12 zodiac signs, but like, for example, if you were born at 9:13 a.m. on
like
11/11.
moon rising or Venus,
Yes,
like
your rising sign,
versus
your
like
sun sign, your
giving
moon
your
sign.
Leo natal chart where you should be in the world. Like if you want to go have like the best life ever, this country matches your Venus rising at 30
Right. Oh,
degrees.
that's the
Yeah.
astrocartograph or something like
Mhm.
that. Yeah. So it's the way I use astrology is not the way most people think of like horoscopes or like bullshit like on Yahoo horoscopes or something like that where it says, kind of like a prediction. It's more a way to understand your personality. I think that's what that guy was trying to say is like depending on your, like if you're more prone to certain emotions, more prone to a certain type of personality, it doesn't mean you have to be that way like a robot, but it kind of it's like an influence, like how the planets are transitioning, where the moon was when you were born up to a certain like minute. So it's
do
just kind of like
Christians believe in that though?
most don't, no. But my argument that it's not evil because there's like a few verses that say like there's a few verses in the Bible that talk about like witchcraft or like sorcery, I think, somewhere. So they just equate it with that because they equate it with what's the word? Trying to think. When you're divination, maybe. So but it's more about like understanding the conditions of the day to be able to like and align yourself with that. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain.
So it's just like picking and choosing, like how Christians do with the Bible, or how like you don't necessarily believe like everything about Jesus, but you think he was kind of enlightened a bit. So it's just
Right. Like
very
the mount, like the
similar.
Sermon on the Mount. I don't know how anyone just if you just isolate that part. Obviously, I know like the God of the Old Testament is like evil and killed children and all that kind of stuff. But I'm saying like if you just isolate the Sermon on the Mount, like that to me is very enlightening. I don't see how anyone could say that that's like bad or evil or
The God of the New Testament is the God of the Old Testament.
not
He's
everyone
God in the
believes that.
flesh. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's what the
Not
Bible says.
I no, I
He,
know, but
he's
it's
God
not
in the flesh, right?
right. But the God of the Old Testament, a lot of people, and there's actually like I think it's called Marxism. Marx, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like MARC, and like Marxian, Marcion. Yes, yes. I don't know a lot about it. And like Gnosticism. I don't know how to pronounce that either. But there's a lot of like early. I think that was like 2nd century AD. For what you just said, and they believe that the Old Testament was like, I don't know the exact, maybe you can help me with the definition, but that it was like a different lesser God. Like Yahweh was not the father that Jesus is talking about in the New Testament. And again,
They
like
say
I
that he
don't
was like Satan or something.
maybe maybe I've
I thought
actually
they
like looked
flipped
into it
like
that
God and
Jesus.
Satan.
Yeah, I mean, I
That
think
could be
Jesus could
Marcion.
be saved if Jesus was real. He could be saving us from Yahweh because Yahweh was just such a brutal, type of God.
Wipe that sleep out of your eye, Oso.
What's that?
I was
Yeah,
talking
man,
to the host.
definitely that for sure. Nothing else. Here's my question though. Now that I have returned, why are we still talking about astrology?
So we left,
Hey
and
man.
then Joan was brought up, and so. But anyway,
I
you're
tried to
right.
I
You're right.
tried to switch it up.
No,
I
no,
tried to
Was
I
not a
tried to switch
You
welcome
it up.
did, you
switch up.
did, gas.
no
You
gaslight.
did, gas.
Not
And
You did
doing
and
try.
you missed the most important part of the live. So
I
you
I
missed
will
the
say
most
this
important
though.
part.
If anyone is interested in natal astrology, I haven't anyone I've ever dated or any.
Whoops.
Say hi, y'all.
And also, you missed it, bro. You missed it. I'm not gonna be the one to say it, but just know, prime opportunity. Okay, it was there for you.
Nothing was missed.
I
Yeah,
didn't say
that's
it.
crazy.
I didn't say it. Zena said it.
Crazy.
Okay. I didn't say it.
That's
You're
crazy.
so funny.
That's
And you
crazy.
missed it, bro. How did you miss that? How did you miss
All time bad
How do I
call.
put it? How do I put it? Um, Sometimes in life, people start talking about shit that you really not trying to talk about. So you get up and you walk over to another part of the house, and then you remember that there's something in the other part of the house that you wanted to go. And shit happens.
Hey, also, I was just thinking about this, and I believe that the Holy Spirit asked me to come up and share this with you. I think that we as non-believers and believers need to get together. And I was thinking about spiritual sneaky links. Spiritual sneaky links. So we just DM a Christian, and a Christian can DM us, and they just set up a point where they can meet up together and talk about things in a spiritual setting, maybe Vegas, and just be in a room
What?
all weekend and talk
Uh-huh.
about
I
this.
literally tried
And
to stop this from happening, but y'all insist to let niggas talk, so nig nog talk it is. Let it go.
so I think that will bring us together. And I think that we need to just kind of start up a program, maybe, just start with DMs, and then we can actually set up sneaky links for Jesus or something, or just sneaky links for atheists. Well, I'm saying to kind of connect us together.
Bridge that gap, right?
Yeah, bridge the gap so that we can stop having these lives. Just any Christian out there, pick a non-believer and spend a weekend with them, and vice versa, and create your own spiritual sneaky link.
We should see baby instead of talking.
I have to say, I would rather just
Chili.
sit on TikTok and listen to baby songs. That sounds
Right,
better.
like I think that's what we
She is gnawing on her hand like crazy. She
Why are you bringing babies into this?
she was talking up a storm. I wanted her to say hi, but as soon as the lights came on, she just started gnawing on her hand. I asked her, I said,
Oh,
we're gonna have a lot of conversations on and she said, yep.
oh,
I think that's confirmation about my vision. The
What
baby
vision?
sounds like the baby said, "Yep."
Your Vegas vision?
Yeah, the Vegas
Oh my gosh.
spiritual sneaky links. How about that?
Oh my goodness.
yeah. I'm just Googling here on Google.com, and it says that's a fantastic idea.
Were you
I
with the
guess.
chickens also?
Yeah,
You
I
were
went
outside with
outside
the
for a
chickens.
while.
Zena
I figured
agreed to
y'all could.
marry you while you were gone.
Thinker. Come
I
on.
did.
Oh,
I
She just
do.
hit her head on the microphone. Oh my god. Yeah.
I did
he
hear
was
those
on
chickens
your
out
Twitter
there.
account.
I did
He
hear
was
those
on your
chickens out there
Twitter
screaming,
account.
"Zena!"
The mark.
The,
Exactly what they were
the
doing.
chickens were saying, Zena! And then after they stopped screaming that, they started screaming, Charlotte!
The Lord's too, right? But y'all gotta understand, I have a
Yeah.
whole wife down in the comments, Lex,
I mean, we
and
know, but Lex is included in this is a package
I
deal.
wasn't Lex rooting for it?
no,
Yes, Lex is included because
Yeah, no.
Lex actually wants, and I think this is a better idea. She actually wants separate chalets for everybody, right?
no,
That's just
no.
not
He
doable.
wants three right
Not in
next door,
Valdez.
and really, Lex said if you can't find three right next door, you should buy a lot and build three next door.
My wife down in the
That's so
comments named
unfeasible.
Trinity Train down there. Please, everybody, W my wife, Lex, because I like
Here's the
girls.
thing.
No,
That yeah,
but listen, this can be a lavender marriage, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
can we
necessarily.
at least make it like a regular full purple?
Yeah, well, maybe we can get not a Prince purple. Maybe we can get a little lighter purple than that.
I don't
But
want it to go
maybe
lighter
not a
because
purple rain purple. You know,
Oh,
not
so what's your
not
favorite
like that.
I
color?
want
Oh, so what's your favorite color?
Don't eat on your
mine.
hand.
What's your yeah?
Carolina blue.
So we're gonna do it every color besides Carolina blue. That's what we'll do. Color besides that is what we'll. That's the
We're
scheme.
gonna satisfy everybody but you, Oso.
That would be the scheme. Okay. If you're a Christian and you don't believe in arranged marriages, by
Mm-mm.
TikTok, come
I
on
don't.
up.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Mm-mm.
No, come on up.
No, I don't. I don't need to be hurt any further today.
Oh,
And if you want to arrange a
If
sneaky
you're
link with
not
anybody
Zena
on the
May,
panel, please come up.
I just
sorry,
want to
Rose.
DJ. I just want to ask, can I DJ? So that's my only
You know
absolutely,
what? You can be the best man,
absolutely.
Rock. In fact, you his daddy, right? You the best man, right there, the ring bearer, if you will. How about that?
thank you, thank you. I
You got it.
listen.
When it's the best man and the ring bearer
Calm down.
at the same
You
fucking
know
time,
what?
and it's the
He could
dad.
come down the aisle on his motorbike with the ring.
Hear me?
That'll be
You
awesome.
hear me? You hear me? You hear me?
On his motorbike is crazy.
The motorbike
Just
is
like
insane.
through, like straight. Listen, straight through the church, running all over the Virgin Mary, knocking the shit down. That would be awesome.
Cause we gonna tear that motherfucker up. You hear me?
Look, me and my wife will enjoy the vacation that Oso will pay for at me and my wife's recommitment ceremony at the fake Oso and Xena wedding. All are able to come. Oso will be supporting the open bar. I know we like to drink and I like to party, so get down with the get down, you know. Yeah. Everybody down there she goes. Oso is paying for all expenses, guys. My wife Trinity trained down there. Go ahead and follow her. Yeah.
Can we see
What
the
is
suit
So if
also?
you know that that's not the case, what's up?
No, I just said, can we see that suit again? Because you already had the suit for it, right? You already got it.
Suit also. Let me see the suit also, please.
No, because that
Does it
picture.
have the Prince ruffles?
Please, the suit.
Y'all gotta stop encouraging this at some point. You wanna interrupt? No.
There's the suit.
You
There you
rock.
go.
Baby. Why you always playing with your daddy like that? I don't understand.
Right.
That's the suit you was looking for.
Why you always playing with me,
That's
man?
me. That's my giant brother. We was 5 years old at this point in time, and then that's my dad, Rock.
It is. It is. I make giant babies somehow.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I don't. I would have to custom order a suit. Zena, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite
You
color?
already know. You already know.
You right. I'm gonna come out with a Oso brown colored suit.
Oh.
Zena said that I'm her favorite shade.